Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter faced Neville's ultimate betrayal. Here is short summary. When trust shatters and hidden motives surface, Harry discovers Neville isn't the loyal friend he once believed. As betrayal strikes from within, Harry must decide where his heart and loyalty truly lie. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Lily was just finished reading the letter that Dobby had delivered to her. It was in between classes, so she took refuge in her office as opposed to going to the teacher's lounge. She told Dobby that on the future to deliver any messages from his mistress directly to her office. It startled a few of the first years when he popped out of nowhere. Though, this gave her a perfect opportunity to introduce the students to a house elf, and to stress that they should be treated with respect and kindness. She and the rest of the Marauders had found that house elves were a faster and more reliable means to send messages to each other. However, it would not have been good if Dobby had popped in during her 7th year class. It was due to start in about 5 minutes and Draco would be there. She wasn't sure if he would recognize Dobby, but she didn't want to take the chance. She and Narcissa had kept their friendship secret for so long. It would put Sissy in unnecessary danger if it was discovered now. Like it or not, Draco was on their enemy's team as of right now. She thought of her friend's request. She wasn't sure if she could deliver on it. Her being Muggle-born would be a huge handicap. She remembered how Harry and Draco would play together whenever Narcissa could sneak a proper visit. He was such a sweet boy back then, before Lucius twisted his mind. Everything that she had heard about him led her to believe that it was a lost cause. Still, she would try. Lily was so deep in thought that she didn't hear Vonda pop into her office. It wasn't until she felt her soft hand on her forearm that Lily looked up. Her personal house elf was holding a small vial with a silvery liquid in it. Vonda gave the vial to her mistress. Already, Lily asked as it registered what was probably in the vial. It was then that she saw that Vonda's cheeks were covered in tears. What happened? When the house elf didn't answer her immediately, Lily knew that Duncan must have ordered her silence. As you mistress, I hereby order you to tell me what has or is about to happen. Vonda was trained to control her emotions in front of humans and had done so for over a century. Today that tradition was broken. She was only able to get out a "thank you, mistress," before Vonda bursted into tears and threw herself at her mistress. Lily cradled Vonda in her arms as the house elf wept into her chest. She told Lily everything that Duncan was planning on doing. "Cub, you got that look?" Lupin asked with a raised temple. "And what look is the Moony?" Harry questioned him with a look he thought was expressionless. "The same look your father got when he was conflicted by something." "So, spill it already." Remus prodded Harry. He knew it was only a matter of time before Harry couldn't hold it in anymore. "Fine. You know it's really annoying that you can see right through my best poker face. Just how do you do that anyway?" "Mum, Padfoot, I can even snow Nimpy most the time, but you can see right past it. I've known you Dad since we were able to pee our names in the snow. Like it or not, you have all his mannerisms. As for your mum, let's just say she humors you a lot more than you know." "Oh shit, just how much does she know?" "That's between the two of you. You'll just have to ask her yourself." "No thanks, I still haven't gotten over the talk we just had," Harry said as he used his fingers to give emphasis to the words "the talk." "Perhaps she should have given you the talk before my cousin hauled you off to a succubus colony to get your oats sowed," Narcissa teased as she came in with a tray of tea for them. "Why does everyone think we went there to f*** our brains out? Hello, an 80-foot basilisk was on the loose. They called us for help, or has everyone forgotten that? As I recall, I even saved one of their younglings from becoming breakfast," Harry said in his defense. It was really irritating that everyone thought he was there to get his freak on. From what I heard, her mother was very grateful, as was her 2 sisters. "Just out of curiosity, how many times did they thank you?" Narcissa inquired with an amused smirk on her face. Harry's face paled instantly. You know about that, she nodded. That meant if she knew, then his mum was probably the one who told her. How was he ever going to look his mum in the eye again? Like I said, Cub, Lily humors you a lot. She talked to the child's mother herself. She was very proud of you for what you did for them and very pissed that you put yourself that close to death to do it. As for the rest, it's not my place to say. Narcissa added as she put a reassuring hand on his shoulder, before she left the office. Harry found that he was very grateful that he skipped breakfast, because it would have been all over Remus's new office. Now what seems to be bothering you, Cub? Moony asked in an attempt to change the very sensitive subject. The gratitude on Harry's face was overwhelming. I had a very interesting conversation with Madam Bones today. I see. You were there the night that Longbottom went to the Department of Mysteries, right? Yes, I was, Remus said very guardedly. Harry looked like a dog with a bone. Lily and his wife both made him swear to not tell Harry that Ginny Weasley was the one that he and Nymphadora rescued. Though, the reasons for keeping it secret no longer existed, and he felt Harry had every right to know. He had given his word, so he was honor-bound to keep the secret. Did that bitch Lestrange take Ginny Weasley prisoner that night? Harry knew that the wolf in Moony's mind made it impossible to be obliviated. I can't answer that question, Cub, Remus said with regret, as he closed his eyes and shook his head. He hated being in this position. Thanks, that's all I needed to know, Harry said with a colossal grin. He knew that if he was wrong, Moony would have simply said no. A large silvery white Patronus pounced into the office, and slid to a halt right in front of Harry. All doubts in his mind were crushed as he looked at a perfect copy of his Animangus form that was in front of him. He was surprised by the amount of joy he was feeling at that moment. I found her, only to have dagger plunged into his heart as he heard Ginny's voice tell him the message. Call all available marauders to Gringotts, Harry yelled as he leaped to his feet, and activated his signet ring that also served as a portkey. Hold on, Cub, we don't know the situation yet. But it was too late, Harry was already gone. Ginny knew she didn't have the time to wait for Harry to get there. She could hear the Death Eaters on the other side of the door and it would be only a matter of time before they would break through the spell George casted. Tonks had often told her that in combat situations that you should always go with your strengths. She had taught Ginny some hand-to-hand, as well as some wicked spells that didn't use up too much magic. She had a feeling that she would be putting a large strain on her magical core today. She didn't want to run out of juice at the wrong time. Fred and George were looking at her like they were expecting an answer to their questions. They would have to be disappointed for now, because that was the least of their worries. They needed a plan and they needed it quickly. They also needed one of them to take command. Since her brothers weren't stepping up to do that, it was up to her. All right. Empty your pockets, boys. I need to see what we have to work with, Ginny said, taking command, as every story Tonks ever told her came into her mind. Oi, who put you in charge? You two did when you just stood there with your wands up your bums. We don't have the time for a peeing contest right now. Trust me, boys, you won't like my aim. Ginny finished her statement with her wand aimed at their heads, and both of them gulped. Ginny took that as an endorsement of her leadership. With that silliness behind them, she focused on what they had to do. Good, now empty you pockets and let's see what we have to work with. It was then that Ginny realized that she was still wearing Harry's robe. She knew from personal experience that it was made out of basilisk skin, so she was pretty sure that it would repel most curses. Not that she wanted to test that theory anytime soon. Harry had been full of surprises today and she hoped his robe was full of them too. She reached into the side pockets and found them empty. She let out a disappointed groan. Then she remembered how he made his motorbike disappear into the inside layer of his robe the previous night. She touched the inner coating and it was ice cold and rippled like water. She silently wished for something good to defend them with, as she plunged her hand into the unknown. Fred and George stopped what they were doing as they watched Ginny's hand and then half her arm disappear into the lining of the robe. The robe itself looked as if she had never touched it. George went so far as to poke the other side of it to be sure. Wicked, they both said at the same time. To Ginny it was an odd sensation to say the least. It was ice cold when she first touched it, but now it was only slightly cold. Her arm had a tingling sensation as all the hairs on her forearm stood on end. At first she thought nothing was going to happen, and then she felt something cold, round, and metallic in her hand. She pulled her hand out to see a silver ball with a red button on it and a lightning bolt etched onto the side of it. "What in the bloody hell is that?" "Shock grenade." "How do you know?" asked George. "Haven't the foggiest, just do." "What do you lot have?" The total tally was 7 pouches of instant darkness powder, 5 decoy detonators, 2 portable swamp bombs, and a variety box of shrunken goodies, as George put it. "Will that swamp fill up the entire room?" Ginny asked as a plan started to form in her head. Fred gave a firming thumbs up. Ginny told them to move some desks to the far walls and to get on them. As they did that, the sounds of spells hitting the door was getting louder. They were running out of time. As soon as they were safely on the desks, Ginny cast a chameleon charm on her brothers and then lastly herself. Fred and George's jaws dropped as their skin and clothes changed to look like what they were standing next to. Their little sister was proving to be a bolt out of the blue. "Before you ask, no, I won't teach you the spell. I don't need the 2 of you camped out in the Harpy's locker room." Fred set off the portable swamp as soon as they come in the room. Ginny couldn't see it, but she was sure they were both pouting. As if on cue, the door was blasted open and the room was filled with Death Eaters. In all there were 10 of them. Unfortunately Malfoy was not amongst them. As they started to look for them, Fred set off the portable swamp. Soon Voldemort followers were knee-deep in mucky swamp water. Ginny took advantage of their distracted situation to drop the shock grenade into the water. The fools had no clue what was about to happen. 10 seconds later, the water was charged with an enormous amount of electricity. Normally only 1 or 2 would have been hit with the blast, but thanks to the water they were all caught in it. 10 Death Eaters screamed out as they were cooked alive. If the swamp didn't smell bad enough before, the stench of overcooked Death Eater was 10 times worse. Ginny dropped the chameleon charm and herself and her brothers. She then transfigured a nearby chair into a broom and zoomed out of the room. She wasn't taking any chances if the water was still charged with electricity. "Fred, old boy, someone has become all cloak and dagger," George said as he transfigured his own broom and mounted it. "George, old chum, I think you're right. Jin has just gotten loads more interesting," Fred added as he mounted a broom as well. They made a secret vow to discover all of their little sister's secrets. Rookwood wasn't sure what surprised him more. The fact that all the contents in the vault were an illusion, or it could have been that he believed it without question. Another thing it could have been was the realism that an elegantly dressed house elf was currently standing in front of him. Truth be told, it was that the arrogant little thing had the audacity to look him in the eye, as if he was equal to him. "Lord Potter wished me to congratulate you for getting past his wards. He also wants me to thank you for leading us to the Horcrux. It will speed things along nicely," Duncan said in a most articulate and refined voice. "You dare speak to me, you little rodent," Augustus hissed at the house elf. All the while his team was circling the small creature. Duncan showed no signs that he was distressed by this. This was when he was going to break from the plan his master had decided on. Master Harry never gave him a direct order to follow the plan to the letter, so he saw no reason that he couldn't alter it. That was what he was telling himself anyway. He was just supposed to give them the jack-in-the-box and leave. His master's message was inside and the gift would take care of the rest. Duncan felt that a personal touch was needed, and he had waited for so long to say such things to these wizarding vermin. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a small table. On it was a pair of reading glasses and a cup, along with a scratch of parchment. "If you will please indulge the eccentricities of my master for just a few more seconds," he was very specific on how he wanted this done. The old house elf lied as he put on the reading glasses and took a healthy drink from the cup. No one seemed to notice the liquid was green. After he picked up the parchment and cleared his throat, it was then that Duncan addressed the Death Eaters. "My master wanted me to read this word for word. Ahem. Roses are red, violets are blue, you inbreed, backward ass, baby-raping collection of F*** stains killed my father, so, F*** you." All the Death Eaters were in shock that a house elf would dare speak to them in such a manner. Duncan took the opportunity to activate Harry's gift. The Jack in the Box played a child's tune and they all seemed mesmerized by it. Duncan refused to close his eyes. He wanted to see the look on their faces as death claimed them. Next it sprung open, and instead of a clown popping out, it was an eye of a basilisk. It spun in the air as it hovered for a few seconds. Its death gaze was reflecting off the mirrored walls, so none of them would be robbed of its deadly beauty. Augustus Rookwood stared in the perfectly preserved eye of the monster they had let loose to begin with. Talk about irony. He was the first to fall. 3 others saw it directly and the mirrored walls took care of the remaining 5. Flawless victory, Duncan said as he calmly walked over to the eye and watched as the yellow turned gray. Its deadly power was gone forever. It was a shame that it was a one-time use. It would have been a valuable weapon against their enemy. He knew that his mate would be very happy that the improved mandrake potion that Lady Lily and Mr. Slughorn perfected worked. He stood over the corpse of Augustus Rookwood and smiled. Master James sends his regards. He taunted as he kicked him for extra measure. He then looked over at the petrified others. His smile was gone and his eyes held more malice that was thought capable of one of his kind. With a wave of his hand the petrified ones were shattered to dust. That was from Master Charles. Ginny knew they would have to ditch the brooms fast. She couldn't fathom how the first witches and wizards were able to fly on just simple brooms. They were slow as sin, and couldn't maneuver for shite, plus it was drawing heavily on her magic just to stay a few feet off the ground. Notwithstanding, it did serve its purpose. They were safely out of the room and Team Weasley did manage to take 10 of those bastards in the process. So beep on that Dumbledore. Wicked trick Gin. George told Ginny as he landed next to her. Yes, do tell us how you learned that one. Fred asked as he landed on the other side of her. You pick up a few tricks as McGonagall's aide. She is a transfiguration master after all. Ginny told them as she peeked around the corner. After seeing that it was safe, she headed down it with the twins on either side of her. They may have been following her orders, but that didn't seem to stop them from being protective big brothers. It was sweet, annoying, but sweet. I think we should make for the main entrance. Works for us, Fred and George said at the same time. Keep the darkness powder in your hands. We don't know how many of those bastards there are out there. It would be best to avoid a fight if we can. Since when did Ginny Weasley ever run from a fight? You shouldn't ask questions you don't want to hear the answer to, she told them with bitterness in her voice. They instantly knew she was referring to the time she was taken captive by Lestrange. Malfoy had mentioned he wanted to present her to Voldemort. George looked over Ginny's head at Fred. He gave him an affirming nod. Whatever they wanted with their little sister, Fred and George would die before they would let that happen to her. The 3 continued down the long hall. Ginny was grateful that they didn't try and pry any more information out of her. That was a conversation she wanted to avoid at all costs. Tonks was one of the first Aurors to arrive at Diagon Alley. She was told to respond to a disturbance. From the sheer amount of Patronuses that were sent to the Ministry, it was most likely Death Eaters causing some property damage as a show of force, or in response to what her cousin did the day before. In the past, she remembered that Death Eaters usually apparated or portkeyed away as soon as the Aurors arrived. She expected this to be over quickly. When she got there she knew that was never going to happen. Someone had put up an anti-apparition ward up. They ended up just outside of the main entryway. People were running out of the leaky cauldron in hordes. Mothers were clutching their babies to their beasts as they ran for their lives. Some people were getting trampled in the process. For lack of a better word, it was a mass hysteria. Tonks knew there was no way she and her fellow Aurors were getting in that way. Nevertheless, that wasn't the only way in. A secondary entrance they used brought them out by Flourish and Blots. What they saw was something out of a bad B-rated Muggle movie. Sewer trolls were climbing out of a huge hole that was in the middle of the road. They were going up and down the street attacking anything that moved. In the sky above, gargoyles were swooping down from rooftops to snatch up victims. On the steps of Gringotts was a large platoon of orcs ready to kill anything that tried to leave or enter the bank. The dark mark loomed in the blackened sky above. Acting on instinct, Tonks sent a cutting curse at a gargoyle. Upon being hit, the dark creature let go of his would-be meal and took to a nearby rooftop. The small boy that it was trying to claim fell from 20 feet up. Tonks ran for him as one of her fellow oars gently levitated him to the ground. The rescue didn't go unnoticed. A group of orcs charged them. They were wielding arcane-looking axes that were already stained with blood. They were wearing very little body armor, not that they needed any. Like giants, their hide was very resistant to most spells. An orc by the name of Hodister found that out the hard way. He charged them head-on, firing curse after curse, only to have very little effect on the dark creatures. He was hit with an axe and Tonks watched as his body was sent flying 10 feet into the air. The top half of him that was severed from hip to shoulder crashed through someone's second-floor window. His bottom half landed 20 feet in front of her. The poor child puked on the spot. "All right, you ugly ass son of a bitches, let's dance." Tonks screamed as she stepped in front of the little boy. Harry should have been portkeyed straight to his vault. He was repelled by some unseen force and deposited in the middle of Diagon Alley. There could only be one explanation for that happening. Gringotts was on lockdown, and Ginny was locked in there with Butthead's bootlickers. Fear, panic and a cold fury filled him up. He had just figured out who she was. It was like Lestrange Manor all over again. Only this time she wasn't some stranger that he didn't know. This was the girl that was constantly in his thoughts for over a year. She had opened his eyes to so much in the short time they were together. Even if he was ordered by his mum to stay in panther form, he understood everything she had said to him. She would talk for hours and he would listen to every word. Sometimes it was light and humorous, like when she chattered on about her family and the things they would do to each other. Other times it would be dark and full of pain. He would try to comfort her the best he could. As a panther, his options were kind of limited, yet she often fell asleep on him after a good cry, not that he minded all that much. Every day he grew more and more protective of her. At least that was what he thought it was at the time. But she was Ginny, Ginny was her, it was all so confusing. He was drawn to Ginny from the first moment he caught her looking at him at the feast, even more so as they walked to the Gryffindor common room. Yet, in the back of his mind he felt he was betraying her, which was crazy because he had only known her for a week. Hell, she didn't even know he was human. Which didn't even matter since she was Ginny, Ginny was her. Oh hell, I'm going to end up in a clock tower somewhere. Get your head out of you ass and focus, Potter. She's in there, you're out here. Now go thrash some of those F*** stains and get her back. After Harry successfully removed his head from his nether regions, he looked at what separated him from Ginny. 6 or 7 sewer trolls were in the street smashing stores or attacking witches trying to get their children to safety. Beyond that there was about 30 orcs guarding the entrance to Gringotts. Since they were the mortal enemy of goblins, he was sure they were on Team A**'s wipe. From the rooftops gargoyles were throwing large stones at anything that moved, or swapping down to get their dinner. In the middle of all that was Tonks. She was the only orc left standing, and had a little boy glued to her leg as she fought one ugly A**s orc. "Duncan!" Harry yelled. The house elf didn't appear as he always did, so he yelled again. This time he heard his voice in his head. "Yes, master. Where are you? I'm trapped inside Gringotts, master. Even my magic can't break the wards the goblins have set up." "What's the situation in there?" "I have disposed of the thieving vermin and sent the memory to Lady Lily." "Find Griphook. I need to get in there. Then find Ginny, obey her every command, and protect her at all costs. As Lord Potter I formally remove you of all restrictions on your magic." "As you wish, my lord." Harry was grateful that he went through the bonding ritual with him, or he would never have been able to contact him. "You bastards want blood. Well, you got it. I'll give you blood, blood like a river." With that Harry charged into the thick of it. Narcissa stepped out of the fireplace in Lily's office to see her comforting her house elf. When Lily looked into her friend's eyes she knew things have gone from bad to worse. Narcissa was in full marauder battle robes. The crimson-red robes had enchantments of protection, as well as the same lining as Harry's trench coat so they could travel light, yet still have a heavy arsenal of objects at the ready. "It's begun," was all Narcissa said, but it spoke volumes. With a wave of her wand, Lily's disillusioned trunk that was in a corner flew open. She removed her battle robes and changed into them. Where? Diagon Alley. Harry's there. He was at Mooney's office, but then a Patronus came and he pulled a Jimmy. I swear that boy is going to give me gray hair. What about your class? I'll just cancel it. Dumbledore is delusional, but not an idiot, Lily. We need to keep him in the dark as long as we can. Narcissa said as she donned the mask of an owl. Lily bowed her head and acknowledged her friend's wisdom. Vonda, pull yourself together. I need you to make yourself look like me and teach my class. Yes, mistress. While Lily was getting filled in on what was going on, Sirius was visited by Remus. A few minutes later, Creature, under the disguise of his master, was teaching his class. Well, more like faking a stomach cramp and dismissing the class early. Once Lady Malfoy had come to live at Grimmauld Place, his demeanor had improved greatly. With the help of Narcissa, he and Sirius seemed to have put their shaky past behind them. The dark mark was been spotted over Diagon Alley. Madam Bones. Amelia's assistant screamed as she busted into her office. She was in a private meeting with the Minister of Magic at the time. Both jumped to their feet as their aura training kicked in. We sent a team to check out reports of a disturbance not that long age. Have they reported in yet? Amelia snapped at Alice. No, Madam Bones. They missed their scheduled check-in, she answered in a squeaky voice, as she looked from her boss to the minister, and then back to Amelia. Both of them cursed to themselves. It was standard operating procedure to always check in after responding to a disturbance. It was doubly vital now that they were in the middle of a war. If they broke protocol, it meant they were engaged in battle or already dead. Most of my Aurors and hit wizards are tied up with the shakedown. Should we call on Dumbledore's order for help? Amelia asked Scrimgeour. He would just love to hold over my head. No, it's time he learned that he's not the only flavor in the ice cream parlor. It's time to see just what the Marauders can do. Amelia couldn't agree more. After what she had heard today about the man, the last thing she wanted to do was owe Dumbledore a favor. She had only suggested it out of the urgency of the situation. She turned to her assistant. Call all available personnel to go to Diagon Alley. I will be going there myself to oversee it. I will be going as well. The people need to see that I'm willing to put my life on the line. Miss the action, don't you? A bit. Expecto Patronum Elementia. Harry yelled loudly so any witch or wizard in earshot would hear the spell. He could have easily done it wordlessly, but he was hoping someone would follow his example and start fighting back against these filthy creatures. The form of a great stag leapt out of his wand, but instead of it being silver, the stag was made of flames. The heat that was coming off of the elemental Patronus was immense. Many of the cowering patrons of Diagon Alley stopped what they were doing, whether it was hiding or fleeing. They stopped to stare in wonder at the magnificent beast. Drive those trolls back into the sewers where they belong. Harry ordered his elemental before turning his attention to the onlookers. Use righteous anger. Not a happy thought. Well, just don't stand there with your wands up your asses. Fight for your right to live. Fight for your children's right to live. He screamed at them, when they just looked dumbfounded at him. A mother that was covering her child with her body was the first to take up Harry's call to arms. She had lived her life as a Slytherin, but on this day she found her inner Gryffindor. The angelic face of the blonde witch looked back at her child and found her righteous anger. Stay put, sweetheart. Mummy has some vermin to crush under her heel. She spoke so sweetly to her little girl that it almost seemed childlike, and then she turned to face her enemy. Her face held the rage that only a mother protecting her child could make. She repeated the spell that Harry had just said with everything she had. A fiery grim jumped out of her wand and attacked the nearest troll. This was followed by a goat, eagle, badger, and cat. Though they were much smaller than the troll, they attacked the monster ferociously. It would throw one off, only to be attacked by 3 more. Harry winked at the little girl and then changed into shadow. He then charged down the road towards Tonks. In every hallway that Ginny, Fred, and George took, they would find the body of a dead goblin. Some were in business suits, while others were in armor. For the most part they were killed by severing curses. Goblin blood was all over the floors, as well as the walls. They had only come across 2 or 3 dead Death Eaters. It looked like they weren't going down without a fight. "Come, human. Come and die. I will avenge my people with your blood," was heard screaming coming from the lobby at the end of the hall. Ginny recognized the voice immediately. Without thinking, she ran full out to get to her new friend, with her brothers following close behind. As they rounded the corner, Ginny saw Hesta standing over a dead Death Eater. Another goblin was curled up in the fetal position on the floor not far away. He looked to be recovering from the Cruciatus curse. 3 Death Eaters were trying to circle around her. Fred ran forward as one of the Death Eaters sent a killing curse at Hesta's back. He tackled her out of the way. Her training took over as she saw him as a new threat. She twisted her body so she could use full advantage of the momentum. She came to rest sitting on Fred's collarbone with his arms pinned under the weight of her legs. Hesta brought her dagger to Fred's jugular. If it wasn't for his red hair, she wouldn't have stopped. "Mummificacious!" Ginny screamed out. She was grateful that she was able to convince Harry to teach her the hex before they left Hogwarts. The Death Eater that had fired the killing curse robe started to wrap him up in a tight cocoon. The more he struggled against it, the tighter it wrapped him. He must have been claustrophobic, because he started to flail around in desperation. He looked like a fish out of water. George hit one of the other Death Eaters with a reductor in the chest, and the man flew across the room and into the wall. Well, parts of him anyway. The last Death Eater cast a cutting curse at Ginny, which she had to dive to get out of its way. Hesta leapt off a very stunned Fred and charged the Death Eater. She was knocked back by a reducto. Luckily her armor took the blunt of it. Oddly enough, she landed right back on top of Fred. "Love, we have gotta stop meeting like this," Fred squeaked out as soon as he got his breath back. Avada Kedavra. The little boy that just wouldn't let go of Tonk's leg was a huge encumbrance in the battle. They had only been able to take down 2 orcs, and that was with 7 highly trained Aurors. Now she was down to just herself. Most of their best spells hardly had any effect at all. Their hide was just too thick. She guessed that was why they were wearing so little armor. What she would have given for a muggle gun right about now. No matter how many times she told the little boy to run, he just wouldn't let go of her leg. Tonks started to fear for the life of her own unborn child that resided in her womb. She knew that it was a matter of seconds before both their lives were going to come to a violent end. 3 orcs were charging her, all wielding huge battle axes. One from the front and the other 2 were flanking her from either side. She breathed what she thought was her last breath. Then she heard one of the sweetest sounds she ever heard. Shadow's roar even made the orcs jump a bit. Her 3 attackers stopped to find the source of the sound. They didn't have to wait very long. Tonks grinned ear to ear. "You're gonna get it," she teased them. From the shadow between her legs, a black panther leapt out. Apparently that was all the motivation required to make the boy run away. Shadow and the lead orc charged each other. 10 feet from his quarry, Harry leapt into the air and transformed into his hybrid form. Since Lestrange Manor, Harry had trained heavily in this mode. Next time he had to face Greyback, he would be ready. Even in werewolf form, Remus was no match for him. A fact that these orcs were about to find out. Shadow slashed at the orc's face, and his claw dug under its jaw. Using his momentum and raw strength, Harry ripped most of its face off in the process. Harry landed and his tail picked up the dead orc's axe. The other 2 came at him at the same time from opposite sides. He turned to face one, leaving his back exposed to the other. At the last second he pivoted and changed direction. He stopped the downward swing of the orc's axe cold as he opened his other claw just 2 inches from the beast's face. At the same time, the axe in his tail cut laterally across the other orc's gut. One thing is always guaranteed to happen when an orc gets hit with a wandless bombarda at point-blank range: it makes a mess, a really big, enormous, titanic, colossal freakin' mess. The orc behind Harry was hurt but not out by any means. In a rage, it brought its axe down on Harry with all its strength, in the hopes of cutting him in half. Harry sank down into his own shadow, missing getting severed by only inches. Using his enemy's shadow, Harry rose up silently behind the orc. He reached around and sunk his claws into its shoulder and jaw. With a mighty pull and a loud crack, another orc went down. "Not that I'm complaining, Shadow, but aren't you supposed to be in school or something?" Shadow turned around to see that Tonks had transformed into the hybrid form of her fox animagus. Since Harry had come out of the closet so to speak and she was the only Auror left, Tonks saw no reason not to use this form. She didn't have Harry's strength or shadow power, but she made up for it with speed and agility. "Nice tail, Nimpy," Shadow said as he picked up an axe and transfigured it into a katana. Tonks put a paw to her chest and acted crushed. Her metamorphic abilities allowed her to take a more feminine shape. She spun around so Harry could see all her luscious curves. "All of this and all you could come up with is nice tail. You're slipping, Potter. If you showed me this yesterday I would have defiantly put it in the spank bank." Harry turned to look at Gringotts and the 25 orcs that stood between him and his goal. "However, things have changed. Ginny's in there and I'm not going to let them take her again. She's more important to me than my damn secrets." "Figured it out, did you?" Tonks said as she stepped next to him and looked on as the orcs started to form a large circle around them. Harry handed her the katana. She was amazed that he was able to get the weight and balance right as she took a few test strikes on one of the dead orcs. It cut its hide like it was hot butter. It was light weapon, but incredibly strong and razor sharp, just like her. A wand was almost worthless against them. A sword, now that could be fun. Harry and Tonks stood back to back as the circle of orcs slowly got tighter and tighter. Harry let out a roar. This time they roared back at Harry. "You ready to go all Kill Bill on these wankers, Shadow?" "I was thinking more like 300, Nimpy. They died in 300. Kill Bill it is." Everything happened so fast and yet so slow that Ginny wasn't sure if it was a real or a dream. Around her things were a blur, while her every movement was slow and sluggish. It was worse than her nightmares of the chamber or when she was tied to that cruel altar, where she was helpless against anything that happened to her. Now she could move, she could fight against it. Yet her body moved as if it was 5 steps behind everything else. Fate was laughing at her. "Bitch." Ginny heard the killing curse being shouted. She looked up to see the green curse erupt out of the end of the Death Eater's wand. She could hear her heart beating in her chest as if it was thunder. She looked to her brothers to see Fred grab Hesta and roll on top of her in an attempt to protect the warrior goblin. George grabbed Ginny in a huge hug and spun her around so that he was between her and the curse. "No," Ginny screamed at George, but it sounded oddly off and drawn out. She struggled to break free, but her brother was having none of that. He held her tight. The thought that the basilisk skin of Harry's robe could stop the curse filled her head. It was a long shot. No, she knew it wouldn't work. She didn't care. It was better than watching her brother die. She was the one they were after. Jin, was all George said and it stopped her cold. Her pet name left his lips so tranquilly that it didn't seem like George at all. She looked up into his eyes and saw a calm, determined resolve. He looked at her with all the love a brother could give. He had no regrets. It showed all over his striking face. She wasn't sure if she could bear to see the life leave his eyes, but she had to show George all the love she had for him in her own eyes. It was all that they truly had left. The light of the curse was getting brighter and brighter, as it came to claim George's life. Then fate chose that second to prove she wasn't a heartless bitch after all. A huge unseen force hit them from the side with such power that they all slammed against the far wall. The Death Eater swore as his dark curse just missed its prey, only to be followed by a scream of pure agony. Ginny wasn't sure what just happened, but she wasn't about to start being thorny about it. She didn't know what was making the Death Eater scream bloody murder, and quite frankly, she really didn't care. Git's got it coming. The Death Eater's arms and legs slammed together as he started to rise off the floor. The sound of cracking bones intermixed with his screams. At first none of them saw the small figure that stood behind him. It was hidden in the shadows. As their savior stepped out into the light, Ginny let out a sigh of relief. Duncan gave her an affirming nod to which she mouthed "Thank you." He then turned his attention to the Death Eater. Duncan brought the hand of his outreached arm into a fist and every bone in the Death Eater's body exploded inward. The Death Eater's head dropped into his chest. Then there was only silence. With a flick of his wrist, Duncan sent the scum flying down the hall. "Bloody hell," Fred and George said simultaneously. Ginny and Hesta nodded their heads in agreement. After the shock of the moment wore off, George was assaulted by a myriad of hits by Ginny. "You, stupid, overprotective, git, if you ever do that again, each word came with a hit so her point would sink into his thick head. She didn't like that her voice was cracking with overwhelming emotion, but there was little she could do about it now. George was swiftly levitated off the floor and away from Ginny's assault by Duncan. "Is this human distressing you, Mistress Ginny?" It took a few seconds for Ginny to get her emotions under control. She still wanted to hit him a few more times. She chose instead to take a long breath and then answered Duncan. "Every day of my life, but I love him anyway. Duncan, George, Duncan." George gave him a cheeky wave from above. This made everyone laugh, even Duncan. "Wait a who, did you just call me mistress?" "Yes, you heard me correctly, Mistress Ginny. Master Harry sent me to protect you until he can arrive. He also gave me strict orders to follow your commands, so technically then makes you my mistress until he says otherwise." "Would this Harry be the one with the say why ass that you mentioned earlier?" "Shut it, Fred. See, this is the kind of shite I have to put up with," Ginny told Duncan. "I see," he answered stiffly. "Where's Harry?" At this moment he is on the steps of Gringotts fighting orcs with his aunt, Nimpy. "Orcs!" All of them yelled in unison. Ginny's legs gave in and she crumbled to the floor. All the worst scenarios came to mind. Bloody orcs. Wait, orcs, not orc, as in plural. "How many?" Ginny asked, not really wanting to know the answer, but needing to know nonetheless. "There were 30 at first, but now only 19 remain. No, make that 18. "Nicely played, Master Harry," Duncan said with admiration at the end. Through the link he had with his master, he was able to keep tabs on him mentally. He informed Harry that he had found Ginny and that she was for the moment safe. "Master Harry suggests that I take you to the Potter Vault. It is heavily protected and the perfect place to wait until Gringotts comes off lockdown. I'm not letting him face orcs alone." Ginny jumped to her feet. Her blazing determination was practically radiating off of her. 1. He is most certainly not alone. His aunt is a very accomplished orer. 2. His fellow marauders are on their way. And 3. Until the orcs' threat has been neutralized, the director of Gringotts will not let anyone in or out. She was terrified for Harry. She wished she would have given him back his robe, at least then he would have had its protection. She knew the smart thing would be to go to the vault, but she just couldn't just sit on her ass and do nothing. She just wasn't built that way, plus she would end up pulling her hair out worrying about him. "Wait, did you just say Potter, as in Lord Harry Potter?" George asked. He quickly reached into his robes and pulled out his copy of the Daily Prophet, and shoved it out so Ginny could see the front page. She saw the picture of Harry and Professor Black fighting back to back against Bellatrix Lestrange and some Death Eaters. "This bloke?" George asked. Ginny snatched the paper out of his hands and started to read the article with a vengeance. While she was doing that, Hesta stood up and looked hard at Fred. It made him feel a little uncomfortable, to say the least. "Fred, is it?" He nodded at her and she smiled. "Twice now you have put your life in danger to save mine." "No prob." Fred was cut off as she grabbed his head in her hands, pulled him to her, and *ed him passionately. At first his eyes widened to the point that they looked as if they would pop out at any second. Then they rolled to the back of his head before he closed them. Hesta pulled back and brought one hand down to his crotch and gave him a little squeeze. "Adequate," she said with a devilish grin in response to his sighs. "If you survive this day I will bed you." Hesta then walked off, leaving a dazed and confused Fred Weasley. "So mate, how was it?" George asked, barely holding down his laughter. She has a very long tongue," was all Fred said, but it was enough to send George into a laughing fit. "It's not funny. I think she was serious. You know what they say. Once you go green you never go back." George laughed out more than said. That earned him a hit in the back of the head from Ginny. "Git." Hesta was standing over the last remaining Death Eater. She kneeled down and whispered something at him. Whatever it was made him tremble in fear. She looked over at Fred and winked before she snapped the Death Eater's neck. The sound made everyone that was watching jump a little. "Fred, old boy, your new girlfriend is scary." Once again Ginny smacked him in the back of his head. "Will you bloody stop hitting me?" Ginny rolled her eyes at him, then she turned to Duncan. She looked down at the paper and then back to Duncan with an intense look in her eyes. Everything clicked into place in her mind. She cursed herself for not figuring it out sooner. She should have known the first time she looked into his eyes. I'm such a bloody idiot. Ginny was about to ask a question when she saw something long and silvery coming at them from across the floor. She leapt to her feet and aimed her wand at it. Her brother's wands, Hesta's sword and Duncan's outreached hand followed quickly. A 10-foot Patronus in the form of a king cobra slithered up to them. It stopped just short of them and reared its head. When it opened its mouth, Ginny noticed something dangling from one of its fangs. I must say that you are proving to be quite a little nuisance, Miss Weasley. I look forward to cursing some proper manners into you. Now I hate to repeat myself, but you will come along like a good little girl and take you long overdue medicine. If you refuse to obey my orders, well, Greyback is just itching to have a go at your brother's pretty little face. You have 20 minutes to get yourself to the main lobby, not 1 second more. The voice of Lucius Malfoy erupted from its mouth. It dropped what was in its mouth at Ginny's feet and disappeared into nothing. Ginny bent down and picked it up. She had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming out. In her hand was one of the earrings that she had made for her brother Bill. The end of it had blood on it, most likely from being ripped out of his ear. Ginny, don't you think about it, Bill would rather die than have them hurt you again. Ginny just kept looking at Bill's earring. At first, the twins thought that maybe she hadn't heard them. Then she stepped forward a few feet and looked back at them. The thing is, they won't kill him. He'll be Greyback's new chew toy, and take it from someone who has seen how cruel those monsters can be. There are some things that are worse than death. I'm sorry, but I just can't live with that. That's not the only problem, Duncan informed them. Oh, you mean it gets worse? Fred asked sarcastically. The only one that can reopen Gringotts is Director Ragnuk. He was taken prisoner by the Death Eaters. Thankfully he is in disguise and they, as of the moment, don't know which one he is. I was intending to attempt a rescue after I had secured Mistress Ginny in the Potter Vault. Well, now you have backup, Ginny said with the most wicked of grins. Shadow, it's time to use that dark mark to our advantage, Tonks yelled as she sidestepped an axe and countered with a lateral slash that severed a major artery of the orc she was fighting. Keep them off of me for a sec, will ya? Harry fired back as he snapped the neck of the orc he was fighting. He knew that the rest of the marauders were on their way by now. Thanks to all the excellent intel on the Death Eaters by Narcissa, he knew that the dark mark that hovered in the blackened sky above served as a back door to come and go even if anti-apparition and porky charms were casted. You just needed to know where to aim. Harry drew in his magic as Tonks cast a spell that created a wall of stone around them. It wouldn't hold the orcs off for long, but it would buy them the time they needed. Damn, these wankers are persistent, Tonks said as she bent over to catch her breath. Harry shot his hand up at the dark mark and cast a charm of his mum's design with his own little twist to it. The charm was turquoise in color as it bulleted at its target. Yo ho ho, Harry started, to which Tonks finished with, and a bottle of rum. The charm hit the dark mark and the sky immediately brightened up. This seemed to catch the attention all the dark creatures that were fighting. It was a good thing too, because the orcs had just broken through Tonks' wall. A jagged chunk of the wall the size of a fist almost hit Harry in the head, if it wasn't for Tonks' quick reflexes. Harry took it from her and threw it back at one of the orcs with enough force to split his thick head. Thanks, darlin'. Anytime, love, Tonks answered with a smack to Harry's bum. Tease. You know it, she added with a wink. What happened next would make Calvin Meeks a very rich man, for he was the one who actually got a picture of it. In the sky above, 2 white clouds formed a shape of a sword and launched at the skull in the sky. Both pierced the dark mark at the same time. The snake that was coming out its mouth collapsed and hung from the open mouth of the skull. The crisscross pattern of the swords in the skull left what would forever be known from that day forward in the wizarding world as the Marauder's Mark. Then all over Diagon Alley, cloaked figures appeared. All of them had crimson robes and masks with the face of an animal. The first to appear in the streets was a wolf and dog. They were followed by a lioness, owl, hawk, and lastly a bear. The owl landed on a rooftop and immediately started to give the others intel from the muggle headsets they all had. All right, people. We have trolls from Fortescue's to Ollivanders. Gargoyles all over the place and orcs are on the steps of Gringotts. They're all very resistant to magic. If you're going to use magic, make it nasty. Trolls regenerate fast, but are weak against and are fearful of fire. Where is my son Talon? Where do you think Pride? Don't worry, Trickster's got his back, and it seems that she has perfected her hybrid form, Cute Tail. I swear those two just feed off each other. I see a huge hole in the street down Nocturne Alley. Those bloody trolls are dragging children down into it. Narcissa knew from some of the stories that Lucius would tell her that the children that were pureblood would be returned to their parents in exchange for gold or favors. The half-bloods would be used as S**avs or experimented on. The Muggle-borns? They were used as training dummies or worse. She never had the heart to tell her best friend any of that, but she had the feeling Lily already knew, which was confirmed by Lily's reaction. Not on my bloody watch. Lily screamed out. She wasn't sure if it was her surrendering to her animagus's true nature, or the mother in her that had overridden her moral sensibilities. All Lily knew was that she transformed into a lioness and pounced on the nearest troll. She bit down on its neck and ripped out most of the beast's throat, thus breaking what she swore to herself she would never do. Her soul be damned or not, they would not have the children. Padfoot, I don't know what to do about the gargoyles. Will a binding spell work on their wings? Not for very long, fear not, cousin. I called in a favor. Trust me. They will never know what hit them, Sirius said as he reached into his robes and pulled out a claymore broadsword with the Black family crest on it. Orion Black had replaced the hilt of his family sword with one carved oddly enough out of a black dragon fang. The benefits of having a sword with a hilt made out of a magical creature is that the wielder could focus magic through it. Sirius let his magic flow into the sword, and then with just a thought the blade was engulfed in a blue flame. Sirius looked over at Remus and saw that he had the sword that he had commissioned the dwarves to make him. They were the best at weapon crafting after all. Its blade had a green flame radiating from it. The childhood friends gave each other affirming nods and then attacked the nearest troll. Dobby. Yes, mistress. Dobby knew better than call her by her name when they were in battle. The battle line has been drawn at Madame Malkin's. From there to the leaky cauldron is a safe zone. Evacuate any children or wounded to there. Do not engage the enemy. Yes, mistress. Dobby popped away and did as Narcissa told him. She couldn't believe that the people were fighting back. Elemental Patronuses had driven back the trolls quite effectively. Lily leapt onto the back of another troll that had a child and bit into the back of its neck. With a head jerk, the foul creature's neck snapped like a twig. She launched herself off it before it hit the ground and onto another troll. Before she could maul the beast, she was grabbed by the tail and was thrown against a building wall. She crumbled to the street and reverted back to her human form. She tried to push away the dizziness and get to her feet. She felt two ribs crack as she was kicked to the other side of the street by one of the trolls. If it wasn't for the pain, she was sure she would have passed out. She looked up to see the troll marching towards her. A large snow owl swooped down and started pecking and clawing at the beast's eyes with her beak and talons. Narcissa was desperate to buy her best friend the time she needed to get out of there. Lily's vision was too blurry to even see straight. She heard more than saw an owl slam against the wall she was using for support to stand. Narcissa too reverted back to her original state. I'm sorry, I wasn't fast enough. Talon whispered to Pride, as she crawled to her. Lily dropped to the ground next to her friend. The troll was advancing on them with a look of butchery in its cold black eyes. A roar rang out that was so loud that the windows of a nearby store rattled. The troll turned to see where it came from and was hit with a flying orc axe that was buried to the hilt in its chest. The creature itself was thrown 10 feet down the street from the force of the hit. Damn. He was fighting 2 orcs when he threw that, Narcissa said, shaking her head in disbelief. That's my boy, Lily said with pride as she reached into her robe and pulled out a healing potion. She chugged it, then helped Talon to her feet. Now you get your bum back on that roof. And you better start fighting with your head, Narcissa scolded her as she put the tip of her wand to Lily's broken ribs. She winced for a second and then the pain was gone. Narcissa apparated away. Yes, Mum. Lily answered as she pulled her custom-made staff. She let her magic flow into it and the ends burst into flames. She jumped down the hole that the trolls were using to escape. She was getting those children back no matter what the cost. I'm telling you that after what Bellatrix did to her, the girl would be daft to surrender herself to us, Greyback told Lucius as he sniffed the alluring French girl. Bill Weasley was struggling against the magical ropes that held him in place. What did that bitch do to my sister? Bill yelled and got kicked in the gut by Lucius for his trouble. You should be more concerned with what Fenrir here is going to do to that lovely little French whore, than what Bella did to that annoying little twit you call a sister, Malfoy sneered at the oldest Weasley. He then addressed his fellow Death Eater. To answer your question, yes, she will come. These blood traders think differently than us. It must be a Gryffindor thing. Ginny entered the lobby and saw that all the hostages were clumped together. They had the goblins mixed in with the patrons of Gringotts. 7 to 8 Death Eaters had them surrounded. Bill was on his knees in front of the werewolf. Thankfully, it was daytime so he wasn't in his cursed form, but she saw that his hands more resembled claws than anything human. They were already covered in blood. It was quite repulsive. As if he could read her mind, Greyback beeped on one of his fingers and smiled at her. Ginny pushed down the urge to vomit. It looked as if he had started early on Bill. One of his eyes was swollen shut and his nose looked to be broken. Even with the beating he had taken, her oldest brother still managed to give her a smile. She swallowed hard when she saw his one good eye pleading with her to run away. On your knees, human. It wasn't until Ginny obeyed the order that Lucius saw the goblin warrior standing behind her. One of the Death Eaters threw a curse at her, to which she leapt behind Ginny and put her dagger to the youngest Weasley's throat. Free my people and I will let you have your toy human, refuse, and your master losses his prize. Leave her alone, you bitch, Bill yelled at the goblin. Shut up, Greyback yelled as he kicked Bill in the back of the head. His face smashed hard on the cold floor. A puddle of blood instantly formed around his head. Fleur broke free of the group of hostages and threw her body over Bill in a vain attempt to protect him. Zo or a vile zick excuse of a man. She spat at Greyback. The man himself seemed to find it very funny. Now let's not do anything rash, goblin. I'm not an unreasonable man. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement, Lucius said as he poured on all his pureblood charm. Hesta was less than impressed. There is no negotiation here. There is do or do not. Choose now. How can we know this isn't some trick? She had 2 of her brothers with her. Where are they? They were trying to hide her in a vault. They died well, for humans. When the ministry arrived, they astonished by what they saw. Citizens were fighting the trolls. Many of the foul beasts lay dead in the street. Elemental patronesses were bringing them down. It wasn't a very common spell. In fact, very few of the more senior Aurors knew it. That was something that Madame Bones planned on remedying as soon as possible. As they made their way up the street, house elves were popping in with wounded or children. Apparently others followed Narcissa's example and used their servants as well. Several witches had made an area for the wounded and were treating them best as they could. We need healers here now, Madame Bones ordered. In one of the stores, children were being herded. Outside the doorway, a fiery Grim stood sentinel, just daring anyone to come close. The battle line was well past Gringotts by now and was slowly inching its way to Ollivanders. On the steps of Gringotts 2 humanoid beasts were fighting the orcs. One resembled a panther and the other a fox. Gargoyles were swooping down to aid the orcs. One Auror made to hex the creatures, but was stopped by the minister himself. Use your head, man. They are fighting the orcs. That makes them allies. Get to the rooftops and deal with those gargoyles, he ordered. No sooner did he say that than several winged beasts pounced down on the 2 freedom fighters on Gringotts steps. Harry and Tonks were overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. Soon they were forced down and had their arms and legs pinned down. The 3 remaining orcs advanced on them with their axes held high. The minister and Amelia lead a failed charge to aid them. They too were attacked by an unnaturally large number of gargoyles. Harry looked up to see an orc standing over him. Past the beast's shoulder, in the sky above, more winged creatures descended from the sky. The orc aimed his axe at Harry's head. Before he could meet his target, the steps of Gringotts were showered with glowing arrows. Harry and Tonks were buried alive under the dead orcs and gargoyles. Oddly, the 2 were not touched by the arrows. When Harry once again was able to see Sky, it was accompanied by the gorgeous face of Sasha Dessery. The sultry succubus helped Harry to his feet, as another helped Tonks to hers. Sasha spreaded her wings and with a few flaps had floated off the ground enough so she was eye level with Harry. She blew him a key asterisk and a wink before she ascended into the sky. Her tail tweaked his ear as she left. "Oh, she is never going to let me live that down," Harry said with a grin. "Fine. Release the goblins," Lucius ordered as he dragged Ginny away from Hesta. He pushed her to Greyback. The werewolf wrapped an arm around her and gave her a good sniff. "You reek of him, my pretty." "She reeks of what?" Lucius asked. "The shadow fiend." Greyback spoke of the beast he faced at Lestrange Manor. Since that fateful night it had been responsible for the deaths of many of the Dark Lord's servants. "I thought he was linked to Bella's niece." "Well, now isn't this interesting? We reached for a canute and got a galleon. I will once again stand proudly in the inner circle." "Just don't forget who helped you get there, Malfoy," Greyback growled. Ginny was fighting the urge to panic. "Don't think about it, don't think about it. I bloody said don't think about it. You can deal with that later. Just wait for your moment, then strike." "Duncan now!" Ginny screamed as the hostages were released from the binding hex. Duncan popped beside the group of captives. He grabbed the nearest one. Since they were all connected he was able to transport the entire group to the Potter Vault, but it came with a price. Duncan collapsed immediately. The feat took practically all of his magic. Seeing him fall, Griphook ran to Duncan and checked the condition of the house elf. He was still conscious, but barely. "Orcs, neutralized." Duncan wheezed out before the blackness took him. High up in the lobby several things happened at once. Darkness surrounded the Death Eaters courtesy of Fred and George. They had slowly been circling them with darkness powder under the chameleon charm. Fleur pulled out her hidden wand and healed Bill. Once she freed him of the bindings he attacked Malfoy with his bare fists. Lucius was caught off guard by the assault, as Bill broke his nose with the first punch. He followed through with an uppercut to the abdomen. All of the air in Malfoy's lungs was forced out of his body. As he buckled over, Bill brought his knee to Lucius's already broken nose. The Death Eater landed on the flat of his back. Bill was on top of him in the twinkling of an eye. "You will never hurt my family again," Bill yelled with every punch to his face. Hesta rolled between two Death Eaters. She jumped up on one's knee with her right foot. Then she leapt to the hip of the other Death Eater with her left foot. She finished the attack by jumping up and twisting her body with her sword whistling through the air. She landed a second before their heads did. Fred and George were taking full advantage of the chameleon charm to curse the remaining Death Eaters, until only the werewolf remained. Greyback tightened his grip around Ginny as she struggled to break free. He put his claws to her jugular. "Stop or I'll rip out her throat." They all stopped at once. Lucius managed to crawl out from under Bill. Fenrir was impressed that he was still awake after the beating Weasley gave him. True to form, once Malfoy had his wand back in his hand, he used the blasting curse on Bill. He flew into the darkness around them. Fleur went to go after him, but Lucius pulled her back by her hair. "Not so fast, bitch. I'm going to put you to good use." He looked around the room to see if he could see the twins. The only one he could see was the goblin. She still had her sword in her hand. "Drop it and back away," he ordered. Hesta dropped her sword to her feet and backed away with her hands up. Bombarda. Chunks of Hesta's armor scattered across the floor as he too went flying into the darkness. "All right boys, come out and surrender, or watch your brother's horse squeal like a stuck pig." "Do you really think?" Lucius pointed his wand to his left. "We'll let you go," then he pointed it to his right. "With our sister," the darkness answered. The sound of the battle outside suddenly echoed through the lobby. "Time to go, Malfoy. Fear not, my pet. You will not go to Bella just yet. I will use you to capture that damn panther first." "Why wait?" came a question in a language that only Greyback could answer. From the darkness emerged the 7-foot shadow fiend covered in orc blood. "Do nothing, Fred and George. He's friendly," Ginny yelled. Greyback tightened his grip around her throat. Harry roared at him, and smelled the werewolf's fear. "You've gotten bigger, boy. You haven't. You have me at a disadvantage." "Well, boo frakety who, beeps to be you. I know when to cut my losses, kid, but rest assured the next full moon we will finish this." Greyback and Malfoy threw Ginny and Fleur at Harry and ran for the exit. Once outside, the Death Eaters saw the battle was lost. In the sky above, gargoyles were fleeing from succubuses. Parents were helping their children out of the hole the trolls came from. Aurors and unknown wizards in crimson robes were circling around them. They quickly activated their portkeys and flashed away. Inside, Ginny was remembering how much she liked the feel of Shadow's fur. Harry had yet to let go of her and she nuzzled in tighter. All other thoughts and worries seemed to fade away. "You really know how to keep a girl waiting, Potter," Ginny teased him as she ran her fingers through his fur. Harry was running his hand through her hair as he reverted back to human. "I like this color so much better than white," he kidded back, but still refused to let her go. Before she could one-up him, Harry brought his mouth down on hers. Ginny easily melted into the key asterisk, forgetting what she was about to say. "Hey Jin," Fred said after clearing his throat for the third time. Still didn't get their attention. "If you're done snogging your new boyfriend, we could use some help finding Bill." He was starting to wonder how they were even breathing. Seeing as just a few moments ago Harry was 7 foot tall and covered in black fur with some really wicked-looking claws, he figured trying for the overprotective big brother route was just plain laughable. "Yeah, and could you cancel this charm? We keep bumping into each other," George added. "Brothers?" Harry asked as they broke for air. "Brothers," Ginny confirmed as she put her forehead against his. "Why is it I can't keep a pure thought in my head whenever I get close to you? I have a theory, but can we find my brother first?" Ginny reluctantly pulled away. If her animagus was in heat like she thought, this was going to complicate things a lot. With a flick of her wrist, the twins were visible again. As she looked around, she saw that they were still surrounded with darkness powder. She wasn't sure how long it was going to last. She gave a quick sniff and pointed to George's left. "He's over there. Can you get this powder to disappear or something?" "Why waste it?" Harry asked as he reached into his trench coat that Ginny was still wearing and pulled out a large vial. Ginny's breath hitched as he had brushed up against her, but her eyes narrowed when she saw the grin he was sporting. "Git did that on purpose." "Oh, it's on now, Potter. It is on." Accio darkness powder. With a wave of his wand, the darkness shot towards him and into the vial. Once it was all clear, he sealed it and tossed it to Fred. "Why didn't we ever think about that?" Fred said as he stowed it in his robe. "We're going to have to improve the formula now. Can't have those death munchers figuring out that little trick now, can we, representative to protect and all." "How did you know what it was called?" George asked suspiciously. "I believe that my Uncle Mooney made a rather large order with you just this morning. Besides, I'm a second-generation marauder. I have a representative of my own to protect." "Wait, Lupin is Mooney?" George thought out loud. "Kind of obvious now that you think about it," Fred said as he hit himself in the forehead. "Duncan said that your Aunt Nimpy was an Auror. You Uncle Mooney is Lupin." "Oh. She is so dead," Ginny growled. "I'm fine, by the way, if anyone cares to know," Bill told them as Fleur helped him up off the floor. His shirt was ripped to shreds where the curse hit him. His bare chest that Fleur was admiring was barely red. "Thanks for the Christmas present, boys. It really saved my bacon. Looks like it's toast now." "Let me fix that for you, Bill," Ginny said as she pulled out her wand, but Fleur stepped between them. "I don't think so. I like as the way it is. Like a battle-worn pirate," Fleur told her as she ran her hands across his chest. Bill got a goofy look on his face, as he grinned like an idiot. Ginny let out a grunt of disgust as she rolled her eyes. "Hello, Cauldron," Fred said as he leaned over her right shoulder. "This is Kettle," George added from over her left. "You're black." Fred and George finished as one. Harry couldn't help but laugh at their antics. "Get off ya gits." "And what do you mean by that?" Fred and George just pointed to Harry. "Oh." That seemed to be enough to pull Bill out of his daze and straight into Big Brother mode, as he squared off against Harry. Bill had taken on the job of her protector the day she was born, and he took that job very seriously. Ginny knew that she wouldn't have gotten over the chamber incident without him. Because of that alone, he held a special place in her heart, and probable one of the reasons she was so protective of him as well. She didn't want Fleur breaking his heart. Bill was big, intimidating, and few had ever held their ground under his stare. He was also bigger than Harry, but not by much. She really didn't want him scaring Harry off because she really liked him. She knew that wasn't going to happen by the way Harry held his ground. "This the part where you ask if my intentions towards your sister are honorable?" Harry asked with an amused look on his face. "Are they?" Bill growled through clenched teeth. "Not entirely, but no less than yours are for Moonbeam over there. When something happens, it will be of their choosing. Her family was there for mine after my father was murdered. She is as much a sister to me as Ginny is to you. What you'll do to me if I hurt Ginny goes the same if you hurt her." The two continued to look intensely at each other for a few more seconds, as Bill weighed what Harry had just told him. He had made a very good point. Whether he liked it or not, Ginny wasn't a little girl anymore. She had a good head on her shoulders, and by the look of it, she had finally ditched Longbottom. He would have to trust in her judgment. Slowly Bill brought up his hand and offered it to Harry. Both girls let out a sign of relief. "What? No blood?" Hesta commented as she sat with her back against a far wall. "How disappointing. There was a trail of blood where she had crawled from." Ginny ran over to her, followed closely by Fred. He stopped when he saw that most of the chest plate of her armor was blown apart and her bare breasts were showing. He quickly turned away with a face that matched his hair. Ginny and Fleur went to work on healing Hesta wounds, which thankfully were mostly lacerations. Her armor did its job splendidly. All the while, Hesta never took her eyes off Fred. "Fear not, brave wizard," Hesta said with a grin. "You'll be seeing plenty of them tonight, but be warned I'm a demanding lover." It was all Ginny could do not to burst out laughing on the spot. George, however, didn't have any problem having a good laugh at his twin's expense. "What was that all about?" Bill asked as he came up on his brothers. "Oh, I have got to hear this story," Harry joined in, as he was more than a little curious himself. George told them what had happened earlier. To their credit, Bill and Harry kept a straight face through it all. "As I see it, you only have one choice," Bill told Fred. "Yeah, you're gonna have to sleep with her," Harry added. "What? It's a matter of honor for her. It's not like a life debt or anything, but..." Bill gave Harry a little wink as he said it. "She's rewarding your bravery with her body. To refuse would be the highest disrespect to her and her people." Harry winked back at Bill to let him know he would play along. "Besides, when you're sitting on your back porch telling this story to your grandsons, don't you want to be able to say, 'Hell yeah, I did her'?" Ginny was watching as Harry was interacting with her brothers with a smirk. It was as if he had known them his whole life. Like there was a place always waiting for him. It made her feel incredibly warm all over. "Hey," Ginny scorned them. "What are you collection of gits talking about?" As one, they all looked over to her and said, "Say asterisk," and then they were back to talking in hushed voices. Ginny looked over at Fleur and grinned at her. "Boys will be boys. Moonbeam is it," Ginny teased. She was starting to regret not being very nice to her. "Ari always called my Zat," Fleur told her. "What can I say? It took. I'm sorry I haven't been very nice to you. It's just I. A little overprotective of your older broser. Yeah, I guess I am. Just don't hurt him, okay? Same goes for Ari. Deal," Ginny said as she offered Fleur her hand. "Deal." Fleur accepted it with a smile. The door that led to the vaults opened and a large number of people and goblins came walking out. Director Ragnarok was leading them. Directly behind him were 4 goblins carrying what looked at a distance to be a child. Gringotts, patrons quickly made their way out of the bank, so only the goblins remained. "Lord Potter, you have once again come to the aid of my people in our time of need," Ragnarok said with a heavy voice. "We made sure that nothing was touched in your vault, but I regret to inform you that your house elf sacrificed himself to save us." Ginny let out a scream as she saw Duncan being carried by the goblins. The thought that her orders had led to his death was more than she could bear. Harry ran over and took Duncan from the goblins. He then slowly and carefully set him on the floor. "I'm so sorry, Harry," Ginny pleaded with Harry. "I didn't know it would do that to him. I would have never told him to do that. I swear." If he heard any of what she had said, he showed no sign of it. Harry closed his eyes and placed his hand on Duncan's unmoving chest. "How long?" Harry's voice that was much more calm and steady than Ginny's. When no one answered, Harry yelled, "How freaking long?" This made almost everyone jump. "Nary 5 minutes, Lord Potter," Ragnarok answered. In one fluid movement Harry ripped Duncan's shirt open, exposed his bare chest. "I need a silver dagger," Harry ordered. "Harry, no. Not heir. Not even your title will be able to protect Zoe." Fleur implored him. "Please, Moonbeam," Harry pleaded in a steady voice that cut right through her. She took a long breath and reached into her robe. Just like with Harry's, her hand disappeared into nothing, only to reappear seconds later with a long curved ceremonial dagger. With a shaky hand she gave it to him. Harry ran it across his open palm. He then cupped his hand so a small pool of blood formed in his hand. He dipped his finger into the blood and then started to draw runes all over Duncan's body. Bill tried to pull Ginny away from what she was seeing, but she shrugged him off. Harry started to chant in an unrecognizable language. The blood on Duncan and in his hand started to glow. Harry slammed his cut hand down on his house elf's heart and let his magic flow into Duncan. "Blood and magic of the Master, granted to the servant. Let life and love be reborn," Griphook whispered. "Blood and magic of the Master, granted to the servant. Let life and love be reborn," Hesta said more profoundly. Then all the goblins got down on one knee and started to chant the words. The Weasleys looked around the room in amazement. But for all their efforts nothing seemed to be happening, with the exception that Harry was becoming pale from blood loss. Then Ginny remembered what Duncan told her. She grabbed the dagger and cut her own hand. Bill went to stop her but Fleur pulled him away. "No, Bill, if you stop the ritual they could both die." Ginny traced over the runes with her own blood, then placed her cut hand next to Harry's. "What are you doing?" he whispered to her. "Duncan said that when you told him to follow my commands that you made me his mistress as well. I gave the command. It's my duty to make this right." Ginny took a deep breath to steady herself. "Blood and magic of the mistress, granted to the servant. Let life and love be reborn." As soon as the words left Ginny's lips, Duncan's body gave a jolt. His eyes shot open and he took in a hard breath. Duncan glowed with magic to the point it was hard to look at him. When the glow finally subsided, Duncan's right eye was emerald green and his left was chocolate brown. "Master, Mistress, what have you done?" Duncan asked, but before they could answer another voice filled the lobby. "I've never seen anything like that before in my life," the Minister of Magic said. "Was that blood magic? It felt so pure," Amelia Bones furthered. "That is the way blood magic was meant to be used, before evil men with dark hearts twisted it for their own cruel purposes," Sasha DeSori told them as she walked into the room. All eyes looked to the exquisite-looking succubus. Her long flowing Torque's hair fell down her sleek back, right between two bat-like, yet famine-looking wings. They ran in length from the top of her head to mid-calf. A long thin black tail swayed back and forth as if it had a mind of its own. Evocative violet eyes looked down on Ginny, but she didn't waver under the piercing gaze. Sasha's full-blood red lips curved in acknowledgement. Her eyes softened as they fell on Harry, before she turned to face the minister. "Be that as it may, blood magic is illegal." Rufus Scrimgeour's eyes had glassed over for the briefest of seconds, as his mind started to fog over. His Auror training came to his aid and he was able to focus his mind. He knew better than to look a succubus in the eye, but he couldn't help himself. Sasha's brow arched. "This one has a strong mind, good, I like a challenge." She moved her head just enough so that her silky hair broke apart to reveal the flawless creamy skin of her neck. The minister, with realizing it, licked his lips. Sasha offered her hand and he keyed it without breaking eye contact. "That is very true, Minister Scrimgeour, but so is my presence here. Am I not unjustly labeled by your government as a dark creature?" Sasha's voice was soft and sultry, as she brought back her hand and slowly ran it down the length of her neck from earlobe to collarbone. His throat suddenly felt very dry. "Please call me Rufus. You are far too kind. I am called Sasha, matriarch of the clan DeSori." Sasha's curtsy was slow and deliberately exposed the already tantalizing cleavage of her non-existent top. Several males, both human and goblin alike, swallowed hard. Harry mouthed 2 minutes to Ginny. She cocked her eyebrow at that, then mouthed 1 minute back to him. A handshake later the bet was set. You have come to us in our hour of need. Creatures of such beauty and selflessness should never be considered dark. Perhaps, now is a season of change for both our people. Sasha's wings flutter for a second. Rufus breathed in her tantalizing scent and signed. Harry whispered, "That's cheating." He was swiftly rewarded with a stinging snap to his rear by a succubus tail. "I forgot how much it could sting when she does that," Harry grunted out through clenched teeth. He didn't see Ginny's mouth drop. "I believe you were right. Would you care to embrace it with me?" Sasha stepped close to Scrimgeour and whispered into his ear. "Once the ink is dry and the magic is binding, I will," vigorously. "Then I shall put forth my best effort to see that it does." That was when Amelia had to look away to hide her smiling face. She never believed in the treatment of the succubi by the wizarding world. Most witches were either intimidated by or jealous of their beauty, which was what led them to being marked as dark creatures several hundred years ago. Amelia was saved by one in her early years as an Auror and since then learned to see them as they truly were. She couldn't begrudge Sasha for using every advantage she had to secure a better life for her people. She almost felt sorry for the minister, almost. Poor bastard never had a chance. I wish Lord Potter to be the voice of my people in the Wizengamot. I also ask that you show him and his little friend compassion and understanding. Though their actions were rash and impulsive, it was done out of the purest of intentions. Well, since this was the first offense and it was healing magic in nature, I see no reason that a hefty fine will serve more justice today. Rufus was no fool. He had covered up more grievous offenses than this before. For lords that he truly desisted, it was just how the game was played. He needed Potter on his side. By his tally, the young lord and his godfather now controlled 45% of the votes in the Wizengamot. After the purging they had done at the ministry, he was more than sure they now had the controlling vote. By the display of his marauders today, they were a force to be reckoned with. This was about survival. Of course, having a night with a succubus, it looked like Christmas had come early this year. Your benevolence has no end, as will my gratitude in this matter, Sasha purred and Ginny shook her head at that. Though she didn't care for the little friend comment or her familiarity with Harry, the woman did just get them both out of some serious trouble. Potter, you have some serious explaining to do. Harry helped Ginny to her feet and took her hand. He ran his wand across her wound and it healed instantly. She took his hand and returned the favor. An odd kind of silence fell between them. Not awkward per se, but an unspoken understanding as it were. Lord Potter, the goblin army is at your disposal. We will stand with you in the ministry. That upstart want to be Dark Lord will regret the day he drew goblin blood, Director Ragnarok said, breaking the silence. Once again the Minister of Magic knew he had made the right decision. The winds of the war were changing. He best have it to his back rather than in his face. Sasha turned to Harry and handed him a small vial with a silvery substance in it. For your viewing pleasure, she whispered into his ear so only he could hear. Thanks to Ginny's animagus, she was able to catch every word. She had not completely mastered her form yet, but her senses were starting to become more acute by the day. The fact that Sasha was looking Ginny in the eye as she did it didn't sit too well with her either. The youngest Weasley unknowingly showed Fang, to which the succubus returned the favor with a wink and a key to Harry's cheek. Be nice, Harry warned her, to which she answered. I thought you liked it when I was wicked. It was a good thing Ginny didn't see where her tail wandered. He was pretty sure it would have been on if she did. His little friend's name is Ginny Weasley. Pleased to meet you, Ginny said as she stepped between them and shook Sasha's hand. Her grip was firmer than her petite size would suggest. Sasha smiled at the intent of the act. I seriously doubted my fiery alpha. I seriously doubt it, she told Ginny, and then with a nod to Harry she took her leave. Brianna sends her love, Sasha said over her shoulder to Harry as she walked away, with more swing to her hips than was necessary in Ginny's opinion. Send mine back, Harry answered in a tender voice, as she disappeared out of sight. You and I are going to have a nice long talk, Potter, and to quote your mum. Bits, tallest tower, Ginny said as she turned to face Harry. You know, it sounds like foreplay when you say it like that. Harry said with a teasing grin. Tease. Not to interrupt what I'm sure was going to be some very entertaining banter, but I need a few moments of your time, Miss Weasley. Perhaps an empty office would be best. Amelia Bones asked Ginny. She nodded in agreement and started to follow her, but not before Ginny pointed two of her fingers to her eyes, and then to Harry's. He blew her a key asterisk, to which she scowled at. Harry returned fire with a cocky grin that got her blood flowing every time he did it. It wasn't until her back was to him that she smiled. He's going to be a handful. What is it about the scoundrels that make a girl's heart beat just a little bit faster? Amelia commented as she led Ginny into the empty office. Lily and Sirius came into the bank. Sirius went over to talk to the minister, as Lily motioned Harry to follow her. Once around a corner and away from prying eyes, Lily lunged herself at her son. She wrapped her only child in a fierce hug. Harry could feel her trembling. He tightened his grip around her and waited for her to steady. Once she had her breathing steady, Lily started to run her hands over his upper body looking for injuries, just like she did when he was a boy. Harry had learned to accept it. It was her way and she would worry until she was sure he was all right. Harry took off her mask and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Orcs. You just had to go charging into bloody orcs. Lily yelled as she started to hit him repeatedly. He had also learned to accept this as well. She needed the release and she wasn't hitting very hard. She buried her face into his chest and said, "Are you trying to put me in an early grave?" Harry lifted her face as she was looking at the mirror image of her own eyes. You went into a sewer full of trolls without backup. The weight of what he didn't say after that made it hard for her to breathe. Touché backquote. Lily bowed her head in agreement. The silence between them was deafening. Harry then keyed at the top of her head and she wrapped her son in another fierce hug. They stayed like that for quite a while. Sirius stood sentinel down the hall to ensure they had their privacy. Do you think we should ask Potter to join the DA? Hermione asked Ron just a heartbeat before he was going to dig into his dinner. She knew once he got started, she would have to dance around BPD to get him to stop. When it came to food, her longtime boyfriend was single-minded to the point of obsession. She blamed his mum for that. It was just a shame he couldn't apply that kind of blind devotion to his studies, but if he wouldn't be her Ron if he did. She kind of liked him the way he was, even if he was her polar opposite. It was a fact that annoyed her to no end when she was younger. Now, she saw the brilliance in it. They were just what the other in all honesty needed. The Muggles would say he was the street smart to her book smart. Her seriousness was balanced out by his whimsical nature. She had always prided herself on her ability to see the big picture, but it was Ron that always was able to get the little details that they needed. Probably one of the reasons he was so brilliant at chess. They were the perfect partners in her opinion, though she would be the first to tell anyone that his table manners needed loads of work. If anyone had told her that Ron would be sitting next to her bed crying when she woke up after being petrified, she would have called them mental. Yet that was what she woke up to. He poured his heart out to her as they talked for hours. He had touched her soul in a way that no one had ever before. Not that they didn't still have their rows. They had them plenty and she suspected they always would. Though lately it had been more like foreplay, not that she was complaining. Sorry, what was that, love? I asked you if you think we should ask Potter to join the DA. How would I know? I've never met the bloke, Ron said odd-handedly. What do you mean you haven't met him? You live in the same dorm room, you prat. And where did I sleep last night? Oh, glad you're all caught up now. Don't get cheeky with me or you'll be sleeping in your own bed for the rest of the year. Right, because you're the picture of restraint. Don't roll you eyes at me. Last night was your idea, not mine. We're getting off subject, Weasley. Oh yes, Potter, DA, like we need another uptight noble lord bossing everyone around. He seemed like a very down-to-earth sort to me. He even made a Muggle joke to me last night, not to mention he helped that first year. His mum's Muggle-born, so I'm pretty sure he's not all about blood status. I've heard that his mum is brilliant at potions and charms. His godfather is our Dada professor. Since he's not taking either of their classes, I'd bet my knickers that they've taught him loads more than what's taught here. By the grace of Merlin, if the Daily Prophet is only marginally right, he kicked some serious Death Eater bum yesterday. If you know who really did kill his dad, I'm pretty sure he's not on Malfoy's team. He got past the wards of the castle, doesn't give a damn about the stupid house rivalries, and didn't back down from Dumbledore last night. Wait, there's something I'm forgetting. Oh yes, he killed a bloody basilisk. No, I can't think of one reason why we should ask him to join the DA. You don't have to hit me in the head with a bludger to make your point, Hermione. Come to think of it, I'm not fancying you thinking that much about him to begin with. Jealous, should I be? You don't have to worry about me, but I think your sister fancies him. That I noticed. Where is she, by the way? Ginny wasn't here at lunch either. She had to escort a new student to Diagon Alley to get some class supplies. I'm sure she's fine. What's the worst that could happen? As if on cue, the roar of Harry's motorbike could be heard getting closer. Lily and Sirius looked at each other and smiled. They knew he took his time getting back just to piss off Dumbledore. By the look on the man's face, he was doing a bang-up job. By the time word reached his ears about the attack at Diagon Alley, they were already back and he was none the wiser. All the injured were sent to St. Mungo's, and repairs to the building in Diagon Alley were well on their way. Oddly enough, there were very few fatalities. Not counting the Death Eaters, of course. Voldemort had summoned Snape, and he had yet to return. The minister had put a lid on what happened today, and was stonewalling Dumbledore. His informants within the ministry were purposely being left out of the loop. The only good news was that Nymphadora Lupin had been reassigned to Hogwarts. He planned to put her to good use. Harry and Ginny walked into the Great Hall. She was still wearing his trench coat and grinning broadly. Dumbledore was on his feet and marching towards them in a heartbeat. Harry leaned down and whispered into Ginny's ear. Hey Tease, you ready to start some shit? Git, I'm already there. Ginny grabbed Harry by the back of his head and planted the boldest key that Hogwarts had ever seen on his lips. Cat calls and whistles filled the Great Hall as one of Ginny's legs snaked around Harry's. All the inhabitants in the Great Hall drifted away as the key became more passionate. Their tongues battled for dominance as Ginny grabbed fists full of hair. Harry's hands lifted her soft lower cheeks up and she wrapped her legs around his waist. They laid claim to each other the bold Gryffindor way. What the hell do you think you're doing, Ginny? Neville yelled as he leapt to his feet. Ginny gave him a cold stare, and then said in her sweetest voice, trading up. Duh. Get you filthy hands off my property, Potter. Neville yelled as he pulled his wand, only to find both Harry's and Ginny's leveled at him. An amazing feat considering she still had her legs wrapped around his waist and one hand full of hair, while Harry was using his free hand to hold her up. To the uneducated eye it looked as if they were just really fast. Albus Dumbledore knew better. Even as the cheek left Ginny's lips, Harry was twisting his body so he was mostly between Neville and Ginny. Harry and Ginny both had their wands already in hand. Regardless of how impulsive it may have looked, it was well planned out. Neville's reaction was never in question. Ginny knew him too well. Her comment hit all his red buttons on their mark. Pride, arrogance, and possessiveness were assaulted at once. A little public humiliation and his temper overloaded his common sense in the blink of an eye. How very Slytherin of them. Dumbledore was sure this was Potter's doing. I have until my 17th birthday and I plan to enjoy every second of it, Ginny lied. Her talk with Madame Bones was very enlightening. After much debate, they agreed that this course of action would better suit their goals. With luck, Neville and Dumbledore would be in Azkaban by the end of the year. They just had to give them enough rope to hang themselves, another one of Harry's Muggle sayings that she was starting to get used to. If not, Harry would go with Plan B. She knew he wanted to go straight to Plan B to begin with. He knew it was her battle and out of respect for her, he would follow her lead. Neville was shocked to see both of them pointing wands at him. Due to the threat of Dumbledore's wrath, he had the luxury of hexing anyone he wanted without any true consequences. The law Dumbledore put in effect stated that attacking a noble lord who was the last of his line could be considered an act of genocide. Unfortunately, Potter fell under that protection too. Put your wands away this instance, commanded Dumbledore, as he marched up to the three youths. Neville spared a quick glance. The headmaster had his wand drawn and he knew he would back him up, so he relaxed a little. Then he saw that both Professors Black and Potter had their wands drawn as well. This wasn't going to end well. He knew he had to regain some of his lost respect. It was time to see how Potter would handle his Parseltongue. You will pay for this, Potter. Neville spoke slowly and venomously, confident that it would unsettle Harry and Ginny. It was only partly successful. Ginny was unnerved by it, but she had always been. It took her back to the chamber, and in Neville's own twisted mind she needed to be reminded that she owed him her life. Potter's reaction was not what he expected. Seriously, did you just hiss at me? What are you, 5? Well, hiss hiss hissy hiss right back at ya, Scooter. Harry tried not to laugh at the ridiculousness of his taunt. He looked around to see that most of the students were as pale as ghosts, Ginny included. He knew he had to break this hold he had on everyone. Are you people kidding me? It's just noise to scare your enemy, let me demonstrate. Harry turned his attention to Neville and gave him a feral smile with just enough fangs to make Longbottom nervous. Roar rrrrr. Harry roared like his panther and made everyone but Lily and Sirius jump. However, Neville's reaction was the one that amused him the most. Thank you for proving my point, Neville, Harry said as he pointed to Longbottom's pants. Ew, that's gonna itch when it dries. Ginny added for good measure, which made everyone start laughing and was enough to send Neville running from the Great Hall. This isn't over, Potter, the chosen one yelled over his retreating shoulder. Why do they always say that, when it clearly is? Harry asked Ginny. She was hard-pressed to keep her giggling under control. Most of the Great Hall wasn't even trying. Silence. Dumbledore bellowed out. Harry and Ginny rolled their eyes and turned to face their headmaster. Was that really necessary, Mr. Potter? His voice was dripping with disdain. Actually it was, Harry countered, teeming with contempt for the headmaster. We are at war, in case you've forgotten. I for one don't believe in giving the enemy any advantage over me. Something you should have instilled in these students once he returned to power. I will not be lectured to by the likes of you. Getting a little unhinged by a little constructive criticism, headmaster. Perhaps you should think of retiring. You're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Lily had to bow her head to hide her face in a curtain of rich red hair. She covered her mouth with her hand to keep her laughing under control. Sirius had to put his hand on her shoulder to keep them from bouncing up and down. He just wished he could see the old fart's face. Harry would have to show him the memory later. He was sure it was priceless. You would do well to remember who was headmaster and who was student, boy. Albus snarled at Harry. You are far from my equal. Internally Harry was laughing. Could you make this any easier, old man? Your chosen, boy, just ran from the hall after he pissed his pants. I would have thought after all the training you given him, he wouldn't be so skittish. You were right on one matter. We are not friends, and you sure as hell are not my equal, old man. From this point forward you will address me as Lord Potter. Unlike your boy, I in fact earned that title. In return, I will address you as headmaster, and I will do my best to tolerate your eccentric teaching methods. Be warned though, I will not for a second tolerate, and I'm sure the Board of Governors will side with me on this, your blatant favoritism of the chosen. Was it Ginny? Harry grinned back at her for confirmation. Yes, love, that one was always my favorite. She beamed back at him. Does have a certain ring to it. Harry winked at her as he said it. And how many Dark Lords have you brought down? Please, we both know Neville was a tool for his destruction. Alice Longbottom's selfless sacrifice was what brought down Tommy Boy. Dumbledore's eyes snapped to Ginny as he realized how much Potter had learned in the short time he had been here. Ginny just shrugged with a grin. She was enjoying seeing Dumbledore squirm. Keep your voice down, Albus sneered in a hushed voice. That is not common knowledge for a reason. Yes, let's keep the masses uneducated. It's so much easier to control and manipulate them when they can't make an informed decision. I, however, have learned from my father's mistake, or have you forgotten just whose house that bastard came to first that night? Ginny gasped at what she heard Harry say, as did most of the students in the Great Hall. It dawned on Dumbledore that this was not the time and place for this conversation. He needed to regain some control over the situation quickly. Lord Potter, you must understand that some could use that information for dark purposes. I believe some already have. We will continue this discussion in my office, where we will discuss your and Miss Weasley's punishment for not being in class today. Dumbledore turned to address Ginny directly. Your mother will be most displeased if she was to find out that your scholarship was revoked. You can take that so-called scholarship and shove it right up your old wrinkled. Harry stopped her before she finished that statement with just a look. She narrowed her eyes at him, as she tried to regain her composure. Can't let you have all the fun. Damn your say why when you do that. Ginny lightly slapped him upside the head. Focus git, cheese. Later. Damn right later. Ron moved her to get up, but Dean and Seamus grabbed his shoulders and pushed him back down into his seat. Let it play mate, let it play, Dean told him. You don't really have any moral high ground to stand on, you know, Seamus added. Hermione gave him a threatening finger and he all but deflated. Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly. Oh, you're still here? Harry asked him dismissively. That's right, our punishment for not being in class today. I know the elderly tend to get forgetful in their twilight years, but you did grant me permission to go to Diagon Alley, and to take a prefect as a guide. I don't see the problem. You were supposed to be back before lunch. It is now dinner. We gathered that by the setting sun, but thanks for the update. Nice one, tease. Thanks, Git. I think Lord Potter has been a bad influence on you, Miss Weasley. Has he ever? Oops, did I say that out loud? Ginny said as she slid her hand into his and laid her head on his shoulder. I think it would be best that we all take a little breather, Lily Potter said as she walked up to her son. Wouldn't you agree, Albus? Her tone made it very clear that it was a rhetorical question. She gave Harry and Ginny a warning look that told them to stand down. Sorry, Mum, it's been a trying day to say the least. Yeah, Professor Potter, I'm sorry too. Ever since the attack, we've been a little on edge. Harry thought a long ride in the country would calm my nerves. And did it? Lily asked with a raised brow. Yes and no, Ginny said with a slight blush. Before Dumbledore could speak, Lily answered his unasked question. This is my fault, Albus. Harry sent me word about what happened today and asked if it would be all right to take their time getting back. With all the classes today, it must have slipped my mind to tell you. She's good, Ginny whispered in Harry's ear. He leaned back and whispered back to her. You have no idea. I need to know what happened today, Lily. I'm afraid that they can't tell you. The Ministry asked them to keep quiet until family members of the fallen could be notified. Lily used her most diplomatic voice in the hope to soothe Dumbledore. The aged wizard seemed to calm down considerably. He knew it was pointless to push the issue. He could pull Ginny into his office and probe her mind, but he doubted that Lily would have let her go alone. Not after what he tried with Harry last night. He would just have to wait for a more favorable time to alter Ginny's mind and get her back into the fold. Right now, he needed to call an emergency order meeting. As for you two, Lily turned around and pointed at Harry and Ginny. I raised you to respect your elders, young man. You will do 20 laps around the Black Lake for the cheek you showed the headmaster. Go, Lily told her son in mock disgust. She knew he could do that in his sleep and it would show the school that she wouldn't show favoritism to him. Harry gave her a fake glare before giving Ginny a key on the cheek and left. And don't roll you eyes at me. Harry stopped for a second, playing the part of an annoyed child. Yes, Mum. And then continued out of the Great Hall. Now, Miss Weasley, you will be serving detention with me right now. Let's go. Ginny bowed her head and turned to leave as well. Hermione caught a glimpse of a grin through a break in the curtain of hair that was hiding her face. She was going to have to talk to her later, but not before she had a little talk with Ron first. She didn't want his overprotectiveness screwing this up for her. Albus, Lily said as she looked back at him and nodded goodbye, and then she shot a finger at one individual that was sitting at the Gryffindor table. There had better be a stain on my blouse, Mr. Thomas. Sorry, Professor, Dean said and quickly looked down at his plate of food. Busted, both Ron and Seamus snickered out, which earned them a glare from Hermione. Would you like me take care of that for you, Professor? Hermione asked Lily. The professor leaned down and whispered something in her ear. Hermione's eyes shot open in shock and then she got a predatory smile on her face. You are good. The head girl beamed at her new favorite professor. Lily gave Hermione a wink and then followed Ginny out of the Great Hall. Emma and Daphne were sitting in silence in the library. The 7th-year Slytherin was true to her word and helped her find all the books that she needed to understand the world she just entered. Daphne was right, they weren't boring reads and quite informative. Still, her mind kept going back to what happened at dinner. More importantly, Daphne's reaction to what happened. Emma couldn't take the silence anymore. "You like him, don't you?" she asked in bold Gryffindor fashion. "I'm sorry, did you say something?" "Don't give me that. You heard me. You like him, don't you?" "And who is this him you speak of? I might be a first year, but I'm not an idiot. I was looking at you when they keyed. You can hide your emotions well, but I saw it, if only for a second. My, aren't we the observant one?" Daphne was impressed and a little annoyed, but mostly impressed. "A wise witch once told me to be aware of my environment. Perhaps I'll take you on as an apprentice. No point letting my brilliance go to waste." Emma changed her hair color blonde and her eyes Daphne's dazzling shade of blue. She sat up properly and looked at her with Daphne's air of superiority. "Don't you get cheeky with me, young lady," Daphne snapped as she pointed a warning finger at Emma. The first year gave her best puppy dog eyes and pouting lips. "Ugh, you worse than my little sister," Daphne said as she rolled her eyes. "All right, class is in session. What did we learn today at supper?" "Harry's a smartarse." "Yes, that was rather amusing, but beyond that." "Well, he obviously hates Dumbledore, but why?" "Good, now continue that train of thought." "His dad, remember the way his voice changed when he mentioned him? Harry said he learned from his father's mistake. He also said that you know who came to his house first that night." "Wait a sec." Emma reached into her bag and pulled out her copy of the Daily Prophet. She quickly reread the article on Harry. She gasped and covered her mouth when she got to the part about his dad. She snapped her head up to see Daphne patently waiting for her to connect the dots. He killed Harry's dad the same night that Longbottom stopped him. But why would he go after those two families? Good question, Emma. A year and a half ago, Longbottom led a group of students into the Department of Mysteries. It's where they store prophecies. A group of Death Eaters were waiting for them. There were rumors that one of the prophecies was about you-know-who and the boy who lived. No one knows what it said, but after that night Longbottom was called the Chosen One. Now, you have to understand that prophecies are a fickle thing at best. They are very easily misread. It's all about how you interpret it. This is what got his father killed, isn't it? Harry said Dumbledore doesn't like giving people all the facts. He blames Dumbledore for his father's death, doesn't he? And the flower blooms, Daphne said with a smile. There has to be more to it than that. Of course there is, but we don't have that information yet, do we? Ugh, this is giving me a headache. Well, that's enough for tonight. You have a very keen mind, Emma, so I trust you know to keep this information to yourself. Daphne was very impressed with Emma's reasoning out abilities. She, however, read between all the lines that Harry threw out there. Things were about to change at Hogwarts and looked as if Harry had the Board of Governors in his pocket. This was defiantly shaping up to be a very interesting year. You're still avoiding the question I asked you earlier. What question? Both girls jumped and turned to see who had interrupted them. Both of their eyes widened when they saw Harry Potter standing in front of them. When he got only silence, he figured they weren't going to tell him. Sorry, private conversation, my bad. Daphne gave Harry a slight nod, then shot Emma a questioning look. At first she didn't know what to think about it. Then it dawned on her and she jumped up. Sorry, Daphne, this is one of those noble house social formalities you were telling me about. Again Daphne gave her an affirming nod, and then stood up. Emma came around the table and stood between Harry and Daphne. Emma cleared her throat and turned to Harry. Lord Potter, it is my great pleasure to introduce to my good friend Lady Daphne Greengrass. Emma took Daphne's hand and offered it to Harry. Realization shined on his face and Harry took Daphne's hand, bowed to her and kissed her hand. The pleasure is all mine, my lady. I would consider it the greatest of honors if you would call me Harry. He looked up at Daphne and her eyes softened. She gave Harry a proper curtsy. You are far too kind, Harry, and please call me Daphne. Phew, glad I didn't screw that up, Emma said with relief. Harry and Daphne chuckled at her comment. You did it perfectly, Emma. I'm very proud of you. Now, if both of you would excuse me, I have to return to my common room, and I believe you have something to discuss with Harry. Daphne said with a look that told Emma to just do it already. Emma shook her head in agreement and Daphne smiled and rubbed the top of her head. "See you around, kiddo, Harry." Daphne turned to leave, but Harry stopped her. "It's getting late. If you don't mind waiting, I could walk you back to the Slytherin dungeon." "That's sweet, but I've been getting back on my own for the last 6 years." Then without thinking she got on the tips of her toes and keyed Harry on the cheek. Her eyes shot open as she realized what she just did and she quickly turned to leave. Harry was just as shocked by the gesture as she was. Emma completely missed the exchange, because at the time she was looking past them to a table where 2 of her attackers were sitting with some other Slytherins. They were trying to watch them and not be obvious about it. They were failing miserably at it. She glared at them and they quickly looked away. "Are you sure? It's no bother really." "No, it's all right. Nobody messes with the Ice Queen." "Bye," Daphne said without looking back as she made a quick exit from the library. Once out in the hall she hit herself in the head and mentally berated herself for doing something so bold and reckless. Harry gestured for Emma to take a seat. She did and found that she couldn't look him in the eye. She opted to look at her hands instead. So much so that she failed to see the table of Slytherins quickly pack up and follow Daphne out. Nor did she see the vicious look that one of them gave her and Harry before closing the door behind them. Harry took Emma's hands in his in hopes of calming her. That fact that they were trembling made him think the worst. He pushed a few stray locks of hair behind her ear. Emma let out a long breath and relaxed. "What happened, Cub?" Emma asked more to herself than Harry. She thought back to what she had seen earlier that morning. "Oh my, you really are an animagus, aren't you? You know about animagi." Professor McGonagall turned into a cat in front of the class today. "Plus, I kind of saw you turn into a big panther this morning." "How did that go?" "I fainted, and that's kind of where this story begins. I have to say this is the best detention that I have ever served," Ginny said, as she finished cutting up some Asgar root and then tossed it in the boiling cauldron. They were currently in Lily's potions lab that was in her trunk. Like Harry's, it was like a flat inside, though it was decorated in a very differently than her son's. It had warm, comfortable colors that made you felt right at home right from the off. The walls were covered with pictures of her, Harry, and Professor Black, as well as some of Tonks and her parents as well as Lupin. In one she was standing with a blonde woman that looked dangerously close to Malfoy's mum. There was one of 4 boys that looked like it was taken in the 70s. There was a red-headed girl scolding them and they were looking sheepish. All except for the one in the front that was grinning ear to ear, the one that looked like Harry. The same one that was in so many photos with Harry's mum. He was always looking at her with such love that you felt like you were intruding. "Glad you like it. Do you serve much detention?" Lily questioned with an amused look that told her she already knew the answer, but wanted to hear all the same. "A fair few, mostly from Snape. He tends to pick on us Gryffindors the most, but I've been known to get a bit cheeky from time to time. And here I thought my son was being a bad influence on you." "Not entirely, but he does seem to draw it out of you, doesn't he? Welcome to my world. As for Snape, I think it was time we had one of our famous chats. It wouldn't involve the tallest tower, would it? I would be more than happy to sell tickets for that show. Please tell me he's at least a competent professor. That would depend if you consider leaving the directions on the blackboard and giving you an hour to decipher his chicken scratches competent, then yes." "Oh Sevy, me and you are going to go round and round," Lily said to herself, but Ginny caught the nickname. "Sevy, once upon a time we were friends, if you can believe it. Oh look, I think it's done. Why don't we sit and have some tea while it cools?" Lily gestured to living room. Ginny got the feeling she was changing the subject and took the hint. While Lily was in the kitchen making the tea, Ginny took the opportunity to look around. There were so many pictures of them over the years. Her favorite would have to be the one where Harry looked to be 5. He was riding on the back of a big black dog wearing a cowboy hat, a pair of boots, and pretty much nothing else. She was surprised to see that he used to wear glasses. Her eyes then fell on the man that looked identical to Harry, all except the eyes, even though they held the same mischief in them as Harry's did. She was staring so intently that she didn't hear Lily come back into the room with a tray of tea. "Uncanny, How much they look alike. Ginny jumped at the sudden statement. Sorry dear, didn't mean to startle you. Lily keyed 2 of her fingers and put them to the picture. There was sadness in her eyes for a second and then she quickly pushed it aside and smiled at Ginny. They then took their seats. It must be hard sometimes, looking at Harry. They have the same gleam in the eyes. You are blunt, aren't you? Lily chuckled as she poured the tea. Sorry, I have 6 brothers. Tact is about useful as a candle in a hailstorm in my house. Preaching to the choir. Harry is about as subtle as a flying brick. Both of them looked at each other for all of 2 seconds before bursting into a fit of laughter. Lily was wiping the tears from her eyes when she regained her composure. To answer your question, yes, there are times, but I have the best of James in him. Until we are reunited, that will have to do. Sorry if I crossed a line. You didn't, but I appreciate the thought all the same. Can I ask you a personal question? I think you will find you can. Why did you bring up the succubus thing in front of the whole school? I know I might have come off as a bitch, but believe it or not, I'm trying to protect my son, though I doubt he sees it that way. You lost me there. Look, Ginny, we all come into a relationship with a certain amount of excess as baggage. I would hate for Harry to fall in love with a witch, then a year later she finds out about Sasha and can't handle it. It would break his heart. Doesn't help she's got the body of a goddess and they have been intimate. Are you planning on holding that against him? No, of course not. Doesn't mean that I have to like it. Congratulations, you're human. And no, you don't have to like it. I take it you saw her. Yes, she was messing with me and she called me a fiery alpha, whatever the hell that means. Well, I'll be damned, huh? Believe it or not, that was a compliment. She approves of you. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but it does to my son. It wasn't just say between them, was it? No, it wasn't, but for what it's worth, the way he looks at you should tell you all you need to know. So, what was that we just brewed anyway? Ginny said, desperately trying to change the subject. She was starting to feel very overwhelmed. Boy, did she pick the wrong topic. It's called feminine. It means restraint. It's a potion that I created, and it's for you. Me. Why is it for me? Lily managed to keep a straight face at Ginny's reaction, but just barely. She knew all too well what Ginny was going through at the moment. The first heat cycle is always the worst and it is the most potent. The potion will curb the urges considerably and you won't be releasing quite as much pheromones. This will mean that you can be around my son without both of you feeling the overwhelming urge to shag your brains out. How you both have managed to last this long is beyond me. What is your animagus form, by the way? I know it has to at least be compatible with my son's or you wouldn't be going through it right now. A little on the blunt side yourself, aren't ya? Ginny was red in the face from embarrassment. How does she know all this? Would you like some answer to the questions that must be running through your mind right about now? Ginny numbly nodded her head. Lily went to open her mouth then stopped for some reason. It was a delicate and deeply private situation and one she had never openly talked with someone about before. Just rip the band-aid off already. If anyone would understand, it would be her. She took a deep breath and dove right in. They were both Gryffindors after all. I know you're in heat because I can smell it. I know the smell because I'm an animagus, a lioness to be precise. Which unfortunately happened to be compatible with a panther, one of life's quirky little ironies. So when my son mastered his form, you can guess what little present I got. I had a few awkward moments before I was able to figure out what was happening to me. Took a trip to visit my old potions professor and together we invented that potion we just made. I've made a few improvements to it since then, so it doesn't taste like troll dung. 1 vial every morning until the cycle is complete. Trust me, you'll know when you're done because the urge will be gone. The potion curbs it, but unfortunately it doesn't take it away. I can't believe I'm telling you this, but if you want to keep your sanity you're going to have to, self-service for lack of a better word. At least once, probably twice a day would be best. Trust me, you will need the release. Just try to think of it as scratching an itch. Now we never, 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 never ever, and I mean ever have to speak of this again. Both women sat in silence for what felt like hours, until Ginny posed a question. Sue, Who's your favorite Quidditch team? Bless you, child. The group of Slytherins that was following Daphne kept a good distance behind her. Pansy cast a charm to make their footfalls silent so as not to warn her of their presence. Vincent Crabbe led the group that consisted of Gregory Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, and Blaise Zabini. He was glad that Draco wasn't with them. He was tired of walking in his shadow. Malfoy's reign was at an end. It was time to show the Slytherin house just who should lead them. Plus, it was high time the Ice Queen learned her proper place. Greenglass would soon learn to respect and fear him. The five of them would educate her to never again go against her house. Once they were alone, he planned on breaking her in proper. Just like his father had trained his mum to deny him nothing, he would instruct Daphne in the same manner. She would resist at first and he would enjoy every second of her humiliation. She had refused him too many times. With enough repetitive tutoring she would beg for his touch and he would put it anywhere he damn well wanted. Crabbe planned on making good use of her golden status as the Greenglass heir. He would claim her Wizengamot vote and elevate himself even higher than his father as one of the Dark Lord's inner circle. Everything would soon come together. Daphne would be playing a dual role as his noble lady in public, and his whore in private. They stayed in the shadows as much as possible, but feared that they had been discovered when Daphne suddenly stopped and looked over her shoulder. After a few seconds she shrugged and turned back around and continued on her way. Then at the end of the hall she broke from the roulette that would lead her back to the Slytherin dungeon. "Where the hell is she going?" Zabini asked. "Looks like she's heading to the Ollery." Goyle answered him in a hushed voice. "Perfect, only the owls will hear her beg for mercy." Crabbe was practically jumping with anticipation. "We'd better put up a barrier so we're not interrupted," Pansy suggested. "Good thinking, Pansy. Draco always did underestimate you," Millicent said to her best friend. "Oh, I'm so done with that rubbish. He was too much of a daddy's boy for my taste." Pansy spat out in disgust. Once Daphne was inside the Ollery and the barrier was in place, they rushed up the stairs confident that the noise coming from the Ollery would keep her ignorant of their presence. They were so sure of their own superiority that they failed to notice that the top 3 steps were covered with ice, very odd for this time of year. Goyle was leading the group and was by far the biggest one of them. He lost his footing on the second to the top step. Flailing his arms wildly in an attempt to grab onto anything for support, he grabbed hold of the first thing he came across. That turned out to be Millicent. The girl was unable to support her weight and his as well. Together they took the rest of their fellow Slytherins down the stairs with them. They all came to a rest when they collided with the barrier that they had placed there. Daphne stepped out of the doorway with a broad smile across her face. It quickly turned to disgust as she shook her head at their failed attempt. With a wave of her wand the ice disappeared in a flash. "That had to be by far the most pathetic attempt I've seen yet," she taunted as she summoned the wands that had been dropped in the fall. When all 5 were accounted for she signed in relief. "Do you collection of imbeciles truly believe that you were the first to try this?" She was answered by groans from a pile of intertwined limbs. Now she couldn't let this opportunity pass her by. She casted a binding charm and a long red ribbon wrapped them tightly together. Satisfied that they were no longer a real threat, Daphne whistled over her shoulder. A large gray owl flew out of the Ollery and landed on her shoulder. It playfully nipped at her finger as she petted its head. "That's a good girl. Be a dear and drop these wands into the center of the Black Lake." The owl gripped the wands in her talons and did as her mistress commanded. "There is a reason that I'm called the Ice Queen. In my second year Marcus Flint tried to drag me into an abandoned classroom and have his way with me. I froze one of his testicles off for the insult." "That was you." "Yes, Pansy, that was me. Do you lot honestly think that I didn't see you glaring at me and Emma? None of you would last a week as a Death Eater. I hear that he's not a forgiving master. In case none of you were paying attention, a third front has presented itself in this war. I strongly suggest you think which one best compliments you. My bloody arm is broken." "Good. Let that be a lesson to you, Crabbe," Daphne said as she walked past them. Vincent grabbed her ankle with "has one good arm." With a flick from her wand, she sent a cutting curse across the back of his hand, causing him to howl out in pain. Daphne never broke her stride, or bothered to give them a backwards glance. She would wait until she was safely in her common room before she would cancel the binding charm. They didn't deserve any mercy. She doubted that they planned to show her any. "Nicely played," said a voice out of the darkness as Daphne stepped into what looked like an empty hall. She spun around quickly, her wand pointing in the direction she heard the voice, the nastiest curse she could think of on her lips. For the first time she showed fear in her face. Whoever just spoke to her had managed to get past all the survival skills she had honed for the last 6 years. All she could see was darkness. Good reflexes too. Sirius stepped out into the light, grinning at her. The fear drained out of her face and was replaced by worry. She was sure she would be expelled by breakfast, but he just kept smiling at her with what looked like admiration. Like earlier that day, his eyes glassed over for a second and then they had that intense focus again. "My lady," Sirius said as he offered her an arm. She smiled back and gave a small curtsy, as she took his hint. He would come back later and make sure that they never attempted to bring harm to her again. He could smell that at least 2 of them had taken the mark. "You are too kind, my lord." Daphne hooked her arm in his, but kept her wand in her free hand. Sirius chuckled to himself and shook his head. "Just like your mum. You're not taking me to Dumbledore?" she asked when he directed them towards her common room. "Why would I do that? I meant what I said. You handled that perfectly. They underestimated you and you took full advantage of it. They were planning to do far worse to you. The big stupid one was planning on raping you. I would say they got off light. He's been after me for the last 4 years. Unlike Pansy, I just don't bend over and take it on command. As you said, he's big and stupid. I am curious just how you knew that though." "Trade secret, my dear, trade secret," Sirius said as he tapped his nose with a finger and gave her a wink. He smelled that the boy's pheromone level was off the chart. "Just so you know, Lord Black, I'm very good at uncovering secrets. In fact, I already know you and my mum were lovers," she said with a grin of her own. Sirius snapped his head at her and came to a complete stop. She stopped and looked back at him. "I can't believe she told you about that. She only said you were a bedroom keyer." "I bluffed," you confirmed. Daphne batted her eyes over her shoulder at Sirius. "I told you I was good. Your mum's going to kill me. Hopefully, not before I uncover all your secrets, Lord Black." "Well then, I guess the game is afoot. Were you following them or me? Trick me once, shame on you. Trick me twice, shame on me. Clever. Thank you for letting me handle that. How does one learn to survive in a war if someone else fights their battles for them?" Bold teaching strategy, and if they had gotten the upper hand, Crabbe Jr. would have lost both his testicles. "Sweet. Disturbing, but sweet. You're not like any professor I've had before." "I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one." "Well, now my heart's all aflutter. I see where Harry gets his cheekiness from. Care to tell me just how you and my mum got together?" "Well, if memory serves, I all started with the Marauders' infamous Hufflepuff Knickers raid of 1975. Quote, Emma hadn't felt this good in years. She expected Harry to be mad at her for being so foolish. He was furious, but it wasn't aimed at her. If anything, it made her feel very safe and protected, something that she had never really felt before. She knew she should feel pity for the 3 Slytherins that were going to be getting their comeuppance in spades. She just couldn't bring herself to. She was currently getting a piggyback ride to their common room by Harry, another thing that she had never gotten before. Not even realizing it, she had changed her hair to match his so much that it spiked in every direction like his did. Her eyes mimicked his emerald ones. "James the First, see, your sister goes here also." "Well, Potters do belong in Gryffindor after all," the fat lady said as they approached her. Emma giggled in his ear at the portrait's mistake. Harry just shrugged it off. It was a minor annoyance and at the same time made him feel good that his dad had made such an impression that he was still remembered fondly. "No prob, backquote, Valor." The fat lady gave a nod and opened for them. Once inside, Harry dropped down to one knee so she could slide off. Before she did, Emma gave Harry a very loud wet key on his cheek. "Thanks for the ride, big bro," she teased him. "Anytime, cub," he shot back. "This weekend we're gonna get you a proper wand." On second thought, "Hey tease, come here a second," Harry yelled at Ginny from across the room. Said girl was in what looked to be a very intense conversation with the head girl. Once Ginny saw Harry, her face brightened up and she smiled vibrantly at him. Then she scowled mockingly at him as she tapped her index finger to her lips. "First you have to use your say why voice, git," Ginny challenged him, drawing the attention of everyone that was currently in the common room. "Someone wants to play. Come to me my pretty," Harry said in a strong Carpathian accent as he curled his fingers in a come-hither fashion. Ginny cocked a brow at him, but crossed her arms over her chest and remained seated. "Seriously, my pretty. Come on Potter, you can do better than that," Ginny taunted. "Come on Ginny, you have to admit that accent was totally say why," Hermione whispered in her ear. "Shish, let him work for it," Ginny whispered back through the side of her mouth. Hermione laughed as she nodded her head in agreement. Harry then gave her a look that made her toes curl. "Come to me my temptress of the nights, I may worship at your temple, for the moon rises to your beauty and sets at your grace." This time he used an Italian accent as he got down on one knee and produced a single red rose out of thin air. "You got her on the ropes," Emma snickered, to which Harry shushed her. Ron took 2 steps towards Harry, but was stopped in his tracks by a warning glare from Hermione and a wand pointed to his nether regions. Dean and Seamus flanked him and started to give commentary on the Battle of Wills. None of which Ron found very funny, unlike the rest of the common room. "You don't expect me to walk across that pile of shite in these new pumps, do you?" Ginny mocked Harry. Secretly it was all she could do to not run into his arms and snog him senseless. It wasn't his words that moved her, but the sincerity in his voice. "Then jump. I'll catch you," Harry urged her with his trademark grin. She decided to humor him and hopped. Harry quickly waved his wand and sent a silent charm at her. An unseen magic pulled her to him. The magic she felt around her was not abrasive, but comforting, gentle, and left her panting. As good as his word, she landed in his arms. "Told ya. Git, tease. Oh, just snog him already, you know you want to," Emma added. Ginny saw that she made a good point. She shrugged and took her advice, but not before she tapped her wand to Harry's nose, thus stopping him from accessing his animagus sense of smell. He gave her a questioning look and she shot him a silent later expression. She captured his lips with her own and melted into the key. Catcalls erupted in the common rooms, but neither of them paid much attention to it as they got lost in the moment. "Oi! I don't want to be seeing any of that," Ron yelled from across the room. "Then don't look, ya prat," Emma yelled at him. Harry held out his hand and Emma high-fived him, all the while not breaking the key. When Ron glared at her, she stuck her tongue out at him. "Was there a reason you called me over other than the snog git?" Ginny asked when they finally broke. "Oh yeah, I need my trench coat for a second," Harry told her and she took it off and handed it to him. He opened it so the black underlinement was showing to Emma. He reached his hand inside it. It rippled like water and his hand to his forearm disappeared. Emma's eyes about popped out of her head. A second later Harry pulled his arm out with a golden snitch in his hand. He set it loose and it flew off, then he addressed Emma. "It's a little cold at first but there is nothing to fear, see my arm's still attached. Now I want you to reach inside and think that you need a wand that will work for you best," Harry encouraged her. Even with Harry assurances she was a bit hesitant. Ginny saw that and reached inside without hesitation. Half of her arm disappeared, only to reappear a second later with a quill. She tickled Emma under her chin with it. She giggled and quickly swatted it away. "I would never let anything bad happen to you," Harry added. Emma nodded and summed up her Gryffindor courage. She closed her eyes and plunged her arm into his trench coat. Her eyes shot open when she felt something in her hand. She felt power from it flow into every part of her body. She quickly pulled it out to see a 10-inch willow wand in her hand. "I take it you can feel the magic?" Harry asked Emma. She just nodded her head with her mouth hanging open. Her whole body was tingling, as her hair turned dark red. "Well, give it a wave," Ginny urged her. Emma complied and red sparks flew across the room, as her hair flew back as if it was hit with a mighty gust of wind. The air around her body crackled as her magical core expanded and bonded with her new wand. "Cool," was all the young metamorphagus managed to get out. Ginny saw Harry's eyes widen when he got a good look at the wand in Emma's hand. He quickly looked away from her, but she could see the wheels turning as he was working something out in his head. His left hand was clenched into a fist for a few seconds and then he relaxed it. When he looked back at Emma he was his usual cheerful self. "That was my starter wand. It's really good with charms," Harry told her. Later he would tell her that it had the restrictions on it removed, but it would be where no one could overhear. The head girl was paying too close attention for his liking. He had a feeling she was a stickler for the rules. Harry planned to break her of that habit. She and the others would have to be deprogrammed from Dumbledore's controlling influences. They still believed him to be what he portrayed to the public. Perhaps he was a good man once upon a time, but he had put those days to his back long ago. "Thank you, Harry," Emma said as she gave him a huge hug. He kissed the top of her head and she tightened the hug. When she looked up she saw Ginny was smiling at her, and then she gave her a little wink. She had never felt so accepted in all her life. She wondered when it was all going to fall through, like it always did with her. Harry felt her tense up and pulled her up so she was looking in his eyes. "I'll never too busy for you, cub," he told her as if he had read her mind. She shook her head in understanding, as her voice seemed to have failed her. "Now, why don't you go show off your new wand to your friends over there? Mark hasn't stopped looking at you since we came in. Besides, I have to get a few things straight with Ginny's overprotective brother." "Later, kiddo," Ginny added as she walked away. "Bye, Ginny, try to keep him out of trouble," Emma said over her shoulder. Mark met her halfway, followed closely by Persa and Gabby. Squealing and giggling could be heard as they made their way to an empty couch. "Poor Mark, that's a whole lot of estrogen in one spot," Harry joked and got a slap on the arm from Ginny, and then she pulled him close and whispered so no one could hear. "What the hell was that look about? Caught that, did you? Might be coincidence, might be something more. I need to talk to Nimpy first and I'll require proof, but if I'm right he's a dead man." Harry growled through clenched teeth. Ginny ran a hand across her back in an attempt to calm him down a bit. At first it didn't seem to have any effect on his brooding, but slowly his body started to relax. "Thanks, darlin', I needed that. Anytime, love," Ginny said as she gave him a quick peck on the cheek. They enjoyed the quiet moment before the storm. "Come on, let's deal with your brother. I'm starting to think that I'm going to meet every member of your family before the day's done." Harry and Ginny started to walk over to Hermione and a very sour-faced Ron. "Merlin, I hope not. I'll probably be getting a howler from Mum tomorrow. Is she really that far up their butts? She's got it into her mind that Longbottom is my destiny, and she holds onto an idea like a goblin holds onto a galleon. What about your dad? He's not so blind, but he keeps his opinion to himself. He just lets the twins do his dirty work for him." She sounded disappointed as she told him. Harry guessed her mum was one piece of work. Good to know. Harry and Ginny stopped just as they heard Hermione whisper to Ron to behave. Dean and Seamus were sitting at a table not too far off, but close enough to jump in and break things up if it got out of hand. On a couch close by, Lavender and Parvati held their wands in their hands, though they were well hidden. Harry got the feeling that they formed a tight-knit group that looked out for each other. From what he had heard about the happenings over the last few years, he could see why. He was the outsider here and would have to prove himself to them. He would have to deal with this differently than he did with her other brothers. Harry went to cast a charm to ensure their privacy, but Hermione beat him to it. He took note of it and gave her an affirming nod. "Hi, my name is Harry. We must have missed each other last night." Harry offered his hand to Ron with a smile. Ron made no attempt to shake Harry's hand, instead he crossed his arms over his chest and huffed out. "Ronald, that was rude. He's a noble lord, show some respect." Hermione scolded her boyfriend. Ron's face reddened considerably, but he held his stance. "Please, I only expect annoying headmasters and uptight purebloods to call me that. So, please call me Harry. Occasionally get if I have it coming. No, only I get to call you that. They can call you Pratt and you always have that coming," Ginny teased, as she bumped his hip with her own. "I noticed that you call my little sister Tease. Did she earn that name as well?" Ron challenged as he took a step towards Harry. Hermione gasped at his comment. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? Ginny yelled as she shot daggers at Ron. It means that Mum would never buy or let you wear an outfit like that, so he obviously got it for you. The two of you can't seem to go for a few seconds without touching each other. Use your head, Ginny. Because of that law he can have himself a nice little harem. You may be a pureblood, but you come from a poor family and you don't even have a title to offer. He just wants you to be one of his whores, and by the way you're dressed you're halfway the... Crack. Ron's jaw broke in two places as Harry's fist smashed into his face. Before Ron was on the flat of his back, Dean and Seamus were on their feet. Lavender and Parvati had their wands drawn, but were conflicted as to which one to curse. Was it Harry out of loyalty to Ron or Ron because he certainly had that one coming? Seamus waved to hold them off. Harry grabbed Ron by the shirt and pulled him up until his face was inches away from Harry's. Let's get a few things straight, Weasley. The only reason you're still conscious is because I want you to apologize to your sister. I may use my title to achieve my goals, but I wasn't raised a pampered princess like Longbottom. My mother happens to be Muggle-born and my father married her because he loved her. When I marry, it will for the same reason. A wise witch once told me to love only one woman and with all my heart. I intend to do just that. I'm not going to lie to you. The thought of having a harem did cross my mind for more than a few moments. 2 years ago I would have jumped at the chance. One night changed that for me. A year and a half ago, I saw a half-BPD witch that had endured the worst kind of torture you could possibly imagine. She barely had any blood left from all the runes they carved into her. She could have curled up and accepted her fate, but she chose to fight back with what little strength she had left. She's the bravest person I've ever met, and every time I look at her she takes my breath away. You should have heard Lestrange squeal like a pig when she hit her with the nastiest bad boogie I've ever seen. That woman is standing right behind me and she is more precious to me than my own life. Believe me when I say that if you ever disrespect her again, they will never find your body. Harry spoke slowly and purposely to Ron. Everyone that was inside the silencing bubble was shocked by what Harry had just said. He had only wanted Ron to hear that, but what started off as a sneer ended up as a declaration. Ginny walked over to Harry and cupped his face in her hands. Looking deeply into his emerald eyes she asked, "Do you really mean that?" She tried her best to keep all the raw emotion she was feeling at that moment out of her voice. "Did you think I fought my way through 30 orcs just for a quick shag?" The tenderness in Harry's voice sent her over the edge. Ginny pulled him to her and keyed him with everything she had. She ran her hands wildly in his forever tousled hair. One of his hands found the small of her back and pulled her close. It took all of Harry's willpower to not head south. He had become very fond of the delicious curves of her body, but knew they were far from alone. His other hand slid up her spine slowly and sent shivers throughout Ginny's entire body. She moaned into the key as he ran his fingers through her hair as well. While Lavender and Parvati were sighing at the Guinea's good fortune, Hermione walked over to Ron. Seamus and Dean had just helped him up. She didn't say a word as she healed his broken jaw, but her disapproval was written all over her face. Once she was sure his jaw was completely fixed, she slapped him hard across the face. "How dare you speak to Ginny like that? After everything she's been through. How could you?" Hermione was on the verge of tears as she finished. Ron showed no emotion at what she just did to him. He expected it. Instead he looked at his sister and a huge smile ran across his face. Hermione saw nothing but pride and love in his eyes. "Did he tell you everything you needed to know, mate?" Dean asked Ron. He worked his jaw around to make sure it still worked properly before he answered. "Yay, I'm good with it. Love the outfit by the way, Ginny. In fact, tell me where you got it. My own would look damn say why in it." All the girls' mouths dropped open at his statement. Ginny turned to look at Ron with utter shock. She had lived in a house full of boys her whole life, and this still shocked her. The boys, Harry included, started to laugh, which confused the girls even more. "He wasn't insulting you, Ginny, he was testing Harry," Seamus explained in a strong Irish accent. "Yeah, if Harry just stood there and let me rag on you, he was either scared of me or didn't give a shite about you. Whichever way, he wasn't good enough for you. You deserve the best, sis. It's my duty as a big brother to make sure you get it. Ron clarified his thinking for the confused girls. It's a guy thing, Harry added over Ginny's shoulder. Boys, Hermione, Ginny, Lavender, and Parvati groaned out and rolled their eyes in unison. If all that is settled, there is something I would like to ask Harry. Hermione was the first of the girls to recover. Well, fire away, Harry told her with a grin. He plopped down on an empty seat and Ginny hopped on his lap without thinking twice about it. Hermione took note of how comfortable they were with each other. She would never have done that with Neville even back when she still liked him. Well, you see, we sort of have this little group. It called the DA. We train to fight you-know-who and his followers. Occasionally, we get professors to help us, but mostly we have Neville teach us what Dumbledore has taught him. You're not taking Dada with your godfather, so I'm guessing you know loads more than is taught in class. You're right, Tease, she is sharp as a tack. Well, first off, you have gotta stop calling that snake-faced A*S-wipe you-know-who. It gives him power over you. Don't call him Voldemort either, he doesn't deserve that respect. My favorite is Butthead, but Tommyboy is starting to grow on me. If you truly want to fight him, you have to change the way you think. He's just a man. He bleeds just like everyone else. Just out of curiosity, what does the DA stand for? Dumbledore's army, Hermione told him. Harry's face soured immediately. Then my answer will be no. I was raised to be a general, not a sodder. The name suggests servitude to him, and that is something that I will never do. What did he do to make you hate him so much? Ron asked him. Do you trust them, Ginny? Harry asked her in a concerned voice. With my life, she told him without hesitation. Then, they need to know everything. No, darlin', I know this is highly personal to you, but they need to know what we're up against. They need to make an informed decision. Harry urged her. What if he gets into their heads? Then I'll put a guardian in their heads until they've mastered occlumency, like I did with you. If they don't want to help, I'll just obliviate them. Either way we'll know where they stand, Harry whispered to her. Okay, but not here. Someplace more secure. My trunk's the most secure place, and I'm sure the girls would love to pick some outfits of their own. You're gonna spoil them, aren't you? Yep, it'd been about 30 minutes now. Don't you think it's about time the girls came out of the closet? Seamus asked Harry. There was silence for about 10 seconds before Harry, Ron, and Dean busted out laughing at Seamus's comment. They were currently sitting in Harry's living room cracking jokes and getting to know their host better. Ron was thoroughly enjoying the ice-cold soda that Harry had given him. He damn near shot it out his nose at what was said. I so love the mental picture I'm getting right now, Dean said between laughing and trying to breathe. Hey, that's my girlfriend and sister in there. Ron bellowed at Dean. Yeah, they're both smokin' hot. Lav and Parvati are both damn good keyers too. What? Never underestimate an Irishman with mistletoe. That's cheating, Harry said. Don't care. Yeah, he has to go with his strength. Dean shot out, which brought another round of laughter. Once they regained some control over themselves, Ron looked over his shoulder to make sure the door was closed before asking Harry a question. There is one thing that I've been dying to know since last night, Harry. What's that, Ron? Just what things can a succubus do with their tails? Ron asked as he leaned forward to hear the answer. Seamus and Dean leaned forward as well. Holy shite, is that even legal? Could be heard in the closet, and all four of the girls recognized Seamus's strong Irish accent, even if it was muffled. What was that about? Parvati asked. All of the girls were in different stages of undress, as they tried on different dresses. Lavender was the one least shy about her half-BPD body being seen by the boys. She marched over to the door leading to the living room. Lav, what are you doing? You're only in your clothes and knickers. Hermione shrieked at her. Oh please, I've worn skimpier bathing suits, Lavender said over her shoulder as she swung the door open. Honestly, can't we leave you alone for 10 seconds before you start talking about say? She scolded them with one of her hands on her hip. Every one of them looked at her with shock at what she was, or not wearing. Each one of them reacted differently. Seamus quickly looked at his feet, but occasionally would sneak a quick peek at her. Ron knew better and kept his eyes anywhere but looking in her direction. Harry leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. He seemed completely unfazed by her state of undress. Though he was looking at her, his eyes showed no change in how he viewed her. She had to admit she was a little insulted by it. Dean, however, was looking her top to bottom, as if she was the last meal he would ever eat. Pig. Well, it's been more like 30 minutes, Harry told her in an amused voice. There are a lot of cloths to choose from, Lavender said in their defense. We've got it narrowed down to at least 10 outfits each. Perhaps you need a male's point of view, Harry suggested with a raised brow. You gits just want to perv on us, she said as she matched his hoisted brow with one of her own. Right, and you're not out here flaunting your natural assets. I would say it's a win-win situation. We get to bask in you ladies' alluring beauty, and you get to know what looks best on you. Lavender mulled it over for a few seconds before answering him. Pretty words, but you're still perving, but I'll go ask the girls what they think. Do us a favor and keep Thomas in a leash. He's starting to drool. She then whipped around and left the room with a sway in her hips. That was just cruel, Dean said as he admired her walk in the thong leaving the room. Do us a favor and adjust, mate. No one needs to see that, Seamus said as he pointed at Dean's lap. That brought another round of laughter. For the next 20 minutes the girls put on a fashion show. Hermione was a little hesitant at first, but after seeing her boyfriend's reaction to some of her choices she got into it. She was shaking her ass and giving Ron a wink every time she left the room. Harry leaned back and enjoyed watching everybody laughing and enjoying themselves. For the moment they were just normal teenagers without a care in the world. At that moment the war and everything else didn't exist. This should be norm, not the exception, Harry told Ginny as she sat down on his lap. I know, love, I know. Let's make it so the next generation never knows it. After depositing 5 bruised and thoroughly humiliated Slytherins in the hospital wing, Sirius found himself walking down an all too familiar hallway. Thoughts of Daphne's mum kept invading his mind. He stopped and leaned against a wall as he remembered the night she caught him. I was running down an empty hall as fast as I could, with Filch hot on my ass. We had just pulled off by far the best prank yet. James and I had been planning it all summer break. We were going to start our 5th year with a bang, and boy did we. We had just successfully fooled the enchantments on the stairs leading to the girls' dorm. Hell, we snuck into the Hufflepuff Tower, and let me tell you there was a fine crop of lovely young witches in that house. Of course James was still drooling over Evans, and as usual she shot him down in flames. Dumbledore thought that making Remus a prefect would keep us in check. Old Bird is off his rocker. Marauders stand together always. Well, not at the moment. Bloody peeves. We just had to run into him. We were almost back to our common room. We were forced to split up to get back. Now I got Filch halfway up my ass, and let me tell you the old codger is a lot faster than he looks. If I can just make it to the next hall, there's an old tapestry that hides a secret passage. In 30 seconds I'll be home free. That's when I turned a corner, and my life as I knew it changed. Crash. Ow, look where you going, said a pretty blonde witch. She was a Slytherin, I think. We both ended on the floor. And let me tell you, the view was heavenly. That was when I saw the prefect badge and knew my goose was cooked. She grabbed a handful of my hair and pulled my head back. Enjoying the view, you prat? She snarled at me. Why, yes I was, I answered her with a grin. I don't know how she did it, but in the blink of an eye she had me on my back, arms pinned, and her wand at my throat, and looking damn say why in the process. Remus is right, I need help. What do you want your epitaph to read, Black? She warned me through clenched teeth. I smiled even bigger and said. He went with a smile. She rolled her eyes at that, but I saw the corners of her full lips curve upwards for a second. We were having a moment and I was thoroughly enjoying it, even if she was a Slytherin. Of course that was when we heard Filch coming in our direction. Damn it, I'm nicked for sure now. My, someone's been a naughty boy, hasn't he? She asked with a predatorial smile, and why is it turning me on? Before I could answer she pulled me up off of the floor and shoved me into a broom closet. Talk about close, I heard Filch outside the closet. Girl, You see one of those damn marauders come this way. My name happens to be Gabriella Drake and I'm a Slytherin prefect. Not, girl. I don't have time for this. Those unruly brats just broke into the Hufflepuff Tower and had a knicker raid. They'll be expelled for sure this time. Now, have you seen any of them pass this way of not? You need some instruction in proper conversation etiquette, Squib. However, I was taught properly, so to answer your ruefully asked question, no. Are you lying to me, girl? Why would I protect a bunch of rule-breaking Gryffindors, and if you call me girl one more time, I'll hex you myself. Bah, Filch grumbled out as he took off in another direction. After a few moments the door opened and the cute blonde was giving me one of those looks that Evans always gives James. That was usually followed by a hex being thrown at him. That was when I realized that I must have dropped my wand in the fall. I started to look around for my wand. Searching for this, Gabriella asked as she twirled my wand on her free hand. This. She produced the pair of knickers I nicked earlier and spun it around the end of my wand. Hey, those are mine, I said as I reached for them. She stepped back out of my reach and put her wand to my throat. Why does she keep doing that to me? Well, you're only getting one for now. You will get the other when you properly apologize to that poor girl you stole these from. With a wave of her wand the knickers went from the tip of my wand to my head, like it had a life of its own. My wand she dropped down the front of her shirt. You take those off and I scream, Gabriella warned me when I went to take it off my head. I really didn't want Filch and any of the professors descending on us. I held up my hands in surrender. So she wanted to take the mickey out of me, can't begrudge her that. It's not like I can't take them off later. I never saw her cast the sticking charm. She's good. That's a good boy, she teased in a voice like she was talking to a family pet. Oh, if you only knew. Now, I'm gonna escort you back to your common room, just so you don't get into any more trouble. You're letting me go. I really need to learn to not look a gift horse in the mouth. Sure, why not, she said with a shrug, as we started down the hall. I reveled in my good fortune, as we continued in silence. That was until my curiosity got the better of me, plus I like the sound of her voice. Don't ask me why, because it beats the hell out of me. Why didn't you turn me over to Filch, and let the firstborn of the House of Black be caught by a squib? Oh, the indignity of it all. Sometimes it pays to be a pureblood. Kind of cheeky for a Slytherin. How would you know? Your lot doesn't associate with us, we being evil and all. That goes both ways, darlin'. Your lot doesn't exactly bellow out welcome, you know. Perhaps you just need to listen better. I stop and look back at her. There was something in her voice that caught my attention. Maybe I will. Well, that just makes my day sunshine and lollipops, she said, trying to make light of the direction the conversation was going. I'm not exactly known for having deep thoughts, but my gut told me to not let this go. I take step towards her and into her personal space. She had a lot of defenses up and I needed to keep her of balance if I wanted an honest answer. Why are you really helping me? I asked her. She took a step towards me and closed the gap. There is intensity in her eyes. She's not backing down to my intrusion into her domain, letting me know she won't be unnerved by me. It would be really irritating if it wasn't for the fact that she smelled so damn good. It's kind of hard to be intimidated when you have a pair of knickers on your head, she said in an amused voice. I take a step closer and she holds her ground defiantly. You think I'm not dangerous? Oh, I know you're dangerous, Black. Only a fool would believe you weren't, with all the stunts that you and your friends pull off. Though most of them are childish and idiotic in nature, like tonight, it doesn't change the fact that you invaded another house and fooled an enchantment that was cast by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. If you put that creative mind of yours to something more productive, there is nothing you could not accomplish. She took one last step into me and I could feel the warmth of her breath on my cheek as she leans in and whispered in my ear. But if you ever try to nick my knickers, this will never function properly again. I felt the tip of her wand on my boys. She raised her eyebrows as a warning and a challenge. She really shouldn't give me goals. I am a marauder after all. Sirius didn't even realize that he was sitting on the floor. He reluctantly was pulled back into the present by a bright light from the end of the hallway. Slowly it got bigger and brighter, until he had to squint to look at it. The silvery Patronus of a big Grim stood next to him and licked his cheek. A soft voice he hadn't heard in over 17 years spoke in a loving whisper. "I've missed you, Ciri. I've missed you too, love," Sirius said as he reached out to touch it, but it dissolved into nothing before he could. Malfoy and Greyback were dragged into Voldemort's throne room and dropped at his feet. He looked down on them with disgust. They were once very promising Death Eaters, but now they had proven to be just another disappointment. It seemed that most of his truly gifted Death Eaters had died in the previous war, or had rotted away for so long in Azkaban that they lost what they once were. The exception to that was Bellatrix Lestrange. If anything, she had blossomed in the vile place. She held a special place that none have ever been able to or would ever fill. True, last year she let the Weasley girl be rescued, but she was one of the few to survive the Shadow Fiend's attack. So many Death Eaters were slaughtered by the beast. That in itself was extraordinary. Her knowledge of dark rituals was only surpassed by his own. That alone made her invaluable to him. The wild unconventionals say they had was just a bonus. What would break a common witch's body and mind was mere foreplay to her. His sweet Bella was far from common. She was exceptionally exquisite. He would have to make time to revisit that particular aspect of her servitude very soon. "Ah, Lucius, you survived the pit yet again. Perhaps next time it will be 24 hours instead of just a measly 12. Voldemort taunted. Malfoy showed no reaction to what he said. He knew better than to beg for forgiveness. The Dark Lord was incapable of such a thing. He had failed his master and had been punished for it. To accept the punishment without lowering himself further was something that Voldemort would respect. "Thank you, my lord, for the instruction. I will not fail you again. We shall see, Lucius, we shall see. And what of you, Fenrir? Have you also learned the price of failure?" "Yes, my lord. As a whole it wasn't a complete failure. We reclaimed 62% of our gold. However, the mindless witches and wizards that blindly follow that old fool Dumbledore and the idiots at the Ministry should be hiding under their wives' skirts in fear of my might. Should they not, Bellatrix?" Voldemort added the last part as he saw her enter the room. "Yes, my lord, they should indeed. You summoned me, my lord?" Bellatrix asked as she bowed to her master and lover. Her jaw was clenched tight to keep from crying out from the pain of the act of devotion. Voldemort took notice and sighed slightly. He did so love watching how people handled pain. "Yes, Bella, we will talk of it later, but first we will hear Lucius explain why I should let him live. Now, weren't my instructions simple enough? Take back what was ours. Kill Ragnarok and as many goblins as possible, leave Gringotts in shambles, take some children to ransom and experiment on. What part seemed difficult to you? You were given a troop of trolls, orcs, and gargoyles to achieve that goal, were you not? Now Rookwood and his team are dead, Potter still has my property, and the goblins have made an alliance with the Ministry." Crucio. Malfoy withered under the unforgivable for a full minute, before his master lifted it. "It was within my grasp, my lord, but he wanted to gain your favor by capturing the Weasley bitch." Greyback yelled. He wanted to make sure that Malfoy went down for this instead of him. Lucius shot him a venomous glare. "She was there and you let a 16-year-old witch slip through your fingers." Voldemort snarled at him. "It was the Shadow Fiend, my lord. It came to her rescue again. It slaughtered the orcs like they were fledglings. We barely escaped with our lives, my lord. I find it odd that the beast would come to her rescue a second time," Bellatrix said in an uneasy voice. She had almost lost her life to the beast. If it wasn't for Greyback she would have, a fact he brings to her attention every chance he gets. And still the supposed greatest werewolf of them all ran with his tail between his legs. "It was broad daylight, woman. In the light of a full moon, I would destroy it. That beast has been a thorn in our sides for too long. It must be eliminated," Lucius said. "There is more to it than that. That little blood traitor reeked of it," Fenrir added. "I thought it was linked to Bella's half-blooded niece." Voldemort asked. "Whenever it attacked she was always present. You now say it came to her rescue twice. That is very interesting. It seems that little Ginny Weasley has a protector. Have our spies at Hogwarts keep a keen eye on her. I want her in my possession by the end of the year and with her virtue intact." Also have the dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest to keep a lookout for the beast. If she is linked to it, then it would probably be close by. Perhaps she will be the key to controlling it. Congratulations Lucius, you live yet again. I want a detailed report on what happened today. Bella, come and walk with me. We have much to discuss, and I have a present for you. Yes, my lord, she said as she followed her master out of the room. They continued down the hall in silence. She knew better than to initiate a conversation with Voldemort. He was the Dark Lord. If he wanted to talk to you, it was for him to decide. She had learned her place long ago. Down a long narrowed staircase they descended into the bowels of the old castle. What you did yesterday was foolish, Bella. Voldemort's voice was calm and void of any emotion. She evoked that to be good sign. I let my anger rule my mind and my actions brought shame to myself and your noble cause. I humbly request forgiveness and eagerly await you punishment, my lord. Now, Bella. We both know standard punishment would only arouse you. Besides, I know that it must be very painful for you to even walk. The curse your cousin hit you with was meant to rot away your organs from within. Very old and dark magic, Egyptian I believe. You must have wronged him terribly for him to curse you so venomously. It wasn't my cousin that cursed me. It was Potter. Now isn't that intriguing? It takes an immense amount of hate directed at the victim for the curse to work properly. It is not a curse one uses in battle, especially when outnumbered. It is a heavy drain on one's magic and leaves you vulnerable for a short while. Had I not recognized the curse, it would most surely had killed me. A few more minutes and I would have been beyond saving. He wanted you to die a slow and painful death, to be sure. Plus the knowing that you were helpless against your fate, such cruelty suggests it was exceedingly personal. I must confess that I'm curious. Have you ever captured and tortured his mother? No, for a mudblood, Lily Potter was an exceptional duelist. Back then we were too evenly matched. We clashed a few times. Regrettably I could never get the upper hand. Plus Potter was always close by. They were a very lethal duo. So where does this need for vengeance come from, I wonder? He most defiantly doesn't follow Dumbledore's code of conduct in battle, that much is for sure. Ha, 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 he is far more deadly than Longbottom could ever hope to be. Ah, old man, I do believe that you bet on the wrong boy, Voldemort said more to himself, but Bellatrix heard every word. She was sure this had to do with the prophecy. I believe I've finally found a worthy adversary. He has positioned his players very well. We have lost our hold over the mystery, our funds have been constricted and the public has found their backbone, and all in the span of a single day. The first battle unfortunately has gone to him, but we shall learn from what transpired today. When next our sides clash, the outcome will be very differently, my young opponent. For what you have taken, I shall reclaim, and what you cherish will be mine to destroy. He was so lost in thought that he had forgotten that his most loyal servant was beside him. His mind was 100 places at once. He needed time to rebuild his fallen troops, and this time he would be properly training them. Intel on Potter and Black would be the highest priority. He stopped at Lab 5 and released the wards that he had personally placed on the room. Bellatrix knew that whatever laid on the other side of the door was of the highest security. She took much pride in the fact that her master trusted her with such a thing. With a wave of his hand the door opened on its own accord. What awaited her was not what she expected. Ah, Wormtail, for a mediocre wizard at best, you have succeeded where my most promising followers have failed. You may choose from Rookwood's stock of cultivated harlots. Consider it a gift for faithful and competent service. Your lord always rewards those that have not failed him. Also bring another for Bella, she shall need an assistant for the task I have for her. Yes, my lord, I live to serve your greatness, Peter said as he put down the book he was reading. He bowed his head to him, never daring to meet his gaze. Bellatrix looked at the pudgy man with disgust. His cloths were covered in dirt and mud. He was sporting some very nasty-looking cuts and several bruises. He belonged in a sewer, for he truly was a rat. Pettigrew smiled at her in a mocking tone, and it took all of her self-control not to curse him. Voldemort paid no attention to them as he circled the table that housed a dead body under a ratty old sheet. Bellatrix noticed the gleam in his eyes as he did so. It was like a child on Christmas morning. Why would I need the services of a wanton whore if you wish me to make another inferius my lord? Bellatrix asked him, but the man just shook his head. No, 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 Bella, I have an army of those. What I have planned for him is much more creative than that, and her field of expertise will soon become very apparent. Let me introduce you to, well, what we are about to embark on has yet to be given a name. If you are successful, I'll let you name it. For now, let me reintroduce you to Lord James Potter, Voldemort announced with a flair for the dramatic that would have made Gilderoy Lockhart proud. He pulled the sheet off the table to reveal the corpse of the said man. A preserving charm must have been placed on him, for he was in good shape for a man that had been dead for 16 years. If she would have to hazard a guess, she would put her gold on Remus Lupin. Werewolf he may be, it made him no less a gifted wizard. What am I supposed to do with this dead blood traitor, my lord? Lestrange asked as if she had the taste of something foul in her mouth. All in good time, sweet Bella, all in good time. For now concentrate on regenerating his body. It is imperative that all his organs work properly. If nothing else that must come to pass. The tone of his voice made it clear that failure would not be tolerated. She noticed that he was twirling the ring they used to bring him back on his finger. With that he left Lestrange and Pettigrew with the dead Lord Potter. Bellatrix took a long breath to center herself. She had a feeling it would be a long time before she would see the light of day. She snapped her head at Pettigrew and snarled. Before you go off to soil that unfortunate strumpet, I have work for you to do. Fetch me some parchment and a quill, you imbecile. You're going to get me everything on this list or I will make you little broom rot off. Bellatrix scorned Peter. He quickly returned with what she ordered. She quickly wrote down what she would need to start off with. Begone, worm, she yelled at him, as she shoved the parchment into Peter's hands and the little vermin scurried from the room. Glad to be rid of him, the evil witch started to circle around her new pet project. Well, Jimmy, may I call you Jimmy? I guess it doesn't really matter now, does it? Even rotting as you is, you're a sight better company than that traitorous little rat, wouldn't you say? Bellatrix paused for a moment as if she had expected him to answer. She was met with deafening silence. Right you are, Jimmy, right you are. We are going to get along famously. Just as long as you remember who the head bitch in charge is. Now I know that you Potters like that exotic redhead type, but some traditions were made to be broken. I understand young men like to sow their oats, but to actually marry some low-class mudblood skank. I am somewhat disappointed in you. Again she was met with silence. Yes, I'm sure she let you do many scandalous things to her. But a mudblood will always pale in comparison to a pureblood in the bedroom. Of course I forgive you. I am a very compassionate woman, and so Bellatrix continued her one-sided conversation with a dead man deep into the night. They all followed Harry into a large empty room. On the far side of the room was a large 7-foot cabinet with about 100 runes protruding from the doors. Around it was a white circle, a boundary of some sort, Hermione theorized. Not too far off was a large pensieve. Don't cross the white line, it's warded, Harry warned as he walked up to the cabinet. He cut his thumb and started to rapidly touch some of the runes with it. Once his blood touched it, the runes glowed and sunk into the door. A loud click sounded and acknowledged that the lock was disengaged. The huge doors opened up to reveal hundreds of small vials. Harry pulled out of his pocket the elegant-looking vial and put it with a large number of similar-looking vials. Ginny recognized it immediately as the one Sasa had given to him earlier that day. She felt a twinge of annoyance but pushed it away. Like Lily had told her, everyone has a past. Passion and desire they had in abundance. Even after what he had said and done today, she knew that trust had to be cultivated slowly if it was to stand the test of time. It was a fragile thing, and could easily be shattered. Once gone, it a rarity to truly be reclaimed. He had never done anything for her to doubt his intentions. She may not have understood their relationship, but she had to respect it if they were going to make a go of this. Trust was a two-way street after all, and this was the first step in earning his as well. So for now she would let it go. Okay, I suppose we could tell you, but I think your own eyes should do that for us. This is a pensieve. Does anyone know what it does? Harry asked them. Hermione's hand shot up in an instant. Harry fought back a hearty laugh. We're not in class, Hermione. Just shout them out if you know the answer. Trust me, mate, you don't want her shouting, Ron warned him. Hermione's face turned red with embarrassment. Parvati came to her rescue and hit Ron in the back of his head. Ow, I didn't mean it like that. It was still bloody funny. Dean laughed out, with Seamus nodding his head in agreement. The girls were glaring at them. Harry guessed that she was the one they were talking about last night. Hermione, it's one of those stories that people tend to remember. You have to learn to laugh at yourself, or you'll end up in a straitjacket. So let me be the first to say you have the nicest set of lungs in the school. There was total silence for 10 very long seconds as they waited to see what Hermione would do. She narrowed her eyes at Harry. How do you get your hair to stand up like that, pee into a light socket? Hermione asked in a fake sweet voice. Harry was the first to laugh. Good one. You rock, girl. Harry beamed at her. She gave him a little curtsy, as the rest of them laughed. To answer your question, you put memories in it and can view it in a third-person perspective. Ginny said. She wanted to get this over with. This one's slightly different. The runes that are carved into it are not human in origin. Let's just say it was a gift. Harry paused and looked back at the vial he had just placed in the cabinet. From a very special and misunderstood species. This one projects it into this room so more than one person can view it, very useful in training. That would explain the runes on the walls, Lavender assessed. It also lets you see what was out of the person's line of sight. Don't ask me how, I was told not to, but just accept what is, as what is. So in theory, you could view the time we were trying on cloths to your heart's content, you perv. Ginny asked. In theory, yes. In reality, I was raised better than that, Harry said indignantly. Oh Harry, I was just kidding. I know you would never, you get. Ginny saw the grin on his face and knew she had just been played. You're so cute when you're eating your new pumps. Harry laughed out, then had to dodge a hex. Looks like the tease can dish it out but can't take it, he taunted on the move, narrowing, avoiding another hex. Stand still and take your medicine, Potter. Ginny yelled as she shot 3 more at him. All of which never found their target. How did you learn to dodge like that, mate? Dean asked Harry. The hard way, Harry answered, still on the move. Hermione went into full head girl mode and stepped between them. Stop. Honestly, it's like foreplay with you two. We're here for a reason, if I recall. She scolded them. Sorry, you're right. Okay. I think you should know the reason you risked your lives at the ministry. Harry told them. You're talking about that prophecy? Parvati asked. We were never told what it said. Figures. These memories should tell you everything you need to know about me and why I hate that old man. Harry dropped the contents of one of the vials into the pensieve. They were instantly transported to what looked to be someone's living room. The front door busted open and a small boy dressed like Peter Pan ran into the room, followed closely by Professor Black dressed like Captain Hook. Mom, look at the haul we got this year. Mom, Mom, Harry yelled at a closed door. He looked to be 6 or 7. His smiling face quickly turned grim. He put his ear to the door. He could hear crying coming from the other side. He turned around and slid his back down the door until he was sitting. The tears that were running down his cheek and the anguish written across his face cut through all the girls' hearts. On the floor, leaning against the door on the other side, was a young Lily Potter. Photos were scattered around her and she was clinging to an old Gryffindor Quidditch jersey like her life depended on it. It had a captain's patch on it, and the name Potter could be seen on the exposed back of the jersey. Why Padfoot? Why does she cry every Halloween? Harry sobbed out. Sirius looked sadly at his godson. He was hoping that she would have been done by the time they had gotten home. This day always hit her hard and he wanted to keep it from Harry as long as possible. By the look of it, that plan was just shot to hell. He slid down the door next to Harry. She's just missing your dad, pup. Just you watch, she'll be right as rain by morning. I'm not stupid, you know. Just tell me. Harry puffed out irritably. Sirius signed heavily. He knew this day would come sooner or later. He and Lily spent many long nights discussing this. They both agreed that when he asked they would tell him everything. They wouldn't do to him what Dumbledore did to them. Now the moment has arrived and all he wanted was for him to hold on to his childhood for a little bit longer. This is about that bad man Voldy something, isn't it? On the other side of the door Lily stopped crying and looked over her shoulder. She quickly wiped the tears from her face that was sporting a determined look about it. She got on her knees and opened the door. Harry and Sirius fell through the door into their backs. Lily let out a small laugh before she snatched her son up and gave him a fierce hug. A lone tear traveled down her cheek. It was Sirius that wiped it away this time. She looked up at him and had a silent conversation with Sirius. After a long moment she gave a hesitant nod. "Love, I want you to listen very carefully to everything we say, and wait until we're finished to ask any questions. Can you promise me that, sweetheart?" Lily asked, and Harry shook his head that he would. "That's my good little boy. First I want you to know that Padfoot and I love you very much and that none of this is your fault. The blame lies with two powerful old wizards that think they're gods." Lily told him with a fire in her that Sirius hadn't seen in years. So they told him the sad tale of how his father saved their lives on this very night. They explained about the war and the prophecy, and how it pertained to him. All the while Lily held Harry tightly, afraid to let him go. They talked about them going into hiding and lastly their betrayal by a friend. Ginny wrapped her arms around the present Harry, as she watched his younger self's childhood evaporated. She tightened her grip on him until hers rivaled Lily's on the younger Harry. "I'm so sorry, love," she whispered into his neck. Harry held onto her to show his appreciation, because he didn't trust his voice at the moment. They stayed that way until the memory played out and they were once again in an open room. Harry broke from her and quickly retrieved the memory and locked it in the cabinet. Hermione went to say something, but Harry cut her off before the words left her mouth. He motioned for Ginny to come over to the pensieve. She took a heavy breath and then did so. "I'm not sure I can do this, love. They need to know what the so-called righteous have done and how far our enemy will go. I don't want you to see that. I wasn't as brave as you think I am. I begged her to kill me. It changes nothing, but my desire to gut that bitch for ever touching you," Harry told her with complete honesty. She latched on to him and found the strength she needed. "All right, but I won't stay in here and relive it. I don't want you to either. You already know most of it anyway. I need you to stay close, please." "All right, but Ron needs to see what Lestrange did to you." She shook her head violently at what he just asked her. "You need to put your morality aside for a second and think about it. He needs to understand how bad it can get. That memory is the best example of that. I wish it wasn't, but we both know it is." Ginny buried her head into his chest and steadied herself. She didn't like it, but Ginny understood the logic in what he said. "Okay, but just so you know he won't handle this well," Ginny warned him. She walked over to the pensieve and took a deep breath. Ginny focused on the memories that she wanted them to see and drew them out with her wand. She dropped the memories into the pensieve and bolted for the door, grabbing Harry's hand and taking him with her. Once the door shut behind them, the room changed as her first memory started to play out. For the next 40 minutes her friends and brother saw what she had to endure for the last couple of years. Her being controlled by the diary and her forced servitude based on a lie. All the times she had been given an attitude adjustment by the man they thought was a true pillar of light, her capture and Neville's cowardice. Then came the worst memory of them all. Lestrange revealed why the leaders of both sides wanted her. Ron attacked the image of his sister's torturer. He passed through her and was forced to accept he couldn't protect his little sister. They saw her rescue and then her recovery. They saw the Panther protector that watched over her through it all. Then the event of today played out. Dumbledore trying to control her, and her fighting back. Her meeting with Dilys, and what happened at Gringotts. When they emerged from the room, their somber faces looked upon something they never expected to see. Ginny was sitting on the couch, with a panther partially across her. The steady purr of the beast was soothing her nerves as she ran her fingers through its black fur. The last piece of the puzzle was finally in place. Upon seeing Ginny, Ron collapsed on the floor and screamed out in rage for what his sister had suffered, as an overpowering guilt consumed him. She was his responsibility, he was the older brother, and he failed her terribly. In an instant Harry changed back. Ginny was a blur of red as she flew across the room. Harry stepped between Ron and Hermione. He motioned for everyone to go into the kitchen. Hermione reluctantly complied. She knew that only Ginny could help him through this. My fault, job, be brother, were the only words that Ginny could make out in between sobs. It broke her heart that he felt responsible for what had happened to her, and at the same time made her love him all the more. No, Ron, don't you dare put this on you. You were just a 12-year-old boy when it happened. You had 3 older brothers that didn't see it happening either. It was beyond your control. I should have stayed with you at the ministry. Then he would have surrendered Hermione to save his worthless ass. They would have killed her, but not before they violated her in every way imaginable. You would never be able to live with yourself if that happened. Why, you're my sister, my job. Remember what Bill always says. What we endure makes us stronger. Learn from the bad and make it a good. I'm the person I am because of what has happened. I like who I am. Yeah, it beeped getting here, but I'm here. You're not responsible for what happened. If you need to atone for something, then you stand with me, you fight with me. Ginny told him ferociously. In the other room they sat in silence. They all felt about 20 years older. It was Hermione that broke the silence. You stayed with her through it all. And you saved her life. I can never thank you enough for that. She's like a sister to me. Hermione croaked out. She was barely keeping her emotions in check. Harry gave her a weak smile. The door quietly opened and Ginny helped her brother into the nearest chair. He held onto her hand like it was a lifeline. Ginny pulled a chair so she could sit with him. Ron looked up with a cold rage burning in his eyes. His eyes met Harry's and he understood immediately. It said only one thing. They're all going to die. Harry sent a silent "that's a" given back to him. An unspoken pact was made between them. So, what are we going to do about this? Seamus asked. Then all eyes looked to Harry. The time of the DA is over. It is time for the Marauders to return to Hogwarts. We're not just going to seek justice and win this war. No, we're going to change the wizarding world so this shit never happens again. Now can I get a hell yeah? Harry had gotten up before sunrise to go for his morning run. This was surprising considering how late he was up last night. Showing an immense amount of trust, his new Marauders all agreed to let him put a guardian in their heads, at least until they had mastered occlumency. The task was very draining on his magic, so he opted for meditation instead of actually sleeping. He was able to recharge his magic better that way and it worked superior to sleep on his mind and body. This practice was what coincidentally had led him to achieving his hybrid form. He had a strong feeling he would need every edge for the coming days ahead. It had been a long time since he had given Shadow a good run and running always helped him think. Plus, he wanted to familiarize himself with the Forbidden Forest. It was an obvious place for Tommyboy to house and hide his dark creatures. They needed to know what they would be up against in future battles. Plus there was nothing wrong with thinning the herd a little bit. He doubted that Butthead would send any of his bootlickers to aid them. At the very best they just might reevaluate their loyalties. He also needed to find if there were any possible friendlies in there as well. He was thoroughly enjoying his run. The forest was full of shadows and would make the perfect place to train in his hybrid form, especially away from the watchful eye of the old man. Though they would train to some degree by the lake every morning. It was nothing compared to what would be taught in a more secure location. Hermione had suggested the Room of Requirement. Lavender was quick to point out that it was too well known by Neville and Dumbledore, so it would be the first thing they'd expect. She was a lot cleverer than her friends gave her credit for. If Dean would pull his head out of his ass for 5 seconds, he might see that she was so much more than a nice pair of tits. She just needed to be more assertive in other aspects of her life and Hermione a little less all-knowing. Both girls had self-esteem issues they needed to work on. They were both so much more than they saw themselves as, and the training would help them with their confidence and how they saw themselves. Parvati on the other hand knew who she was. She was the Gryffindor resident gossip girl and damn good at it. She had that eternal filter that let her cipher through all the dung that was thrown out there and find the sliver of truth in every rumor. His mum once told him that intelligence was believing only half of what you hear, read, or see. Brilliance was knowing which half to believe. In that aspect, Parvati illuminated her brilliancy like the dawning of a new day. She had told him that a lot of loose information was thrown around in the girls' bathrooms. After what he conveniently had thrown out there in the Great Hall last night, it would be an endless fountain of intel. He encouraged her to get people talking. Tonks could talk to them in private later and collect all the memories she needed. The more people that come forward, the better chance they had to expose Old Man and Chosen Git for what they were. Ron, Dean, and Seamus would work on recruiting the members of the DA that were not loyal to Longbottom. Apparently the list was very long. It was just another example of why they had to be brought down. Ron was a good strategist, but seemed to have a hard time keeping his head under pressure. That would explain why he usually followed Hermione's lead. He would work on that with him. Dean was, in short, a horndog. He was tall, good-looking, and had let it go to his head. Whenever he encountered difficulties in his relationships, he would just ditch the girl and move on to another. It was a practice that flowed over into other aspects of his life. If Dean thought Harry didn't know he was lusting after his mum, he was about to be in for a rude awakening. He did have an idea on how to work that to his advantage, and possibly straighten the boy out. Seamus just had a confidence problem because of his height and strong accent. Harry already knew how to help Seamus to make them both an advantage. He had an aptitude for blowing things up. It just needed focus. Once he got control of that, he suspected that things were going to get very exciting. As he broke free of the forest, he saw a lone figure down by the Black Lake meditating. His first thought was that it was his mum, but he realized his mistake when the morning sun illuminated blonde hair that was tied in a loose ponytail. Then her body shrunk in size and shape until it took on the form of a golden lynx. Almost immediately she sensed Harry's presence. Her ears pointed up and she looked in his direction. A second later she crouched down and disappeared into the grass. When he made it to the blanket she was meditating on, she was nowhere to be seen. He slowly scanned the area with all his senses. He remembered that Ginny had shut off his panther sense of smell and he had forgotten to reactivate it. Before he could dwell on it, his body reverted back to his human form, and not by his doing. All the training that Harry had received kicked into gear and he spun around with his wand drawn. Only he found nothing but open grass. Which meant that she must have transformed, casted the spell to revert him silently and transformed back, and all out of his line of sight. Damn, she's good. He heard grass rustling to his left and quickly pointed his wand in that direction. In mid-arc a yellow flash shot out of the grass. The lynx slashed the back of his hand across the unprotected tendons, and she bit down on his wand. She used her momentum to relieve him of his wand. Harry repressed the urge to yell out. She disappeared into the grass with her prize before the blood leaked out of his hand. His fingers now dangled lifelessly due to his severed tendons. He cursed himself for falling into her trap so easily. Again he heard rustling noise coming from several different directions at the same time in the grass around him. As hard as he couldn't seem to get a beam on her location. Again a yellow flash launched into the air, and for a very long second he saw a feral lynx in mid-pounce. She crashed down on his chest and forced him on his back. She transformed back and pinned his arms with her knees. Harry grimly felt the tip of his own wand under his chin. Gotcha. A very pleased Daphne Greengrass taunted. Harry just smiled back at her. She leaned back with a confused look. That wasn't the reaction she had been expecting. That was until Harry bucked up and wrapped a leg around her head and pulled her down hard. She saw stars the moment her head slammed on the hard ground. When her eyes were able to focus again, she saw Harry's grinning face. He had used his momentum and weight, and had pinned in a very compromising position. He also had regained control of his wand, which was ironically now under her chin. And gloating gets you BPD and killed, and not always in that order. Touché. Daphne agreed with an abrasive glare. Harry got off of her and helped her to her feet. Daphne pulled her wand out and healed Harry's hand. Sorry about that. Don't be. I should have known better, Harry said as he worked his digits. She did good work. You got cocky, and got spanked for it, so thank you. Well, a woman's work is never truly done. I'm not at all surprised that your animagus form is a lynx. Why, they're known as the keeper of secrets, as well as a guardian and guide. I'll have to thank Emma for the high praise. Strength, self-empowerment, to move in darkness without fear, death and lastly rebirth, your animagus suits you as well. And how did you come to that conclusion? Strength, because you are strong in both mind and body, Harry. I do have eyes, you know. Self-empowerment, I'm assuming you didn't get that way from taking a potion, you're driven. Fearless in the dark, well let's see, you just came out of the Forbidden Forest, and the sun just has risen. As for death and rebirth, Daphne stopped to take a long breath. Are you sure you want me to continue? More need than want. I understand, Harry, when your father died, so did you, your mum, and Lord Black. What has risen from that tragedy, has given this Slytherin Ice Queen hope. That is something that I thought I would never have. For the first time, in a very long time, Harry was utterly speechless. He just looked at Daphne in awe. He barely knew her and she saw past his cocky smartass persona and into his very soul. It was very unnerving and on another level very liberating. He loved the way this girl's mind worked. If he wasn't sure before, he was positive now. He just found his next marauder. Sue, how long have you been an animagus? Harry couldn't believe how awkward his voice sounded. Hello, subject change, it's lovely to meet you. Harry laughed at that, to which Daphne just shrugged. My mum brewed me the potion after my first year. She said it could be the difference between life and death. She was more right than I ever want her to know. It took me another 2 years to master it. You must come out here every morning to hunt, because you're really good at it. Yeah, today was the first time I bagged a panther. Daphne teased. Actually, you got me, not my panther. Harry shot back with fake indignity. Yet, anyway, it keeps my mind sharp, which is key to survival at Hogwarts. Funny you should mention that. I want to thank you for what you did for Emma. I know you put yourself at risk doing so. I'm still not sure why I did that. Regardless, I owe you a debt and I wanted to make you an offer. Ginny was the last to get down to the lake. Thanks to Lily's potion and other suggested coping techniques, she found she was more centered and in control of herself. This was a relief, because it took all her self-control not to sneak back into Harry's trunk last night. Lily, Sirius, and Harry were standing shoulder to shoulder in front of a larger group of students than she thought would be there. A few first years from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, as well as the new Marauders, but what surprised her was the 2 Slytherins. Tracy something and the Ice Queen herself, who was surprisingly talking to Emma. A Slytherin pureblood being friendly to a Gryffindor Muggle-born, who knew? Sorry I'm late. It's quite all right, dear. Join the others and then we can begin. All right, let me be the first to thank you for getting up so early. Now what we do down here every morning will help you focus your mind, body, and magic. Lily started. We are in a war and you need every advantage you can get. Now some of what we will ask of you may seem strange, but trust me when I say it will make sense in the end. Lily will be teaching you the Muggle martial art form known as Tai Chi. Try to think of it as moving meditation. She will get into more detail on the benefits of that later. Harry will cover combat magic, and I'll focus on sword play. Sirius told them. Mostly, because Mum doesn't believe in cutting anyone's head off, Harry added. Sirius, Lily mumbled. Professor Black, without blinking an eye, or showing any reaction at all, smacked Harry in the back of the head. Ow, they're so cute when they think you can't get them, Lily added, which made everyone laugh. Now we're going to do some exercises to see where you are physically, and where you need improvement. Afterwards Sirius and my cheeky son will give you a little demonstration. It was during one of the stretching exercises that Daphne noticed a distorted rune on the back of Emma's neck. The day before, when they had her hanging upside down, it looked differently. She had just thought it was an odd-looking birthmark. Now Daphne knew better, and she was sure she had seen that mark somewhere before. Ginny and Harry were on their way to the Great Hall for breakfast when she saw a fox in the hall. As soon as she stepped towards the little creature, it ran into an open classroom. Don't worry, Ginny, you go ahead, I'll get it, Harry told her. She was about to tell him that she knew it was Tonks, when she saw him point to a portrait on the wall. It acted like it wasn't paying attention, even though it was obvious that it was. Sure thing, love, I'll save you a seat, Ginny said as she continued onto the Great Hall. By the way, why were you late this morning? Harry asked as he grabbed the doorknob. Ginny stopped cold in her tracks. She bit her bottom lip as she tried to think of something to tell him. You should know better than to question a witch's morning beauty regiment, Git, Ginny answered offhandedly, as if it was nothing. She started back down the hall. Now that you mention it, tease, you did have a certain glow about you when you came down. Hermione said you told her you had to scratch an itch or something. Thankfully Ginny didn't turn around to answer him, for if she had, Harry would have seen her face do its impression of a tomato. Well, it was in a hard-to-reach spot, Ginny said in an attempt to make it seem like nothing at all, and praying that Harry would just drop it. No such luck. Next time just come get me, I'll scratch it for you. It's just one of those free services I provide, Harry joked. That's sweet, Harry, but I really have to go, she told him bug-eyed as she picked up her pace. He just shrugged off her odd behavior as he continued on with the task at hand. Harry closed the door to the classroom and cast the charms to ensure their conversation would be private. When he turned around to talk to Tonks, he got the shock of his life. She had taken the form of Professor McGonagall, laying seductively across the teacher's desk in lingerie no less and curling her finger in a come-hither fashion. Get over here, big boy, and make an old witch smile, Tonks taunted him. Just how she was able to keep a straight face she would never know. Okay, that is wrong on so many levels. Your face was totally worth it. Tonks laughed at him as she changed back to her normal self, and jumped back into her cloths. You know, the next time I see her, that image is going to pop into my head. Good, that was for getting me pulled of field duty, you prat. Tonks snarled as she marched up to him. He was going to deny it, but didn't think he could pull it off. Tonks cupped Harry's face in her hands and gave him a soft, placid key. That was for the relief on my husband's face when I told him my new assignment. Tonks then took his hand and put it on her tummy. I have to remember it's not just about me and my ego anymore. You would make a really good godfather. You going soft on me, Nimpy? Harry asked as he wiped a tear out of the corner of her eye. She slapped him in the arm for his cheek. It's keys or claws with her today. Harry guessed it was the whole pregnancy hormone thing, but knew better than to voice that opinion with his current company. He liked his bits the way they were. Prat, so besides the whole bringing Dumbledore and Longbottom down, is there anything else you need me to do? If you want me to part the Red Sea too, all you have to do is ask. Ha, ha, Harry laughed sarcastically at her. Your letter said something about a girl named Emma. Let me ask you something. Like you did with McGonagall just now, is it possible for you to mimic someone's blood? Tonks was taken aback by his question. She never once even thought to try it. In theory, I suppose so. I don't have that kind of control, and quite frankly I've never heard of anyone ever doing it before. Why do you ask? Well, Emma got attacked yesterday. Don't worry, I'll be dealing the Twisted Trio very shortly. During the course of the attack, her wand was broken. Another student fixed it, but it barely works. From what Emma told me, it didn't work all that well before. Yeah, ever since Ollivander disappeared last year, most people are working with hand-me-down wands. You know, it's a rite of passage in America for wizards to make their own wands. You find all the items needed and customize it to your own needs. You baptize the magical core with your own blood and magic so that it only works for you or a blood relative. Why in the hell did they stop that practice here? Bureaucrats in the ministry trying to control everything we do. Damn, this country needs a revolution. Preferably one without a lot of bloodshed, if you don't mind. That's the kind of legacy I wish to leave to my child. Got it, Harry agreed. Getting back to Emma, I asked her to pull a wand out of my trench coat. I told her to ask in her mind for the wand that would best work for her. And, from this point on, my mum is out of the loop. If he was wrong, he wasn't going to put his mum through that. They had put that part of their lives behind them and he saw no need for her to revisit it. If those people needed to be dealt with, he was the one to do it. His mum had enough heartache in her lifetime. He wasn't about to add some more to it. She didn't. Tonks knew there was only one wand that would make him act this way. She also knew he blamed himself for his mum's falling out with those muggles. Just before she pulled it out, she was mimicking me. She even had my hair texture. After, her eyes stayed green and her hair went dark red. Tonks finished for him. Not just that, when she gave the wand a wave she broke a bind on her magic. Rough estimate, I'd say she doubled her magic. Now I know the ministry has been known to put low-level binds on children's magic if they're muggle-born to prevent accidental magic in public. They were designed to break the first time they use their wands. What the hell was her parents thinking? They ditched her at an orphanage once her hair started to change colors. What? Metamorphmagi are never left with muggles. It's a bloody law. They're too much of a danger to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. The parents are obliviated and the children are put in a home of a witch or wizard that is in the Metamorphagus Sanctuary Registry. My mum's in the registry herself. There is no way in hell this was an accident. Someone was hiding her. Tonks was pacing back and forth as she went on her rant. She had to practice what Lily taught her to calm herself. The law was on Old One. At the time it was believed that no muggle could have given birth to a metamorphagus. The child had to have been stolen from some heartbroken wizarding family. The views of the ministry hadn't changed much since then. The child would be put with a family that could teach the child to harness their gift. I need you to evaluate her and see where her control level is at. I need to know if she can mimic my blood. I'll get someone less personally offended to investigate how and why she ended up in that orphanage. Though, Harry would like nothing better than investigate this himself. He knew himself well enough to know he would go about it like a rampaging bull in a china shop. He couldn't handle this the way he handled the Malcolm Douglas thing. Whoever was behind this, knew how to hide their tracks. They would know he was onto them long before he ever got close to figuring out who the guilty parties were. It was too personal for him to be objective. There was a third scenario running through Tonks' head, but she needed to get a feel for the girl first. It wasn't uncommon for a metamorphagus child to bond with a host family that they were placed with, and take on the host family's physical characteristics. Emma was untrained and had a bind put on her. That she was able to still use her ability despite the bind on her magic was amazing. She shouldn't have been able to do that, then again no one was around to tell her she couldn't. Just like no one told Harry he couldn't have a hybrid form. One thing was for sure. This was going to be a very interesting year at Hogwarts. I would say my mum, but I'm sure she wouldn't keep a level head about it. Plus, I need someone that will bend the rules or flat out crush them under her heels. That only leaves Aunt Sissy. I forgot to ask how the order meeting went last night. Well, your name came up a few times. You must have pissed Dumbledore off something fierce. I heard that you let a few secrets slip in the Great Hall. Just enough to get people thinking. Of course, making Longbottom piss his pants was definitely the icing on the cake. Well, he played the victim to Molly. I swear you could see the steam coming off her head. He told her that he couldn't guarantee she would be more than a concubine. Molly has it in her mind that Ginny will be the next Lady Longbottom. That, however, wasn't the only reason she was on the verge of a fit. It would appear the twins have come into some gold recently and moved out. Molly was not happy, and when she stopped by their new flat, let's just say they were breaking it in proper. I don't think she approved of Fred's guest. They were also late to the meeting and he was sporting a few wicked-looking love bites. They only stayed long enough to tell Dumbledore to bugger off and pay off both of theirs, as well as Ron and Ginny's scholarships. I'm guessing that she thinks they're mixed up in something illegal. Dumbledore was desperate for any intel on what happened at Diagon Alley. As far as he knows, the minister is blackballing him. The man has some serious control issues. He doesn't know about the Marauders yet, but that will change when the Daily Prophet comes out today. Thanks to a couple of house elves, Lily and Sirius have deniability, but it's only a matter of time before he figures it out. The Marauder mark kind of gives it away. Someone from the Daily Prophet managed to get a picture of it. Is that what they're calling it? Dad would be proud. Any new intel on the Tommyboy front? Oh, I like that one. Snape made a late appearance. He didn't tell us anything we wouldn't have figured out for ourselves. The Git had one hell of a fit. Malfoy and Greyback were tortured for the failure at Diagon Alley. They did manage to get back a good portion of their gold, other than that nothing concrete. When Harry entered the Great Hall, he noticed that Neville had managed to gain a new fan girl by the name of Romilda Vane. The little social climber was attached to his arm, and by the look of it she wasn't letting go anytime soon. They were sitting close to the Marauders, but as of yet none of them acted like they noticed them. He was impressed by Ron's self-control. He presumed that Hermione must have slipped him a calming draft. It was an obvious play to make Ginny jealous. Pathetic Neville, very pathetic. That poor misguided girl is going to snap her neck if she laughs at another one of your lame s jokes. When she saw him, Ginny gave him a wink and slid over to make room for him. Harry couldn't help but smile like an idiot at her. When he sat down, he leaned in to whisper something to her and noticed that she smelled slightly different. He chalked it up to a new perfume she was probably trying. "I don't suppose you're on the menu, tease," he purred in her ear. It made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. She repressed the urge to shiver. She wasn't about to let him know the affect he had on her. Besides, two could play that game. She let her warm breath cascade across his neck just before she whispered back. Maybe not Git. Now it was Harry's turn to stifle a shudder. In the back of her mind a little insecure voice had told her that he wouldn't be attracted to her now that she was on the potion. She now silenced the last part of her old self. She knew what she wanted and she wasn't going to let anything or one tell her differently. "I wish he would take the hint and bugger off already," Parvati said loud enough for Neville and Romilda to hear. Neville curled his lips up as his new girlfriend let out a disgruntled humph. Harry guessed that he was waiting for something to happen. Right on cue the Morning Post arrived. Hermione was curious to read about the attack on Diagon Alley, but froze when she saw an all-too-familiar red post heading their way. Ron tensed as he wondered if his activities on the train had gotten back to his mother. Ginny saw Neville's broad smirk and knew instantly who was getting an infamous Molly Weasley public tongue lashing. She was shocked beyond all reason when it landed in front of Harry. "Oh look, it seems I've been naughty." Harry chuckled out as he reached for it. "No, I'll just get rid of it," Ginny said as she snatched it up just before Harry could reach it. It was one thing to humiliate her in public, but to have a go at Harry. That was something she would not allow. "Hand it over, Ginny. I've been chewed out before. I for one would like to hear the propaganda that Neville been spewing in her ear," Harry said in a casual manner as he held out his hand. Reluctantly Ginny handed it over to him. She couldn't believe that her mum would do this to someone she had never met. "Well, this should be fun," Harry joked as he broke the seal. Immediately, the howler came to life and the sound of Molly Weasley's shrieking voice filled the Great Hall. "Just who do you think you are, Harry Potter? Dragging my daughter off to Diagon Alley when she should be at school? She could have been killed. If her brothers weren't there she just might have been, no thanks to you. And you call yourself a supposed noble lord. I've heard all about your depraved attitude towards women. Lying with succubi no less. Well, you can stick with those things and leave my daughter alone. She is a good girl and obviously under some spell or potion to be associating with someone of your shady moral core. She will not be another notch on your wand, I can tell you that. You even encouraged one of my sons to have say with a goblin. I will have none of that, do you hear me? I forbid you to even so much as speak to any of my children." Then the howler turned to Ginny. "As for you, young lady, how could you treat Neville that way? He has been very good to you and our family. You're jeopardizing your future for some alluring pretty boy. I thought I raised you better than that." Then it turned to Ron. "And don't you think I haven't heard about what you did on the train, young man? Hermione is a virtuous girl and you have disheveled her good reputation with your total lack of self-control. I am totally disgusted with you." And once more it turned to Harry, who was looking at the staff table and noticed that his mum was gone. He almost felt sorry for Ginny's mum, almost. He didn't care what she had said about him, but the derogatory way she referred to Sasha and her people pissed him off. Not to mention the way she yelled at and what she implied about Ginny. His mum's absence meant only one thing. Molly was about to learn that you never mess with a lioness cub. As good as her howler was, it was nothing compared to his mum's razor-sharp tongue. "You stay away from my children." The howler suddenly burst into flames. Ginny and Hermione faces were in their hands and Ron had a look of horror in his face. Neville was laughing outright. as were some of the people from the tables nearby. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were all shocked when Harry started clapping. Now that was a damn good howler. Okay, she's obviously misguided, that's a given. The woman has been listening to the wrong people for too long, but you can't deny that she loves her children. Plus, she called me an alluring pretty boy. So tell me tease, am I alluring? Harry dragged out the last word in a husky voice that made most of the people listening laugh. Ginny was very grateful that he was not mad and even was making a joke about the whole thing. She hugged him and whispered her thanks in his ear. Do you think Fred really did sleep with Hesta? Well, good for him, way to go broadening that horizon. Now, do you want some payback? Harry whispered to her. Is that a trick question? Ginny asked with a grin. Then watch the master, Harry answered. Out of the corner of his eye he could see that Dean, who was sitting across from Neville, was taking a drink of pumpkin juice. So Dean, I hear you want to shag my mum. Dean forcibly shot the contents of his mouth all over Neville and Romilda. The girl shrieked out, as the chosen git howled about the injustice of what just happened to him. Dean looked as if he was going to wet himself. He really didn't want to get on Harry's bad side. The rest of the table was laughing at what just happened. It's all about the timing, darlin'. Harry laughed at Ginny. You are the master, Ginny agreed as she pulled him in so she could reward him with a well-deserved key. Lily could still hear the shrieking of the howler as she exited the castle. She was fuming, as the Muggles would say. She had always considered herself a relatively calm woman. She had her fits of anger, just like any normal person would. Perhaps sometimes they would be louder and more volatile than they needed to be. She was a redhead after all, and subtlety was a wasted art on the ones that were usually responsible for her outbursts. It was healthy to release the firestorm that dwelled within. As a child her mum had signed her up to take Tai Chi to help her control her inner demon, as she so affectionately called it. Thanks to those teachings, even when she was at her most volatile, she always had a certain level of control. That control had been put to the test by her husband more times than she ever cared to remember. Even when Sirius and Harry had her at her wit's end, she never lost control. In less than a minute Molly Weasley had her seeing red, and this time it wasn't her hair. The woman had crossed a line, and now, by Merlin, she was going to learn why Lily's animagus was a lioness. Vonda, Lily yelled as she marched to the gate that led to Hogsmeade. With a pop, her house elf appeared at her side and had to run to keep up with her mistress's fast pace. Yes, mistress. Find Molly Weasley and return with her location. Lily snapped, not even bothering to look down at her. That alone told Vonda that whatever that witch had done, it was very bad. Never had her mistress ever raised her voice to her. This was going to be bad, very, very bad. Yes, mistress, Vonda answered and popped away. No sooner had Lily exited Hogwarts grounds when Vonda returned. Mistress, the witch you seek is in the village down the way. Perfect, Lily snarled as she quickened her pace. Mistress, why are you so enraged? Vonda asked in hopes that talking would calm her mistress down. What came out of Lily's mouth was an unending, barely coherent, very unfriendly rant. Vonda was only able to make a few of the words, bitch, foot, and ass. Vonda assumed she must be channeling Master Harry. He was always fond of those words when he was incensed. Molly Weasley was a woman on a mission, or would mother be the better word? Yes, mother was the ticket. Her family was all out of whack, and it was high time that she straightened them out. She had seen this coming for a while now. As always, at the core of it was Ginny. What was it with that girl? She attracted trouble like a garden attracts gnomes. She loved her daughter very much, but she could be dreadfully exasperating at times. Stubborn to the core, opinionated beyond reason, with mischievousness that leveled on brilliance, defiant to the point that you wanted to strangle her, and completely ungrateful for what her mother had done to secure her a better future. She honestly didn't know where she got it from. She was such a good little girl until her first year at Hogwarts. She had the cutest crush on Neville. He was quite taken with her, and her future looked very bright indeed. It all started when Ginny let herself be controlled by that damn diary. She had hurt so many students, and if it wasn't for Neville she would have died in that cursed chamber. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's and Neville's influence she could have been sent to Azkaban straight away. Ginny was very lucky. All she walked away with was a life debt. The daft girl saw it as a curse instead of a blessing. How could she not see the opportunity before her? The boy who lived's fame, fortune, and everything that came with that. Yes, Neville had a few character flaws thanks to his grandmother, but the woman wasn't going to live forever. All Ginny needed to do was to tolerate her while she was still alive. A proper witch could mold Neville into the kind of wizard that she would be proud of. Did the girl not realize how many years she had to put into Arthur? He certainly didn't start off as the steadfast father and husband he was today. Molly could still remembered all the parties that she went to before the Pruitts lost their fortune because of her father's gambling. They were once a respected family and linked to some of the most influential members of the Wizengamot. Now their good name was all but a joke. Her Aunt Muriel all but disowned them. She was little more than a child herself, and she was obligated to care for her younger brothers as her beautiful mum was forced to pay off the debts her family had. Her mum was never really the same after that. It wasn't until she returned to school that she learned how her mum had accomplished that. It was made very clear that very few lords were all that noble. She knew what her future held, so she sought to find herself a husband. Many said that they would consider it if she was accommodating, and against her better judgment she was. She felt she had little choice, as she had 2 little brothers to protect. She made the mistake of seeking out wealthy young classmates. Her accommodations were small at first, but their desires only grew as did her transgressions. She soon lost control of the situation. Before she knew it, she was the joke of the school. It was Arthur that took a beating from 4 Sleithians, in defense of her jaded honor, that brought Molly back to her senses. Just a poor boy from a poor family, but he had a more noble heart than any of the ones that she had unwisely chosen. True, his obsession with Muggle things could be annoying at times, but he was good and decent. When he looked at her she felt beautiful, not plain and big-boned as she was often called, but mostly she didn't feel dirty. Before she knew it they was married. She never regretted that decision, but at times she missed her old life, back when she was still young and innocent. The parties, oh how she missed the parties and spinning around in her dress. It made her feel free. She wanted that for Ginny, and with luck she could have it. Now she was going to throw it all away over some handsome boy with a title, which was a sick joke in her opinion. She still remembered all the stories that Rita Skeeter wrote about his mother. How the Muggle-born witch snaked one of the most handsome noble lords away from more deserving pure-blooded witches. It was said that she was very gifted with potions. Rita exposed how she had used love potions to have him literally panting like a dog for her. Yet, she shunned him until their last year at Hogwarts. Then she swooped in for the kill. The ink was barely dry on the marriage certificate before she was conveniently pregnant. All the time Sirius Black was always close at hand. It was obvious that she took advantage of the fact that he was distraught over his longtime girlfriend having a marriage contract with another man. There were even pictures of her so-called attempt at comforting him. Poor trusting James was blind to it all. He deserved better. Once her son was born they were never seen. It was rumored that he looked strikingly like Sirius Black. Then noble brave James Potter got killed by he who must not be named. That scandalous woman didn't even have the decency to attend her husband's funeral. Remus was beside himself with grief. Now they were back with their so-called love child. She didn't care what the Daily Prophet said or that he looked like James in that picture. He was under a glamour charm, she was sure of it. And the ways the two of them were throwing curses around Diagon Alley. Some innocent child could have been gravely hurt. The boy had a smile on his face for Merlin's sake. Neville said that woman was practically bragging how her son had been with succubi in the Great Hall. It seems that he is just like that sinful mother of his. She gave Albus a good piece of her mind for letting that twisted family teach their children. Of course Remus instantly jumped to their defense. He was such a loyal friend. Tonks was doing her best to keep him calm. Molly just hoped that she would be able to make him see the truth about those vile people. Now that boy was trying to infect her children with his perverse ways. Well, she would have none of it. She had listened to Arthur when he said that they should trust in their children to find their own way. Now she was going to do it her way. By now that sorry excuse for a noble lord would be feeling the sting of her howler. With her daughter's attitude properly adjusted, she was going to put her two troublesome twins back in line. George woke up to the delicious feel of Angelina's BPD body against his. Her raven hair was sprawling across his bare chest, as she silently played connect the dots with freckles. Her beautiful face had intense concentration on it as she drew an invisible picture that only she could see. It was the same expression that she had when she played Quidditch. It was completely adorable. Her lips curled up when she felt a part of him stir. Her eyes slowly looked up until her fire whiskey-colored eyes locked with his hazel ones. They had that mischievous shimmer that he loved so much. "Is someone finally up?" she purred at him. "Not yet, love, but it's coming." "Why, Mr. Weasley, that was a rather bold statement. I hope you can back it up," she added with an eyebrow wiggle. George answered her by using the move he saw Hestia use on Fred the day before. Angelina squeaked as she beeped in a quick breath. She was both shocked and aroused by George's dynamic move. Fear mixed in as he grabbed her wrists and guided them until they crossed each other over her head. One of his hands held them in place as the other slowly made its way down her neck. Her breathing became heavier as she stared silently into his lust-filled eyes. The loose way he held her wrists together told her that he would stop if she asked. The thing was that though his new dominating side it was quite intimidating, it was also very erotic. "Prepare yourself to be ravaged, Ms. Johnson," George told her in a husky voice. With reckless abandonment she wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him in. His mouth crashed down on hers and found that her hunger matched his own. Blam, blam, blam. "Did you hear something?" George asked as he broke for air and looked around the room. "Hey, less talking, more ravishing," Angelina ordered, and George attacked her neck with his mouth. He quickly found her sensitive spot and she moaned out her appreciation. "I don't want to know how you learned to do that, but don't you dare stop." Blam, blam, blam. Angelina rolled her eyes in aggravation. She couldn't believe that those two were at it again. The least they could have done was put up a silencing charm or something. George let go of her wrists and put both of his hands to good use. She left her arms crossed so not to break from her secret fantasy. The annoying banging faded away as her lover brought her closer and closer to bliss. She would let him take her any way he wanted and they would deal with the ramifications of it later. This was what she wanted. She knew herself well enough to know that. Blam, blam, blam. Bloody F******, that's annoying. They both yelled out at the same time. George jumped out of the bed and started to frantically look for his wand. Angelina rolled over on her side to enjoy the show. Blam, blam, blam. "Got it," George yelled out as he waved the wand above his head and did a victory dance. She rolled her eyes at his ridicule's boogie, but couldn't stop herself from giggling all the same. It was just one of the things that she loved about him. "Cast the damn charm already and get your ass back in bed. I have yet to be thoroughly ravaged, Mr. Weasley," she commanded as she struck a very say-why poise on the bed. She wiggled her bum in a way that drove him totally nutters. "On it, love," George said after receiving the proper motivation from his voluptuous temptress. He cast the silencing charm at his twin's room and moved to go back into his bed and give Angelina the attention that she just demanded. She assumed the position that she had earlier. Just short of the bed, a playfully evil idea popped into his devious mind. She recognized the look in his eyes immediately and gulped hard. With a swish of his wand, red ribbons shot forth, binding her wrists to the headboard. She squeaked in a quick breath as the end of the ribbon covered her eyes. She didn't fight against it, but bit down on her bottom lip in anticipation. Blam, blam, blam. "Fred and George Weasley, you open this door right this instant. I know you're both in there." George froze where he stood and all the color left his body when the bellowing voice of Howlin' Molly Weasley came through the open window. Not that Angelina could see with her being BPD, tied, blindfolded, and very, very aggravated. Honestly, does that woman not have a life of her own? I'll get rid of her. George walked over to the window and looked down. This was not good. She was in her standard "Fred and George, I'm going to hang you by your thumbs" stance. Both of her hands were on her hips and the tapping of one of her feet was becoming faster and louder. After what happened at the order meeting, he shouldn't have been surprised that she would come demanding answers. He just wasn't expecting her this bloody early. Angelina had just recently returned to the country and his mum was intruding on their limited time together. She had gotten on as a chaser on a French Quidditch team and was only visiting for a few days. He wished it was more, but he would take what he could get. He felt a flare of anger. His mum's meddling was really pissing him off. "Mum, now is not a good time. Come back in an hour." He heard Angelina clear her throat. "Make that 2 hours. Don't you dare shut that window, George Weasley. I will not be dismissed. Do you hear me, young man? I said don't shut that window." Whatever muffled commands that his mum was yelling at him he ignored as he took in the lovely view on his bed. "Now, where were we? You mentioned something about ravaging." "Yes, but first let's find those ticklish spots," George said with the glee of a kid in a candy store. "George, don't you dare," Angelina screamed as she withered around in the bed, even before he had reached it. "Oh, but I am daring," George teased as he crept over to the bed. "Molly Weasley," was heard coming from outside and quickly followed by his mum's scream and the side of the house shaking from being hit by a spell. "What the hell now?" George said as he went back to the window and threw it open. On the street below he saw his mum getting up off the ground. She must have dived to avoid being hit by a hex. In the middle of the street was a woman with dark red hair and green eyes. She was looking at his mum like she could spit nails. "Are you out of your mind?" Molly shrieked as she got to her feet. "Just who do you think you are sending a howler to my son?" Lily yelled. "If you had done a proper job raising him I wouldn't have to." Molly countered and then was forced to dive to avoid being hit by another hex. Said the woman that all but called her own daughter a whore for the whole school to hear. "She didn't," Angelina, wrapped in a sheet, asked as she looked out the window at the scene playing out in the street. George gave her a double take. She had somehow managed to free herself from the binds. "How did you get out of that?" George asked. "I'm adventurous and like to experiment, that doesn't make me stupid," she told him as she wiggled her wand. "And exactly where were you hiding that? If she told you that, it wouldn't be a very good hiding spot," Hestia said as she strolled across the room BPD and looked out the window. Fred followed her into the room, but thankfully he had the good sense to put on a pair of boxers. Hestia eyed George with a smirk before taking a position next to Angelina at the window. "I guess they really are identical," she said, to which Angelina laughed. George looked down and turned red, before bolting to his dresser and acquiring some cloths. "2 questions, oh brother of mine." Shot. "She's not going to put cloths on, is she? She's going on 10 hours now, so probably not." "Next." "What the hell did she do to your back?" George asked as he examined the labyrinth of scratch marks across his back. "That had to have hurt." "Yeah, it stung, but what a ride it was," Fred answered with a broad grin. "Kinky. Hot to the cauldron, oh brother of mine, hot, to, the, cauldron." Fred pointed to the ribbons still tied to the bed. "Will you two shut it? This is getting good." On the street below Molly was on one of her famous rants while sending hex after hex at Lily, who was simply stepping out of the way at the last second, while egging her on at the same time. "I know you're all tops with potions, Potter, you being Slughorn's favorite and all. Only muggle born in the Slug Club as I recall. Wonder how you managed that one. That's how you got James, isn't it? A love potion. Now that cad of a son of yours is trying to do it to my sweet Ginny. Will you bloody stand still?" Molly screamed as she fired another curse at Lily only to miss again. Molly had only seen pictures of Lily in the paper until today. She needed a love potion to get James as much as her husband needed another muggle toy. If there was any justice in the wizarding world she would have not aged well, no such luck. Plus she had the grace of a dancer. "Bitch. What is your function for the order anyway?" "Cook, because honey you couldn't hit land if you fell off a ruddy broom. As for my son needing a love potion to get a girl, bitch please. You dare call my son a cad with you history? Someone is wearing their hypocrite hat today. What was that nickname the Slytherins had for you? Molly the. You shut your mouth. My sons live in that house." Molly screamed as she upgraded from hexes to curses. Her desperation was starting to show with her aim. Seriously. That one wasn't even close. Your kids went to school with the children of the ones that you went to school with. Do you honestly believe that wasn't ever thrown in their faces? You know how cruel children can be. Do you have any idea what it was like for that lovely young girl to be compared to you? Lily snapped as she hit Molly with a stinging jinx. Some of us didn't have a tight little body to get us a noble lord. We had to work with what we were given. At least I never used say as a weapon like you did. Damn it, missed again. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Lily's expulso spell made the ground before Molly explode and cover her with dirt. A large clump of grass with a flower sticking out of it handed on top of her head. Molly rolled her venom-filled eyes as she threw it off. Like Sirius Black would have hung around for all those years if you weren't giving him a good reason. To say that Molly was jealous of Lily was an understatement. She was the kind of beautiful that made men's eyes follow her, even if they were with someone else. Oh, she acted like she didn't notice, but no one was that blind. Her brothers would come back from order meetings talking about how brilliant Lily was, or how she was so good at charms. Once they dragged Arthur to one of those meetings and he wouldn't stop talking about her. Lily told me what a rubber duck was for. If we have a girl, I hope she's just like Lily. It drove her crazy. What chance did a plain big-boned girl have against someone like that? What are you babbling about now, you twit? I raised 6 boys, remember. I know how their brains work. Deny them something and they almost become obsessed about it. You played hard to get until just before James was graduated. Wouldn't want him going out into the world and finding a proper witch, would you? You tricked him into marrying you and then got him killed. Molly spat out and crossed a line for the second time that day. Lily's features became feral. She charged Molly, sending a furnunculate curse followed a diffindo. Molly backed away as she put up a shield. It didn't take long to fall under Lily's barrage of curses. Molly tripped and fell on her back. As she scampered to get to her feet, Lily closed the gap between them. Molly yipped as she was hit with a stinger jinx on her bum. Only to be followed by several more hitting other parts of her body, the intensity of the jinx becoming greater with every hit. She became painfully aware that if this was a real battle she would be dead by now. If their places were switched, she knew that she would be sending far worse at her. Mummificacious. Lily howled at her. Molly's robes wrapped around her body tightly and she fell, face first, into the street. She was then roughly pulled into a kneeling position by her hair. She felt the pain of Lily's wand on her throat. One look in her eyes told her that the woman was barely holding it together. When the woman spoke she could swear that she had fangs. Bitch, you don't know me or my life, so you don't get to judge me. You still have your husband to hold you at night and shield you from the darkness, to laugh with, to cry with, to make you feel alive. You know what I got. I got to see a snakefaced bastard shoot a killing curse in my husband's back. I got to see all the love he had for me and my son in his eyes, only to witness the life fade from them. Try explaining to a little boy the reason he can't stay in any one place long enough to make any real friends, and the reason why his father isn't there to teach him all the things only a father can is because some half-witted never was made some damn prophecy. How about watching your son who should be playing with other kids, train until he drops from exhaustion, because he feels he needs to protect his mother and avenge his father? Do you know the very moment that your son stopped being a child? I bloody do, and I live with that every day of my life. Now I know you're one of those idiots that think Rita Skeeter is a real journalist, but I'm going to give you the real facts, not Dumbledore and Longbottoms. Fact: yes, your daughter went with my son to Diagon Alley yesterday. Fact: Dumbledore approved it. Fact: Ginny volunteered to go. Fact: my son sent his house elf to hide her in his vault until it was over. Fact: she refused, because Death Eaters had one of you sons. Fact: they told her to surrender herself or they were going to kill your son. Fact: she led a rescue with only 2 of your other sons, a goblin, and a house elf as backup. Fact: they saved not your other son, but the director of Gringotts himself. Fact: instead of running like so many fully trained witches and wizards were doing, my son battled his way through trolls, gargoyles, and orcs to get to her. Fact: Greyback had his claws around your daughter's throat, and only when my son arrived did he let Ginny go. Fact, you precious chosen one pulled his wand on your daughter and called her his property. Fact, my son put himself between her and Longbottom's wand. Personally, I would need more than Dumbledore's word before I surrender my child over to a spoiled brat. Here's a little bit of advice from one mother to another. Stop talking at your daughter and start talking to her, or you are going to lose Ginny for good. Oh, this is one more little fact for you, so listen real carefully. If you ever disrespect Harry or Ginny again, I will, Azkaban be damned, not hold back. She shoved Molly's face in the street before turning to leave. It was only then that she realized that a crowd of people had gathered around them. One face that she recognized was that of Gabriella Greengrass. The women shared an unreadable look, before Lily gave her a slight nod. It was returned, and Lily apparated back to the front gate of Hogwarts. The woman stepped forward from the crowd and stopped just short of Molly. She pulled out a copy of the morning's Daily Prophet. She threw it on the ground in front of her. The front page had picture of the dark mark over Gringotts. Then 2 swords pierced the skull and the snake dropped dead. The headline above read, "The End of an Era. The Beginning of Hope." While you're down there where you obviously belong, you might want to read the article on yesterday's attack. Lord Potter and your daughter were named as heroes of the battle. In fact, they are going to be receiving the Order of Merlin on Saturday, along with several other private citizens that stood and fought for their right to live. Let me tell you something about Lord Harry James Potter. He rallied us to fight back. I know because I was there, as was my little daughter. He showed us a spell that would work against them, and then charged into the thick of it without fear. As for those succubi that you think are so sinful and scandalous, they came to our aid when it looked the darkest. Families are still unbroken today because they showed us more humanity than we ever showed them. I once thought like you, but no more. If you ever bothered to get to know Lily, then you would have seen that Rita Skeeter's so-called exposé for what it was. A ghastly attempt by remaining Death Eaters to draw her out, so they could finish what they started. Are you really that daft woman? Gabriella finished with disgust. She turned on her heels and walked away. The crowd parted so she could pass, but not before some of them started to clap and cheer. Of all that now stood in the street, none aided Molly. The hordes of spectators were gone when Fred walked out of her house and over to his mother, and cast the counter curse that Harry had taught him. Has the whole world gone mad? Be a dear and help you old mum up, will you, Fred, Fred? Molly asked him, but he was already halfway to his door. Molly got up and followed her son to the house. Fred stopped at the front door and turned to face his mother. The look on his face was like when he talked of Umbridge. George walked out the front door and stood shoulder to shoulder with his twin with the same expression. When you look at Jin, Fred started. You see an 11-old girl, George continued. That made a mistake. You've been trying to fix her ever since. She's not broken. Never was. What we see is a brilliant, bold, brave, powerful witch, until you see that, Mum. We're done. Then they stepped into their house and slammed the door in her face. Molly just stood looking at the door with a blank face, as she slowly digested what had just happened. When she finally turned around and walked away from her son's house, she was as pale as a Patronus. Her world was crumbling around her, and for once she didn't know how to fix it. She slowly picked up the discarded copy of the Daily Prophet. Perhaps it was time she got some facts, then maybe, just maybe, she could figure out how to fix all this. Narcissa walked into the 9th Street Orphanage's main office. She was dressed in Muggle attire and under a glamour charm. To the people in the office she looked to be about 20 years older than she really was. A few gray hairs were intermixed with the light brown hair she was now sporting. "Excuse me, may I help you?" a plump woman behind a desk asked her. She looked to be in her mid-40s. Narcissa plastered on a fake smile and addressed the woman. "Well, I certainly hope so. My name is Rose Evans. I work for the Hogwarts Academy." Narcissa told her the fake name that the ministry used when dealing with Muggles. The woman showed recognition of the name, so she continued. "It seems that all our information on one." She looked down at the empty open folder in her arms, before looking back at the woman. Emma Walker was misplaced. The woman behind the desk let out a short snort. "Figures, you would be surprised just how often that happens. I hope the girl hasn't been giving you any trouble, she asked as she got up and walked over to a long row of filing cabinets. Haven't the foggiest. I've never met the child myself. Why do you ask? Is she prone to getting into mischief? Narcissa asked in a bored voice. She was trying to portray an annoyed assistant running an unwanted errand for her boss. It would not do well to send off any red flags right from the off. By the other woman's reaction, she seemed to be buying it without question. She doesn't seek it out, if that what you mean. It's just, has a way of finding her all on its own, she said as she dug into a file cabinet. Really? How so? If the child is going to be a problem, my boss would certainly like to know about it. Narcissa asked with just a hint of concern. She wanted to get her a little off balance and see what she would let slip. She couldn't afford to use magic here. She could feel the magical signature on this place. To use magic would only bring unwanted attention. She would have to do this the old-fashioned way. Don't get me wrong. From a distance she seemed like an agreeable enough child, but whenever she is around anyone, things just happen. She just seems to bring out people's aggression. Oh, here it is. The woman walked over to Narcissa and handed her a large file. She gave it a quick once-over and was amazed by the number of times the girl was injured. She saw that she was diagnosed with epsilorphanite by a Dr. D. Fudge, a short description of the rare so-called disease that was responsible for her hair spontaneously changing color. Honestly, the gullibility of these muggles. Put enough letters in a word and they'll believe it's a disease. Is she accident-prone? I see a lot of injuries here. I've only worked here for about a year. The one you would want to talk to about it is Mrs. Lancaster. She retired last year. I can get you her address when I make copies of the file if you like. The woman said in an attempt to shift responsibility away from her. She seemed more nervous than the question warranted, but pushing the issue could make her shut down altogether. That would be lovely. My boss is a stickler for details. Do you have all the records on the girl's birth parents? I don't see any in here. Narcissa offered the file back to her. She snatched it up and looked through it. That's odd. It's usually right on top. The woman frantically searched through the file. Narcissa got the feeling she was one of those people that liked everything in order and got flustered when they were not. Narcissa decided to take this opportunity to probe her further, while her mind was concentrating on another task. Did she have many friends? No, she was pretty much a loner here. Muggle repellent charm. What about staff? The only one that seemed to like her was Mrs. Lancaster. Squib most likely. Enemies. That would be Adam. They fought like cats and dogs, but since she left, all he does is ask if she's alright. I swear he must be bipolar. Aggression hex. Wait, we have the old records down in the basement. It shouldn't take me more than 10 minutes to find them. That's fine, take your time. The woman rushed out of the office, which was just fine with Narcissa. She took the opportunity to look around. Thankfully she had cast a magic detection charm on her eyes before she came inside the orphanage. She sensed magic all over the place. That was more than a little bizarre, considering this particular orphanage was not on the approved list by the Ministry of Magic. She had a strong feeling that the records in the basement were long gone as well. Whoever was behind this was good at covering their tracks. The door to the office opened and a boy about 12 years old walked in. He had sandy-colored hair and a sturdy build. His eyes seemed to draw her attention. They appeared to not fit him somehow. She then saw the magic radiating off the Muggle boy head. "Hi there," he said in a casual voice. "Hello, how are you?" She answered and asked. He gave her a shrug and walked over to a bench and plopped down on it. He seemed to be waiting for something. By the look on his face he wasn't terribly happy about it. "Are you in trouble?" Narcissa asked when her curiosity got the better of her. "Usually," was his only response. She got the distinct feeling he didn't like grown-ups. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Usually in Trouble." Lily once told her that a good joke could loosen a tongue better than a threat. The boy laughed at that, so she presumed she at least got that part right. "Good one. My name is Adam." "You don't say." "Rose Evans at your service, young man." Narcissa extended her hand to him, and he took it. He quickly looked over his shoulder at the door, and bit his bottom lip. He hadn't let go of her hand yet. He leaned in as if to whisper something to her. I'm having a good day, so she'll be coming soon. Who will be coming soon? Narcissa asked with general concern in her voice. That was what the boy reacted to. He gave an odd look as he mentally debated with himself. When he looked back at her, he had a determined, yet vulnerable look. The magic around his head changed color from a soft blue to a dark red. He grinded his teeth as he fought against the compulsion trying to control him. Narcissa marveled as this young muggle fought against the magic, and mentally cheered when its color was blue again. That mean cat lady. The one that makes me hate Emma. I don't mean to be a bad boy, really I don't. I got out of the box she put me in. If I'm not mean, she will put me back in again. I don't want to go back in the box. Adam begged her. He was talking really fast, as if he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get it all out. He also didn't talk like a boy of 12. She guessed he was 6, maybe 7. You're not the only one in there, are you? Narcissa asked as she tapped his forehead. He nodded his answer. She took a deep breath to steady herself. We don't have much time, do we? Again he answered her by moving his head side to side. You know what I am, don't you? His head moved up and down, and looked to her purse. Do you trust me? Again, up and down, then she felt a piece of paper being pushed into her hand. Tell her I'm sorry, I just wasn't strong enough. He quickly stood up, tears in his eyes, and ran from the room. The mother in Narcissa wanted to go after him, to cuddle him, and promise him that the mean cat lady would never hurt him again. The pure-blooded witch in her knew that doing that would only alert the ones that did this to him and Emma. It made perfect sense to her, and she hated that it did. All those years with the Death Eaters had given her insight into the twisted working of their psyche. Come across a young metamorphagus without any family to miss her. Bind her magic and hide her away from the wizarding world. Make all the muggles around hate her, forcing her to isolate herself. Deprive her of any form of kindness, so, when you give her what she craves so desperately, she'll do anything you ask. Then all you have to do is wait until she reaches age. Train her and watch the galleons roll in. The question was who had found her. They had made some mistakes. Mrs. Lancaster was a squib, so the muggle repellent charm had no effect on her. They couldn't corrupt the purity of a little boy, so they opted to lock him away in his own mind and implanted their own tormentor. It would have to be adjusted each year, but they missed one and Adam got out. She opened the folded piece of paper and saw a drawing that could have only been made by a young child. It showed a boy on his knees, begging a girl with rainbow-colored hair to forgive him. In a bubble over his head were the words, "I'm so sorry, Emmy. The cat lady made me do it." Narcissa's heart just about broke, and she had to cover her mouth to keep from crying out. He should be angry with what was done to him, but all he wanted was her forgiveness. She would have to wait until that woman came back with the file. Then she would need to seek out this Mrs. Lancaster. She was sure she would be able to find about Emma's parents from her. Dobby would shadow Adam. If this cat lady or any other magical person showed their sorry asses, he would be ordered to get her immediately. I failed Draco, but I swear on my magic. I won't fail you, Adam. I won't fail you. Harry, where are we going? I don't want to be late for class. Emma asked as Harry led her down an empty hallway. This won't take too long, Cub. There is someone I want you to meet. Harry said over his shoulder. She so loved his nickname for her. She knew it was some animagus thing, but she didn't care. She felt protected and loved whenever he said it, and that was all that really mattered to her. Emma noticed that there were no portraits on the walls and found it odd. Harry finally stopped in front of a door halfway down the hall. He opened it and motioned her to go in. Emma cocked a brow, but went in all the same. It was an open room that was half the size of the Great Hall. It was empty except for a desk on the far wall. A lone person was sitting on the desk with their head bowed down and their legs swaying back and forth. From a distance it looked like Harry's mum. Emma turned to look at Harry. Harry, I've met your mum before. I've had class with her yesterday, you know. Are you sure that's my mum? He asked with a grin. She looked back and the girl looked up. She could have sworn that it was her twin sister, if she had a twin sister. Did she have a twin sister? She was pretty sure that would be something she would have remembered. She had a brother out there that she was more than happy to forget, but a sister that would just rock her socks. Emma's natural inquisitive nature kicked in and she started to walk over to the girl sitting on the desk. She continued swinging her legs back and forth as she waited for her to get closer. Or why you my sister? Emma asked timidly as the girl hopped of the desk and smiled at her. She winked at Emma, and when her eye opened back up it was a different color than the other one. Kind of, in a way. She giggled and then winked the other eye, to reveal another color. Then her hair changed to a bold purple and she grew 2 feet. When the transformation was complete she looked to be in her 20s. Emma's mouth just dropped to the floor. She extended her hand to Emma. She took it and felt an instant connection to Tonks. Wow, was all she managed to get out. It was the only thing that seemed to fit. Welcome to the sisterhood, Emma Walker, the more experienced metamorphagus said with a wink. Emma grinned broadly at that. A feeling of belonging swelled within her. Emma, this is my Aunt Nimpy, but if you value your life, call her Tonks. Huh? Emma asked after she saw the woman shoot daggers with her eyes at Harry, who just blew her a key in response. Tonks rolled eyes and shook her head before addressing her. It's a long story, sweetie, and I believe you need to get to class. If you want I can help you train up. Emma nodded her head eagerly. I thought so. Tell you what. Meet me here about 4 tonight and we'll see where you're at and where you need work. Oh, and one more thing. Because you're in the sisterhood now, you'll never have to go back to that orphanage again. In fact, if I know this cheeky git, he has already taken care of that. Really? Emma asked as she looked back at Harry. He was smiling at her in a way that made her warm all over. Like things were finally going to go her way. You betcha. Now scoot, you're going to be late. Tonks said, bringing Emma back down to earth. Bugger, I got only a minute to get to potions and it's on the other side of the castle. Snape is gonna kill me. Is that all? Harry asked. Harry, what are you Bugger me. Warn a girl before you do something like that, Harry. Emma shrieked at the panther that was looking at her. He had given her quite a fright, but still she couldn't help but smile at the majestic-looking panther. Just hold on tight, Emma. You're about to get the ride of your life. Tonks told her as she put the girl's arm around the panther's neck. She looked back at Tonks, unsure how that was supposed to help. Harry's aunt just waved at her before she sunk into her own shadow. She was in complete darkness, and her entire body tingled. Then there was a flash of another part of the castle, as they leapt from one shadow to another. This happened several more times. Once they came out right behind Mr. Filch. She was sure that they were caught for sure, as he was turning around when his cat hissed at them. They disappeared right into the perpetually narked old codger's shadow. They finally came out right in front of Snape's classroom. Emma's hair looked like she was just come out of a tornado. She was bent over with her hands on her knees and breathing hard. She slowly turned her head to look at Harry. Harry, that was, she said each word after a heavy breath. Then she jumped up in the air as she swung her fist to the heavens and cheered. Totally wicked. The doors to the classroom bursted open and Snape charged out into the hall. Harry shot to her and they once again sank into their shadow before Snape caught sight of them. She came out of a shadow in a dark corner of the classroom. She quickly took the empty seat next to Mark. Thanks for saving me a seat, she whispered to him after she keyed him on the cheek. He was blushing crimson red and she totally loved it. Snape closed the door to the classroom and made his way to his desk, rather irked that he didn't catch whoever made the disturbance in the hall. He stopped where Emma was sitting. He looked at her, then to the door, and back to her again. Emma looked up at him innocently. He appeared as if he was going to say something, but grumbled something under his breath and continued to his desk. Persa and Gabby looked back at her and mouthed how at the same time. Emma mouthed later back to them. The both shrugged and turned back around. Emma snuck a glance back at the dark corner of the classroom where she came from. In the darkness she saw a green eye wink at her, before completely disappearing. She smiled to herself as she took stock of her morning so far. She met another of her kind, was promised to get training, was told she would never have to go back to that foul orphanage again, took an ace ride across the castle, snaked past the beastly groundskeeper, He had the boy she fancied, and royally narked off her tosser of a potions professor. Sometimes life was really good. Daphne was sitting in front of a pile of open books in the library, all of which were on ancient runes. She had a free period today and planned to put it to good use. That distorted rune on the back of Emma's neck kept popping into her head. It seemed familiar and it was driving her crazy. She had drawn a picture of it for reference, but she was sure it had to be more intricate than that. She was so engrossed in her endeavor that she didn't notice Crabbe and Goyle walking up behind her, or that the librarian was nowhere to be seen. She was currently locking up the library and casting silencing charms under Crabbe's imperious curse. Then she was instructed to take a very lengthy kip. Vincent had finally gotten his wand back and he planned on putting it to good use. It was time for Greengrass to learn her place. He was using a spell to make him silent, but Daphne caught his scent anyway and reached for her wand. He grabbed her by the back of her head and slammed it down hard on the table 3 times. She dropped her wand as all she could see were stars. He pulled her to her feet and threw her to Goyle, who pulled her arms behind her back and bound them together with a charm. He then grabbed her by her hair and pulled her head back to look at Vincent. Even dazed as she was, she still had a defiant look on her face. Crabbe pulled back his fist with the intent of knocking that annoying superior look off her face. "Do it, you impotent little wanker," Daphne yelled in a vain attempt that someone would hear her. "I'll show you, impotent bitch," he yelled back, secure in the knowledge that no one would come to her aid. He balled up his fist and drove it into her gut. Daphne's eyes felt as if they would leave their sockets, as all the air in her lungs was forced out of her body. Again her head was pulled back up as she tried to get air back into her lungs. "I'm not going to hurt that pretty little face of yours. Speaking of pretty, I've wanted to have a peek at these cute puppies for a long time," he said before he ripped open her blouse, to reveal a red-laced cloth that was standing between him and what he wanted. "Take a good look, Vincent. They're going to be the last ones you ever going to see," Daphne threatened in false bravado. She was scared, but she wasn't about to let them see it. They both laughed at her. She tried to break free, but Goyle held her in place. "That cloth looked expensive, he said as he ripped it open and grinned at what laid beneath. Daphne ground her teeth as he gawked at her exposed beasts. "Huh, I always pictured them darker and pointer. Come to think of it, your nipples could do with a little color. What do you say, Greg?" The git laughed out his approval. Daphne braced herself for what was about to come. Crabbe pinched her right nipple and twisted and pulled hard. It was all she could do not to cry out, which was what he wanted. She bore the pain just to deny him. A vain attempt to cling to some resemblance of control of the situation that she knew was lost. "Damn, I didn't think it could stretch that far." Crabbe gloated as he twisted it more when she didn't give him what he wanted to hear. Her pain intensified to the point she couldn't think straight. It wasn't until tears escaped her eyes that he let go. He would have preferred to hear her cry out for mercy, but it was still a victory. He couldn't remember a time that he ever saw her cry before. "Girl's got some pain threshold, Vincent. Just starting, Gregory. She'll be singing her submission before you know it," he told his partner in crime as he admired his work. Daphne's right nipple was swollen and growing darker by the second. "Look, they don't match, can't have that." He laughed out as he repeated his previous action to her left one. Again Daphne fought to not cry out, and was starting to wonder if it was really worth it. After a minute that felt like an hour she let him have what he wanted. Now was that so hard? "Look, they match again. Gregory, why don't you have a feel, while I see if she's a true blonde?" Vincent taunted her. A pair of rough hands reached around and pulled her until her back was pressed firmly against his chest, then proceeded to grope her. She fought against Crabbe's attempt to remove her lower garments to no avail. She was Nicholas in less than a minute. "Yes, you owe me 5 galleons, Goyle, true blonde." He looked over her shoulder and between the valley of her beasts to see her golden lower locks and groaned. Daphne stopped fighting to get free. She now had herself a plan. The moment her arms were bound, it was pointless to turn into her lynx form. She would prefer to handle this herself, but it had obviously progressed beyond that point. It was time to call for help. The advantage of being an animagus was that other of her kind could hear, due to their heightened sense of hearing, other of their kind's call. even through silencing charms, because they were designed for only humans. With that in mind, she made her play. Fine, you win. Just get it over with so I can get on with my day. Finally wising up Greengrass, though I'm a little disappointed, I was hoping you would put up more of a fight. That twig's so tiny I probably won't feel a thing at all, she said in a huff as her legs parted. I'll show you, little bitch. Crab growled as he shoved his wand into his back pocket and dropped his pants and boxers. You know, you really should have taken off my shoes, Vinny. Thanks for the open target, wanker. Why's that whore? This. Daphne stomped her heels down on Goyle's toes, and slammed the back of her head into his nose. He let go of her and fell back with one hand on his bleeding nose and one on his tender foot, as he hopped on his good one. Balance was never his strong suit and gravity was a cruel mistress. He ended up knocking the table over in the process. She took a half step back and then kicked Crab in his bits with all her might. He doubled over in pain, holding his groin. She followed through with a kick to his throat. Crab fell backwards onto the floor. Daphne roared out for help and prayed one of her brethren heard it. While the two of them were down, she looked frantically for her wand. The table she was working at now knocked over and the books were scattered all over the floor. She started kicking them in the hopes that her wand laid beneath one. Goyle started to get up, so she ran down a book aisle to hide. There's nowhere to go, whore. The door's locked. You're going to get it twice as bad now, he yelled out. He rolled Crab over and saw that his face was blue. Daphne's kick had crushed his throat. Gregory healed his throat and Vincent breathed in air, and then started to cough uncontrollably. He waved Goyle to go look for Daphne as he relearned to breathe. Daphne was hopping from aisle to aisle in an attempt to keep 1 foot ahead them. Crab soon joined in the hunt. For another few minutes she managed to evade her would-be rapists, but she soon ran out of places to hide, and started to panic. She forced herself to breathe slowly to stay calm. She was halfway down one of the aisles when Goyle appeared at the end of it. She quickly turned around to run only to see Crab at the other. He wasn't walking too fast because of her previous kick to the bits. With that in mind she charged the big dumb one, screaming like a wild woman with her arms bound behind her back. 5 feet before she reached him she dove on the ground and rolled up. Using her momentum she delivered double heel kick between his legs. Goyle's feet left the floor for a few seconds and when he came down his legs couldn't support his weight. Daphne was already cocking back for another go, when she saw he was collapsing on her. She aimed for his chest but connected with his jaw instead and prayed that cracking sound was his jaw and not his neck. Either way his eyes rolled up, and his dead weight crushed her under him. She frantically tried to get him off of her as the other one advanced on her. Crab pulled her out from under him by her hair. He threw her face first against a bookshelf and punched her 3 times in the kidneys hard. Daphne's legs buckled as her body succumbed to the pain and she fell to the floor. He then dragged her back into the open area by her hair, with Daphne kicking and screaming all the way. He pulled the table back upright, and with victorious glee bent her over it. Just for all the trouble you've given me, I'm going to drive it up your ass first, bitch. Then you're going to clean it with your mouth, and then I'll plug you again, he threatened. And they say romance is dead. Daphne gave her last defiant jab before Crab stripped her of her dignity. She then heard a growl that wasn't her own. She looked up to see a jaguar leap on the other end of the table with fur that looked to be quicksilver. Its vibrant brown eyes seemed to pulsate with power. A low snarl started to build in its mouth as its fur started to crackle with static electricity. Crab backed up with a look of pure horror on his face and shaking pulled his wand out. The pulsating in the beast's eyes increased rapidly until it remained white. Daphne couldn't look away from the legendary creature. Avada Ked! Crab started, only to be cut short as a lightning bolt shot out of the jaguar's mouth and hit him square in the chest. He was thrown across the room until he crashed into a bookshelf. Several books could be seen on fire through a gaping hole, the size of a quaffle, in his chest. The jaguar changed back and a red-headed girl collapsed on the table. She was breathing heavily, and Daphne remembered how much the first full transformation takes out of you. After a few minutes, Ginny Weasley looked up at Daphne. "Hi, how ya doing?" Ginny managed to get out. "Oh, The usual mostly beepedy, bound, and bent over a table, and you mastered my jaguar form and shot lightning out my mouth. So by Hogwarts standards, I guess that makes it a Tuesday. Actually I think it's Wednesday. Whatever, I'm too knackered to argue about it. Well, before you take a kip, could you unbind me? I'm kind of starkers over here. By the time Harry got there, Daphne was unbound and wrapped in Ginny's robe with a blank expression on her face. Ginny was trying to mend the clothes that were ripped off of the girl's body. Sorry Daphne, I'm pants at this. Ginny grunted out in frustration. To tell you the truth, I would rather burn them than ever wear them again. Harry took in the scene, pointed to what was left of Crabbe and asked how. Ginny timidly raised her hand and gave a weak smile. Again how? He asked with a look of complete confusion on his face. He doesn't know. Daphne asked her. I was gonna. Just a few things happened here and there. Ginny answered in a hushed voice. Then he doesn't know you're. Could you shut up? Hey, I'm standing right here. Now could someone please tell me what the hell just happened here? Harry asked, interrupting their private little powwow. Both girls looked at him innocently. Oh hell, this isn't going to be good. Sweetie, I'm a Tempest Jaguar, Ginny said in the sweetest voice she could muster. You're shitting me, huh? It's a Muggle saying. You get used to it after a while, Ginny answered Daphne. Actually, that was Muggle and Yank, but that's beside the point. Okay, you can explain later. Now what about that one over there? Harry gestured to the leg sticking out of the end of an aisle. This time Daphne raised her hand, looking as sheepish as Ginny had earlier. Harry ran his hands through his hair and started to pace, as he cycled through all the possible scenarios and outcomes. It. Duncan, Harry called his house elf. Yes, Master Harry, answered the regal elf. Daphne was surprised by his manner of speaking, as well as the clothes he was wearing. He looked over at the two girls and bowed to them. It's good to see you again, Mistress Ginny. That surprised Daphne even more. Duncan, the first need you to take them to my trunk, then rally all the elves at Potter Manor. We need to clean house like yesterday. Duncan nodded and walked over to the two girls, both of which jumped to their feet and started protesting robustly. Shut it, Harry yelled and cut them off. Both stopped immediately, more out of shock than anything else. Before they could start again, Duncan popped them away. It had become painfully clear to Sirius that it was pointless to even attempt to teach class today. Not after the howler that Harry received combined with the morning's copy of the Daily Prophet. It was all the students were talking about. Several times his lecture was interrupted with questions about his godson. Either it was if he was proud of him, how he learned to fight so well, if he and Ginny were seriously together or just a fling. There were also questions about the battle itself, which he couldn't answer because it would just cast suspicion on him and Lily. The awards ceremony where Harry, Ginny, and a lot of other private citizens were going to receive the Order of Merlin was going to be held at Hogsmeade on Saturday. He understood what the minister was trying to do, building up public support and all, but the man was seriously daft if he didn't think they could see what his true goal was. He wanted to turn Harry and Ginny into the ministry's own poster boy and girl. He could just imagine the wizarding romance novel that Rita Skeeter would write about them if she knew half the truth. Thankfully they had gotten her under their control right from the off. But Hogsmeade, the Ministry of Magic, or even Hogwarts would be better. At least they would be properly protected. There were just too many unknown variables to having it in Hogsmeade. It was secluded from the Muggle community and too rich of a target for Voldemort to let pass by. Perhaps that was what Scrimgeour wanted. It was a chance to show his power and secure his position as minister for years to come. Plus it gave him the chance once again to thumb his nose at Dumbledore. Frickin' politicians. At least he was doing it in broad daylight. That eliminated vampires, werewolves, and for the most part Dementors. Hogsmeade was still too close to the Forbidden Forest for his liking. There was no telling what old Butthead had in there. Well, he and the pup would have to take a midnight stroll, now wouldn't they? Sirius closed his eyes and started to rub his temples with his feet crossed on his desk when he heard a soft rapping on his office door. He groaned. If it was another student asking him a stupid question, he was going to hex someone. Go away. This is my free hour. so unless you're a half-BPD witch, I'm busy. Sirius yelled at the door, not even bothering to open his eyes. He heard the door open and then close. Oh my, I didn't know there was a dress code, Professor Black. Am I to be punished? Came a sultry voice he hadn't heard for far too long. He jerked up so fast that the chair fell back and took his dignity with him. As he scrambled to get to his feet, he was greeted with a sweet giggle. He didn't realize how much he'd missed until that very moment. He hopped to his feet and quickly did a once-over to make sure he didn't look too disheveled. That earned him another giggle, not that he minded all that much. Leaning with her back on the door was Gabriella Greengrass. Just as picturesque and beautiful as the last time he had looked at her. Her blonde hair was now parted on her right side, a lock of it pulled strategically behind her ear so that her neck was exposed from the lobe to the collarbone. She displayed the very spot that she knew he couldn't resist, as well as the one that with the right amount of attention would release the most exquisite sounds from her lips. Slytherins never play fair. As if she had heard his mental objection, her lips curved in response. Hi. Sirius knew it was lame, but it was all he could come up with. It appeared she could still get him flustered with just a look. He hadn't seen her in 17+ years, and his first impulse was to throw her on his desk and plunder her. Hi back. There was an uneasiness in her voice that caught his attention. Perhaps this was just as awkward for her. He came around his desk and crossed over to her. He stopped just short of her, unsure of the boundaries that now existed between them. He looking so intently into her crystal baby blues that he missed her slight frown. She pushed herself off the door and closed the gap between them. They were both well within their danger zone. Her scent invaded his senses, and it took all of his self-control to not follow his first impulse. He went to speak, but she put a finger to his lips and hushed him. No, let me just have a proper look at you, she asked him, as her eyes rapidly traveled over him, burning every detail to memory. She mentally compared it to the younger version of him she kept locked away within her mind. Well, look at this nicely trimmed goatee. You look all Ming the Merciless. She teased as she lightly tugged on the hair just under his chin. Sirius grinned as he remembered when they snuck out one night to watch a Muggle movie. She was so engrossed by it that several times she literally jumped on him. He came to realize that scary parts in a movie were a bloke's best friend. She liked it so much she suggested they watch it again, though he didn't recall watching much of the movie the second time. Cheeks all smooth, Gabriella's hand slid over his skin and he turned his cheek into her warm touch. But this hair pulled back into a respectable and tight ponytail, that won't do at all. She reached around to the back of his head and pulled off the clip with the Black family crest on it, and lazily tossed it somewhere behind her. She then ran her fingers through his hair, making it a right old mess. Sirius didn't even attempt to put up a mock protest. He just enjoyed the sensations it was sending all over his body. Gabriella stepped back to admire her work. There, now you look like a proper scoundrel, she finished with a beaming smile, her crystal blue eyes drawing him in like they always did. I'm so in over my head. So I read that congratulations are in order. I'm so proud of you, Sirius said in an attempt to gain some kind of control over himself. What? Oh pish posh, you mean that little award the minister is passing out to everyone, Gabriella said with a backwards wave of her hand as if it was nothing. Sirius knew better than that. The Order of Merlin is hardly a party favor, Gabby. My godson said you were simply amazing, but I figured that out a long time ago. Sirius repressed the urge to run his hand through her hair like he always did. Gabriella smiled at the use of his pet name for her. It had been far too long since she had heard it. She wanted to reward him with a key on the spot, but fought the desire no matter how strong it was. She casually walked around his office mock inspecting it. The act would buy her time to get her feeling under control. No matter how much she felt like a 16-year-old at the moment, she knew she wasn't anymore. Such high praise, Suri, you'll make me blush, Gabriella said with a playful smile as she picked up a picture and looked at it. Then she put it back and faced him. Don't act for 1 second that you weren't there, Lord Black. Sirius raised a brow then shot off a charm to ensure their privacy. Whatever are you talking about? I was here teaching class. Sirius knew it was pointless to argue with her. They both knew she was right, but old habits die hard. Besides, he loved playing their game. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.